Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in. We're doing a Saturday Night Live tonight. Friday Night Live. I'm sorry, guys. We're doing a Friday Night Live. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for hopping on over. Now we have another trial we're going to get into tonight. I could listen to this all night long, y'all. Gets my country going. Hello, everybody. Well, we have a trial that we're going to start watching. We got catching up to do because I think I'm going to go ahead and skip to this come tomorrow. We're going to be with it live tomorrow to catch up. And then we will be starting this on Monday. We'll be monitoring the trial that we have been watching. It is a very slow trial. They said it's going to take 7 to 8 weeks. So we may change gears a little bit. Let's just see what everybody thinks. Sorry, y'all. That's my ears you're seeing laying there. Barbara. Hello, 80s Music Man. Hello, Dawn. Hey, She-Wolf. Another live. Hilda B. ADHD. Jelly Bean, y'all. Okay, it's up and running. Click the like button and say I liked, because at the end of this live, somebody is going to have a $50 gift card. Somebody's going to have a $50 gift card. Now, all those other ones are still holding. I will periodically through this stream draw those winners, and then everybody will be added together for tonight. Tonight just won't be any night. I know I'm being silly. So let me do this. Everybody grab your dinner if you want to sit and watch. Grab your coffee, tea, drink of choice, whatever that may be. Escape. There we go. Get your drink of choice, whatever that is. Get comfy for this trial because I've been told it's a good one. I have no idea. All I know is this child is water. I haven't had enough, so that's what I'll be drinking tonight. I have bubbly back there. Probably should be drinking that bubbly soon. I might drink a little tonight. We'll know. So anyway, the thing is that all I know is that this child has unalived his mother. That's all I know. So we're going to hop into that. We're going to try and have some drawings and fun tonight. I may even give away a box of chocolate mint Girl Scout cookies. Anybody like the mint Girl Scout cookies? I might give a hoot. Okay, margarita fatty, he said. Hey, honey, let's go get margaritas and dance all night. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys, I lived in San Antonio for many, many, many years. I grew up in San Antonio, had a lot of Hispanic friends, and I love them dearly. But I do like to make fun of them because I love them, and I love their energy, and boy, it's Friday, it's like, "Honey, come on, dance on me. Tejano music started, let's go. Margarita waiting." So don't get mad at me. I have a lot of friends. I'm not making fun of you. I actually respect it. I kinda miss some of that stuff. We had a lot of fun. Okay. Here we go into the wild blue yonder. Let me find where this starts. Okay.
Describing
There
facts
is your victim.
fine,
I mean, your
using the
defendant.
words that are going to be, it's going to be the jury's duty to determine whether a kidnapping and a murder happened.
Additional response, Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, first I thought she was referring to opening statement, which doesn't sound like she has a problem, and she should not have a problem with me saying murder, kidnapping, opening statement.
There we go.
Pertains to questioning of the witnesses.
Yeah, yes. Into the unknown.
Contrary from the court. I don't think there'll be anything inappropriate about using those words.
Yesterday he called the
Openings.
knife.
You're not talking about openings.
I mean, I would prefer that we keep it more neutral at this point, rather than assigning actions a certain legal description or conclusion.
My
that the
dog
jury
is
going
telling
to
me
be
it's time to
required
go home.
Reach, rather than either one of us.
I'm telling him, no,
The
honey.
use of the word murder or kidnapping.
Not time to go home.
Connotes a legal conclusion about this killing or these events. Depending on how that comes out, the context in which those words are used, I think certainly sometimes that would be a sustainable objection. For instance, if you're asking a witness questions and you say something like, at the time that the defendant murdered his mother,
What do you, my screen is off centered?
did you know X, Y, or Z, or something like that? I think that is inappropriate and argumentative.
It's not off centered.
I'm a little uncomfortable saying
I'm hiding
you can't
something.
say any of that in opening statements until I hear that. So just be on your toes, Ms. Thornhill, and I'll entertain any objection you have. At that time, of course, openings are not supposed to be argument, so the state needs to be cautious about its word choice in opening statement. But
See, I can't have that showing.
Use of the word murder.
We have to be very careful, but what I can do is this.
And not argument.
It's not live, but
it just depends on how it comes out.
I understand.
So I'll direct the state to avoid.
I got to get this. This thing is driving me crazy. It won't let me adjust. See, that's why I did that, because it's not letting me move it the way I need to. This pisses me off. This is what pisses me off with closed captioning. I should be able to move this anywhere. I can't move it anywhere over here. It won't let me. I cannot get past that. I can try and to a certain point, but then it pulls it right back. So, no, I don't want you to play. Yes, I do.
Using those words in an argumentative context during the course of the trial until closing arguments.
See?
Especially when questioning witnesses.
See, that's what I'm running into a problem here, y'all. This is irritating the hell out of me. Sensei!
Way by the fact that I will be taking notes throughout the trial. I do not do that because I think this, that, or the other thing is critical to your determination. I do it simply to save us time later in the case.
See, and is that not ridiculous, y'all? Is that not insane? Well, I don't know how that's on. Why don't you restart? because I have a perfect. Let me go to my thing and see what I'm getting. I have a good feed on a separate device, so it may be on you, baby. I'm
In the
just
event
fighting
there
with
is a
the
dispute
captioning.
as to what occurred earlier, if I did not have detailed notes, I would have to ask the court reporter to hunt through her stenographic record, find what I'm looking for, and read it back to me outside your presence. She is eminently capable of doing that, but it is quite taxing for her and time consuming for all of us.
Oh man, I
So
almost
that's
had
the
it.
only reason you'll see me taking notes. If you do take notes, I'm sorry, whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of any other juror. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's individual memory of the evidence.
See how stupid this is?
Mr. Levine, does the state wish to give an opening statement?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
That is so stupid that I can't fix this.
It was a Sunday evening, September 8th of last year in Auburndale, Florida. And it was at that time that the defendant viciously and savagely unleashed his full fury and hatred towards his mother upon her, when he stabbed her with such force that the knife went shooting through her neck muscles, through her esophagus, through her trachea.
I got to get this right, guys, because I am not able. I can't read this, and I have deaf people.
Through her thyroid cartilage.
I'm gonna have to do something else.
And shot out the other side of her neck.
Dang.
You will hear and see that as this happened, she began to bleed and bleed profusely through the huge gash in her neck. While she bled, the defendant was there and watched as the blood came out of the huge hole in her neck. You're going to hear that he was there as he watched the blood and the life drain from her body until she took her final breath and was officially dead. You're also going to hear that this was exactly what the defendant meant to do, and that this is exactly what the defendant had thought about doing and had wanted to do for quite some time. So much so that he told multiple people, including multiple Charlotte County Sheriff's Office deputies and his own grandfather, the father of the defendant's mother, Collin Griffith. His name's Robert Willantis. You're going to hear from him. He'll fly in from New Mexico, and he'll tell you about those haunting statements that the defendant made. And you're going to see that exactly what the defendant said he wanted to do and said that he would do, he accomplished on the night of September 8th of last year. But how did Collin Griffith get there, bleeding out on her mother's kitchen floor? In order to understand that, we're going to have to take a step back and take a walk through some time. So you're going to see, of course, not just what happened on and around September 7th and September 8th, some of the critical time leading up to the murder, but you're also going to see and hear how this all began. Now, we're going to take a trip back to February 14th of 2023, the year prior to the defendant killing his mom. At that time, the defendant lived in Oklahoma. And you're going to hear on February 14th of 2023, the defendant killed somebody else when he shot that person 2 times.
That's the best I can
He
do.
shot that person in the chest,
What?
and he shot that person in the head.
Really?
You're going to hear that it was undisputed that he shot that person, that he was arrested for that killing, and that he has not been charged to this date. Now, after that killing, ladies and gentlemen, the defendant, as a little bit of time progressed, he moved back to Florida. He had been living with his dad for a number of years in Oklahoma, approximately 3
I'd love to
years or so.
collab with you, Debbie.
While he was living in Oklahoma with his dad, his mom lived in Florida in some different places, but including Port Charlotte most recently. And you're going to hear that while the defendant lived with his dad, the mom, as any mom would, greatly missed her son. And she didn't get an opportunity for different reasons, including a very controlling dad that the defendant was living with. So Kathy Griffith basically didn't have much contact with her son, not because she didn't want to, but she would try to call him and talk to him, and it pained her greatly that her son was not with her. You're going to hear that there's another brother, an older brother. He really doesn't have much to do with this case, but nonetheless, there was an older brother who lived with his mom, Kathy, for a period of time before he moved out of the house when he was old enough. So as the defendant moves to Florida, his mom wanted to make up for lost time. That was 3 years, 3 critical years of her life and his life when they didn't do mother-son things. They didn't spend time together. They didn't have all those opportunities that maybe other kids and other parents had. So Kathy, the defendant's mom, tried to make up for lost time. And she took her son on multiple vacations. They took cruises. They went to Disney World. They traveled out of the country. They went to Washington, D.C. And she spent all her time and affection and money on the defendant. That was her son. And that's who she had missed for all those years. Now, was Kathy Griffith the perfect parent? No. Was she the perfect person? No. But nobody is. But you're going to hear that she gave everything that she had, including her life, to try to take care of the defendant and spend as much time as she could with him, even at the cost of her life, which ultimately is what happened. Now, as the defendant and his mom lived in Charlotte County, in Port Charlotte, they lived in a house, a well-kept house. It was the two of them. And they did plenty of things together. Like I said, they went on vacations. They went to the movies. They hung out. It was just the two of them. So they had nothing but basically one-on-one time. And you're going to hear that Kathy Griffith, like any mom, expected certain things. These weren't off-the-wall, dictator-like things. These were simple things that she thought would be appropriate to teach her son about responsibility and respect. Chores, minimal chores, such as weed whack in the backyard, taking trash and food or candy out of his room, helping her around the house with whatever little odd jobs might happen. But you're going to see in here, the defendant wanted nothing of that. He didn't want to be inconvenienced. He didn't respect his mom. He didn't care about his mom. And wherever this deep-seated anger and hatred came from, it was real within him. And he told people about it. So as the days turn into weeks and weeks turn into months, his anger, as you'll see, was building and building.
Judge, I'm going to object to this being argumentative.
As the time went on, you'll see that the mom had to deal with a lot of issues, including being attacked by her own son. You'll hear a little bit about the defendant being arrested at a certain point for domestic violence battery. He was a juvenile, as he still is a juvenile. And you'll hear that he was put on some probation. But in essence, he was not happy with his mom. So he took her down on the ground and stomped on her hand. But they continue to live together. The mom, you'll hear, was afraid of the defendant and what ultimately might happen to her. And she was afraid he would kill her. But she loved him. And you're going to hear that she wanted to be with him. And she was cognizant of the fact that when he turned 18, he was probably going to leave the house. And that would, for all intents and purposes, end that one-on-one time. And he would continue on with his life however he saw fit.
That's a hard place.
So it wasn't
Those
like
of you
every day
have
was
not had
chaos
to,
or bedlam in the house.
let your
But
18-year-old
the
go.
defendant
That's a hard
had
place.
issues. The mom had some issues, but they were working through them. Now, sometimes they would go to the movies together. Sometimes there would be good days. And you're going to actually get to see kind of like an inside peek of some time on September 7th and September 8th, the day that the defendant killed his mom. You're going to see that in the form of Ring camera footage that Kathy had set up inside because she was so afraid of what her son might do to her. And you're going to see that there was cameras set up in different parts that basically captured the same or similar things. But you're going to get to see some footage from a kitchen camera that captures the kitchen as well as into the living room. So you're not going to have to sit through 48 hours or 72 hours of just nothing happening. But you're going to see some clips so you can kind of tell what the vibe was on those last 2 days of Kathy's life. You're also going to get to be able to see the timeline as it continues. We talked a little bit about jury selection, about a timeline, because nothing happens in a vacuum. So as the defendant's living with his mom, he starts making these statements that he wants to kill his mom. And that if he has to go back to his mom, he's going to kill her or do her harm or do himself harm. And he tries to make accusations.
He tells this to the
his
police,
mom,
I believe.
that
I
you'll
believe
see
I've seen a
she was
little bit
never
about
arrested
this
for
now.
anything as it pertains to the defendant. But nonetheless, he starts telling detectives, he starts telling deputies. And so the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office has different units, as does a lot of law enforcement agencies. And you'll hear that they took a proactive approach because they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the defendant, and they didn't want to see anything bad happen to the mom. So you'll hear that there were multiple deputies and detectives that would check in on the family, would check in on mom, would check in on the defendant. And their goal was to try to ensure that both parties got along and that, of course, they lived long, happy lives together. It didn't work out that way, not from a lack of their trying. So as the year continues, the defendant, as I mentioned, got arrested for the domestic violence battery. He got Baker acted a time or two. And when he would be about to be released, he would make statements. Basically, he would say he didn't want to go with his mom. If he went with his mom, he was afraid of what might happen, of his anger, that he would kill his mom. He also made statements that he was afraid that she would do something to him. But the reoccurring theme that you will hear from the witnesses from the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office is that the defendant verbalized what he ultimately did, which is that he would kill his mom. You'll hear from one or more deputies that even asked him, well, how are you going to do that? And he specifically mentioned, sometimes he would mention different things like shoot or stab, but a reoccurring theme was he would mention that he would stab his mom. So the intervention continued with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. They would talk to both Kathy on the phone, the defendant on the phone. They were accessible. They would call and check in. They would stop by the house and talk. And the defendant and his mom independently, they had the ability to call the deputies and the detectives as well. Now, 2024, around February 19th or so, around that time, or perhaps a little bit earlier, the defendant sent a text message. He had many communications with an attorney that was
We're going to object based on we don't know if this is going to be admissible.
Approach.
That's a good objection. Doesn't mean you'll win, but Okay, good objection. I do believe I saw, no, when did that happen? Tash, when did that happen? Holy crap! We're gonna take a break while there, and we're gonna pause this. Oh my gosh. Share this page. Ring doorbell camera captures the moment that the Learjet 55 crashed, sparking a huge explosion. 2 people were on board, FFA says. Oh, oh, Lord be with the families. That's yeah. It's horrible, y'all, but
These videos obtained.
I'm not gonna play all of these.
These are live pictures of the scene, the emergency vehicles there, plane flying into this. You could see the smoke coming up, lighting up the night sky. We understand, unclear exactly what happened to that plane. Appears to be a small plane, but you can see an impact, reports of potential multiple casualties. Danny Freeman is out front live at Reagan National Airport. Danny, what more are you learning?
Reagan National Airport again.
Well, Aaron, I can tell you that law enforcement sources, multiple of them, are telling me and CNN's Mark Morales that, as you noted, a small single-engine plane has crashed in northeast Philadelphia. You're looking at these images from WPVI, CNN's affiliate there on the ground. Folks who know Philadelphia will know Roosevelt Boulevard and this particular area very well. Like you noted, it's a very active shopping and retail area. What I can tell you is that the Philadelphia Emergency Management Office, they're calling this a major incident near Cotman and Bustleton Avenues. Again, a large area, a large both residential and retail area. At the moment, there was an all-hands call from Philadelphia Fire back at 6:12 p.m. That's been upgraded to a 3-alarm fire at last look from some of the public alerts that are coming out from Philadelphia Fire. But again, I'm here at Reagan National Airport talking about one airline incident. Now we're talking about another one in Philadelphia this Friday evening. A scary scene there in, like I said, a very populated area. But at this point, all we know for sure is that this was a single engine plane crash, Aaron. Yeah. And we're still waiting to hear more from both fire and law enforcement who are on the ground right now.
Okay, we're going to go back to the trial. I will keep us updated.
I love you so much. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Chat.
Let me get this up. I don't know why every time I go to do something and a video ends, my favorite singer hops on and it all but gets me banned from YouTube. I've turned off the automatic play, so why is it still doing it? God only knows. YouTube has its own thing. Well, it was interesting. There was a Down syndrome young man walking down our street, and some kids drove by and took a paintball gun and shot at him. And we were the only people on our street with a Ring camera in that part of the block, and it caught them, and they caught them. But Ring cameras are good. I'm a proponent for having that kind of security in my home and about my home. Now, the homeowner before us had a lot of tools in his truck, and he has 1, 2, 3, 4 cameras on the front of our house, and it's a small house. And I love my little house. Anyway, he has 4 cameras on the front of that house. And yeah, they don't all work anymore because he took the system with him. I was like, why didn't you just sell us the system? He cut all the wires to the camera and leaving no room for you to add. The camera has a wire that comes out. Had he cut the wire at the box, which all he had to do was unscrew the damn thing. we would have been fine. But no, instead he cut the wires.
You're going to hear that.
Okay, so now we have our decision.
You may continue, Mr. Levine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing on to some of the statements that the defendant made that explicitly forecasted what he did
Amen.
on September 8th of 2024. I mentioned the name Robert Willantis. Robert Willantis,
Amen,
as you'll
sister.
hear, was Kathy Griffith's father. He is the maternal grandfather of the defendant. You're going to hear that Robert Willantis, of course, had a relationship with his grandson, loved his grandson, cared about his grandson, and still does. And the defendant told him something that was super, super disturbing, to say the least. You will hear from Robert Willantis that the defendant said to him that he wanted to kill his mom and how he was going to do it. And the defendant said, more than anything else, I want to slit her throat and feel her bleed out and feel the life leave her body.
Oh my gosh.
That's how much I hate her. You're going to hear that Mr. Willantis, needless to say, was absolutely shocked. And he told his grandson, that's sick, that's twisted, you can't do that. You know, you and your mom have issues and you're going to need to work through those issues. September 7th of last year. The morning started with Kathy buying her son, or letting him use her credit card to buy Starbucks. Bought a couple drinks, a breakfast sandwich, and the defendant came home. And this is going to be some of the ring footage that you see. So you'll be able to see some of these interactions. And you're going to see the mom and the son and some about how they're talking to each other and kind of what happened that day. The mom had minimal requests of the defendant. On that specific day, she wanted her son to help her put up a bookshelf. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to weed whack the backyard. The defendant didn't want to be bothered. The mom wanted her son to clean up the food and the candy that was in his room, attracting ants, but the son didn't want to be bothered. You'll see that he had his Starbucks.
That is somewhat
He had his
typical.
sandwich. He wanted to do what he wanted to do, which was he wanted to take a walk, get out of the house and
I'd
exercise.
red room somebody for Starbucks grilled cheese right now.
So the end of the day, or sometime during the day, the end result is that the mom got fed up with him. Kathy was sick and tired of being disrespected, sick and tired of doing everything for her son, and basically told him, get out until you can show me some respect. Well, the defendant had no problem with that because he just wanted to do what he wanted to do when he wanted to do it. So he went to his grandma's house. So that's how the defendant and his mom in Port Charlotte, Charlotte County, how their lives come to Polk County. Because the defendant's grandmother, who is Kathy's mom, her name
That
is
was
Susan
my
Bettman.
grandmother. She'd tell me
Her
to
and
turn
Robert
around and go
Willantis
back.
used to be married back in the day. She
She wouldn't
had
put up
multiple,
with that.
houses down, one in the Keys, one in Auburn.
Because I ain't raising you. There's no reason. Your mama's alive. Go
So
home.
the defendant got in his car. It was a nice Volkswagen black four-door. You'll hear and see that the mom had a white four-door Volkswagen. And the defendant the defendant drove to his grandma's house in Auburndale. And you'll see and hear at his grandma's house, he didn't have to put up with his
Good
mom
night,
asking him
Tash.
to do
Love
things
you.
or to be respectful.
Good
or to do
night,
chores.
sweetheart. Well,
You also hear that during the relationship between Kathy and her son, she got him video games. She got him a phone. She let him use her credit card to fill up and use his bank card to fill up gas. She provided food. Of course, she provided shelter, clothes. I mean, the basic necessities, but she did more than that. The defendant you're going to hear and see is a very smart individual. He was in high school and was, I believe, taking college courses and had an interest in the law. And you're going to see that he was a fairly smart individual, and he would.
Well, dude, maybe you can
use
become a jail
that
lawyer.
knowledge to try to do certain things. So
No,
on
you can
September
always be a
7th,
jail lawyer.
the defendant leaves. The mom is at home, and the mom's angry. She's not happy. Does she want to hurt Collin or kill him?
No.
Or do anything to him? No. She's mad because she knows that her time with her son is slipping away. He's 17 years old by now. Incidentally, he was almost 16 when he killed the individual in Oklahoma. Now he's 17
Oh,
years
thank you,
old
Rachel.
on September 7th and September 8th.
We are glad
So
to
mom
have
is
you.
not happy because he's disrespecting her. He's not doing the chores. She's busting her
I'm beating.
rear end doing everything for this kid who's ungrateful, and she's mad. But nonetheless, she wants him home. She doesn't want him.
You
with
love
her
him, you
mom.
hate
She
his
doesn't want
behavior.
him out running the streets or not knowing where he is. So she continually texts him and calls him. Her only desire is to get him home, not to be mad at him or hurt him or ground him. She's willing basically to bend over backwards, as you'll see from the evidence, to just be with him. That's what she wants, is just time with him. You're going to get to see through text messages between her and him, her state of mind and what was going on. And the defendant was basically just blowing her off. He didn't want to be aggravated. But you're going to see kind of the mom was frantic. And once again, frantic in terms of being a mom and wanting to know where her son was and wanting her son back in her house. So she started to give him ultimatums.
Thank you, Rachel.
Things that she wasn't going to follow through on. Some of
Y'all
the things
share this.
she was hoping not to have
Don't
to follow
forget the
through on any of
drawings
these
tonight
things.
for the
But you're going to
$50
see that
gift
she
card.
was saying, if you don't come home, I'm going to sell your car. If you don't come home,
Here's
I'm
how
going to
you
cancel your
win.
insurance. I'm going to turn off your phone. And she would turn off the phone that she provided for him multiple times. She would turn off his phone. She would take away his computer.
Stab number
All
8.
things that she bought. She bought him a computer for his school. She bought him a phone because, of course, that's what parents do. And you'll see when you're a child, you can't get a cell phone with AT&T or have an account with AT&T if you're not 18 or older. So he was relying upon his mom, and happy to do so, because she made sure that he had everything that he wanted. So she was saying these things because basically she was hoping that he would be afraid of them and would come home, but he could care less, as you'll see. But then the Oklahoma killing resurfaces.
Uh-oh.
And you're going to see that besides just pure anger and hatred towards his mom, that his motive, an additional motive for killing her, was what she texted him. Because he was concerned that Oklahoma killing was going to come back around. Of course, it was still under investigation and still is, but that was going to be reopened. And you're going to see firsthand why the defendant didn't want that to happen. And why that just infuriated him even more towards a mom that he hated and couldn't stand for no good reason.
Wow.
You're going to see firsthand that Kathy texted her son between 12 and 12:29, and he received it. And she texted him, Collin, the recordings of you admitting to killing, and then she stated who it was, and planning the murder. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera, are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. And mind you, this is the day that he murders her, shortly thereafter. She continues on. Plus, the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud. Chuck is the defendant's father, Kathy's ex-husband. So Kathy continues on. Plus, the recovered audio from Chuck's iCloud, where you told your dad you hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too. My dad is sending me his recordings of you telling him how you planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. She continues on, all because you didn't want to help me mount a bookshelf. That took under 30 minutes. Weed eat the backyard and clean your room because bugs were in the candy you had all over. Remember, you chose this. You have 10 minutes to call me and fix this, Collin. When the defendant read that text, his anger level just rose even more.
Oh, yeah.
Later that same afternoon, Kathy pressed it even more. And she sent a text to her mom. Susan
Sometimes
Detman.
parents need to
And
know
mind you,
when to
the
not
location
push.
where the defendant had
Not
run
saying
to
it's
was
her fault.
Susan's house, his grandma's house.
Not saying she was in the
She
wrong.
was down in the Keys at one of her houses.
But I had to
so
learn when
Collin
to
had
not
free,
push
free range of the
and when
place.
to
Hey,
push.
no rules, nothing to do. He could do whatever he wants to do. Nobody's even there to supervise him.
There
And
comes a
that's why
point.
he would like to
You
go
got to
places
pick and
where
choose
there
your
were no
battles.
supervision. I mean, specifically his grandma's.
But if my kid mentioned red
Susan
room
was in
me,
contact with
I would have him in a
the
hospital
defendant
before
because
they
she
knew
was
what hit
driving
him.
up from the Keys, and the defendant was staying at the house there. So Kathy texted Susan a similar text message, and she texted her mom, Collin's grandmother, tell Collin the recordings of him admitting to killing, and then she stated who the person was, and planning the murder. There are 4 different instances from my Ring camera are all going to Bob, Susie, Amanda, and Chris at 3 p.m. today. Plus the recovered
Oh,
audio
that's bad.
from Chuck's iCloud, where Collin told his dad he hated me and I was an evil bitch, are being sent too. Dad is sending me his recordings of Collin telling him how he planned my murder back in February. Audio, video, emails, texts, and phone records are all being sent. For the record, no, you cannot have a single one. Your attorney can request them. So can Collin's.
Wow.
You're going to see that afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
This is crazy, y'all.
In an eerie video, Kathy changes her clothes. I mean, you're not going to see her change her clothes, but you're going to see she appears in the exact clothes that her son would kill her in just mere hours later. And you're going to see that she had on some blue jean shorts. She had on a black t-shirt with a coffee motif. And she had
Hello, Lotus
a nice
Spider 7. Welcome.
/backpack over her shoulder. And she left the house. And she was not happy. She was not happy at her mom. She was not happy at Collin. But she had one thing that she wanted to accomplish, which was not to do her son any harm, but to get him home so they could continue being mother and son.
Direct shrunk the way to
So
do
she
it,
made the
y'all.
drive from Port Charlotte to Polk County. And you're going to hear that at a certain point, she arrived sometime in the ballpark of 5 o'clock, shortly before the defendant would murder her. Now, there were 2 ladies across the street in separate houses, but you have the grandmother's house on one side of the street, and then basically the 2 neighbors that lived across the street from the grandma, two nice ladies you'll hear from. But they both kind of independently saw and heard things. And you're going to hear that at around 5 o'clock, and one of the witnesses, I believe it was Miss Sally Bell, she remembers the time frame because she was about to leave for
making
church.
10 of these.
And she and her husband, you'll hear that they always like to leave right around 5 o'clock or touch before 5 in order to get to church and to talk to people and get a seat. So around 5 o'clock, these 2 ladies, Sally Bell and Nancy Jones, independently, they're just at their houses. They see Kathy and they see the defendant, and they're having an obvious argument. They also see that Kathy is not doing anything violent to the defendant, but she's animated and the defendant is animated. And then they saw the defendant grab his mom by the hair and start dragging her from the driveway carport into the house. And as that happens,
Why did they not
Kathy
call police?
is telling her son, Collin, stop, let go, let go. Let go of me, you're hurting me.
Why did they not call the police?
And that's the last that those two neighbors saw of Kathy Griffith. That's the last anyone would see of Kathy Griffith alive.
So why
You're
did
gonna
they
have an
not call
opportunity to see
police?
crime scene footage and crime scene video, and you're going to see that the violence continued and started on that day when the defendant grabbed his mom by the hair and dragged her into the house as she was saying, let me go, Collin, you're hurting me. You're going to hear and see that this mom was doing nothing violent or physical to her son, who she took care of and loved. But the defendant thought it was all right to grab his mom by the hair and yank her into the house. Well, what happened on the way to the house? Kathy, one of her AirPods falls out. It falls in the mulch. The defendant drags her into the house, infuriated. Another earpod falls out of her other ear. You're going to see photos that Kathy would wear AirPods a lot to talk on the phone, listen to music. You're going to hear as he dragged her and was furious, you're going to see her AirPod case falls in the living room as he continues to drag her to the back of the house, letting his anger and rage come out. You're going to see the crime scene of that brutal, vicious, savage killing that I mentioned at the beginning of the opening statement. You're going to see pictures of Kathy who came out of her flip-flops as the defendant was attacking her.
Why did they not call the police?
Of a charger that is strewn
immediately?
about on the floor from when the defendant was attacking her.
I don't
You're
get
going
it.
to see that same brown leather backpack / purse that was over her shoulder when the defendant was attacking her came crashing to the ground. And you're going to see that it's got blood all over the place. That when he stabbed her, she was still holding it. There's blood on the outside. There's blood on the inside. There's blood on the front, on the back, on the wallet. And you will see firsthand the carnage that Kathy suffered as she laid in the pool of blood that came out of that deep gash in her neck, compliments of her son, Collin Griffith. When all the evidence is in, ladies and gentlemen, you should come to one conclusion. That being that the just verdict is holding the defendant responsible to what he chose to do on September 8th of 2024. And that just verdict, based upon the evidence that you will see and hear, is that you find the defendant guilty of both first-degree murder and kidnapping for the crimes that he perpetrated on his own mother. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Does the defense wish to give an opening statement? You may proceed, Ms. Thornhill.
Is there snow in Alaska?
Good morning. You're probably expecting me to say something very different from what Mr. Levine presented, and you'd be right. I'm going to start by introducing some of the people that are a part of this family and whom you will hear from. You've heard some of their names already, but I think it's helpful if you know the relationships among them. So first we have Collin Griffith. Obviously, you are aware of him. He's 17 years old.
Being tried as an adult, I
Catherine, or
presume.
Kathy, as she's known, Kathy Griffith, is Collin's mom.
Was Collin's mom.
And tragically and sadly, she is no longer with us.
I got to
Susan
rotate, get on the
Detman
other hip.
Is the third main person who is involved in this saga. Susan Detman
That
is
feels better.
Kathy's mom and Collin's grandmother.
What is her role?
Christopher Griffith is Collin's older brother, so son of Kathy and of Charles Griffith, who goes by Chuck sometimes. He was born when Kathy was very, very young. She got pregnant when she was 13. She gave birth at 14. Collin came along a few years later. You've already heard about Robert Willantis. He is Kathy's father and Collin's grandfather. You heard that he lives in New Mexico, and he has for many years. He's sort of removed from the family a little bit. Some other names you may hear are Christy Rooney, who is Kathy's older sister, oldest child of Susan and Chuck. John Paul Willantis, who is the younger brother of Kathy, also the child of Susan and Robert Willantis. Susan is now Detman. Finally, there is Nikki Markovich, who is now Susan's husband, and Kevin Markovich, who is the son of Susan and Nikki. So the half brother of Kathy and the half uncle to Collin. Okay. I should have drawn a family tree, but at any rate, this family, like a lot of families, at times is very close and at times has its issues. You'll hear about these cruises that multiple family members took together, but you'll also hear about estrangements and fights. The common denominator in the estrangements and fights, Kathy Griffith. She is the person who is periodically, or for really long periods of time, estranged from any number of those people that I have mentioned. You heard that she lived separate from Collin for many years. That was after her divorce from Charles Griffith. With Susan, the other main player who you'll hear from, it depended not on the year or the month, depended on the day and sometimes even the minute, whether Kathy was communicating with Susan or whether she was telling Susan she never wanted to hear from her again and that she was dead to Susan, or that Susan was dead to her. Susan was a regular part of Kathy's life because she lived in Florida and close in Florida. Susan periodically stayed in Charlotte County. You heard about some of her other homes. She travels quite a bit, some for work, but for a variety of reasons. But she is the constant in Kathy's life. Always there when Kathy needs something, especially money. Some of the things you heard about that Kathy provided for Collin, according to Mr. Levine, were actually provided by Susan. Susan paid for every single trip they took and that Kathy chose to take. Susan would pay Kathy's phone bill sometimes. At any rate, Susan was the constant. She will tell you about Kathy's personality. She'll tell you about her mental health problems. She'll tell you about Kathy's drinking and misuse of pills. She will tell you about Kathy's threats to commit suicide over the years, but not just threats. She will also tell you about the several attempts Kathy made on her own life. Beyond that, you're going to hear that Kathy not only wanted to cause harm to her own self, but Kathy has threatened or done harm to other people. You'll hear some of those details about some of the things that she actually did to another person in front of Collin involving weapons. You will hear that she has threatened to kill
What?
different people
Oh
at
my
different times
gosh.
and actually taken steps towards completing that wish. You also hear that Kathy is not exactly reliable in what she says. You'll hear this from her own mother, that she makes things up, that she is unpredictable, she is erratic, and goes into rages. As I said before, Kathy has been, or it was still estranged from multiple family members at the time of her death. I won't go into the details now, but you will hear about some of those details as well. So let's go back to September of 2023, now that I've sort of laid the scene. The family went on a cruise in September of 2023. Susan paid for it. It was Susan and Kathy and Collin and Kevin, and I'm not sure if anybody else went or not. Kathy got upset on that cruise. You'll hear that Kathy, according to her own mother, if somebody doesn't do something that she expects them to do, she gets very angry. And in this particular situation, Kevin and his girlfriend was also on the cruise. Were supposed to meet her at 8 o'clock to go to some activity on the cruise. And apparently Kevin and his girlfriend were late, and Kathy got really upset and started saying that they had lied to her and that she was done with them. And she ended up getting her own room for the last night or two of the cruise to be separated from everybody else. You'll hear that as Kathy and Collin were driving home from the cruise, and Kathy's already mad, at least according to Susan, that Kathy was also upset with Collin. You'll hear a variety of things about why she was upset with Collin. You'll hear that she claimed that he was failing a class, and that's why she was mad at him. He wasn't ever failing a class. Every single screenshot on the phone records that show his grades show A's and a B or two. Collin graduated early from high school with college credit. He was not failing. You may hear that Kathy was upset with Collin because he had an appointment set up with, he was dual enrolled too. So he had, high school teachers, but also college professors. She got upset that he said, "Oh, I have an appointment with one of my teachers or professors." And she was mad that she hadn't been told that in advance. There was a disagreement. So either on the way home or when they get home, you'll hear that Collin told this to police later, by the way, that my mom handed me an envelope and said, "Here are all the important papers you'll need if I'm gone." Then they are inside the house, and Kathy got her gun. The gun that she has owned and lied about whether she had it in her house or not at a variety of times, and pointed it at her son and said that she was going to either shoot him or herself or both. And then she handed the gun to Collin and said, just shoot me. She's ordering him around the house. At one point sends him outside and says, when you hear the pop, you can come back in. Makes him sit down outside her bedroom, cross-legged. When he didn't want to sit cross-legged, she said, you're going to sit cross-legged with the gun pointed at him while she sits on the bed. At some point, Kathy, I guess, decided not to go through with whatever her plan was. And in her erratic and unpredictable way, she put the gun away and drove Collin to school. So Collin goes straight to his teacher and says, my mom just pulled a gun on me. She threatened to kill me. She threatened to kill herself. I'm scared. So the teacher immediately goes to the school resource officer, and they get the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office involved. Collin repeats to multiple people, his teacher, the SRO, the sheriff's officer, deputy that comes. And they did send someone to Kathy's house because they were doing this investigation. And Kathy won't open the door. She didn't want to speak to the officers. Eventually, they convinced her to speak with them. She said she'd had bad experiences with law enforcement in the past. She finally says, that never happened.
Thank you. Hello, it's
Collin's
Britt.
just making
Hello,
it up because he's
KB.
upset that he was
Hi,
failing a
KBF.
class, and I took away his phone and his AirPods because he's failing a class.
Yeah.
Okay, so divergent stories, right?
I've missed you, KBF.
Sheriff's deputies go back to
Reach
Collin
out
at the
to me,
school
babe.
and say, your mom says this never happened. She says you're just mad at her and made the whole thing up. And Collin is like, no, it happened. This is what she did to me. She has a gun in the house. They didn't believe him. They believed Kathy. So when he repeats now to DCF staff members who are investigating, and he tells all of these details too, and the DCF worker has access to all of the prior DCF reports.
Guys, I'm going to fall asleep.
exist
I'm going to zoom
Florida.
her. We're going to.
That
Why are we having glitchiness over here?
uniformly talk about Kathy being violent with others, Kathy not being protective of her children,
There we go. That's going to be better
Kathy
speed.
threatening to or committing violence.
I
on
know,
other
K
people.
Swan. We've already covered it, but dang it. That's all we need is another one of
Despite all that,
those.
They believed Kathy.
Yes, we did cover it. Thank you, love.
Collin repeated again and again, I am scared to be with my mom. If she does something to me again, like pull a gun on me, if she attacks me, I will defend myself and I may hurt her.
Damn it.
So they put Collin
Two new-
in a Baker Act facility for those statements.
Oh.
Interestingly, Kathy, rather than being relieved that her son, who allegedly threatened to kill her, is in a safe place, does everything she can to not cooperate with the people in the Baker Act facility, the sheriff's deputies, DCF. They insist, because of what happened in Oklahoma and because of what he said his mom had done to him, and because he said, I don't feel safe going home because I'm afraid of what she might do to me again and what I will do in response, that he was safest in this facility. Kathy won't sign medical release
Wow.
forms so they
Oh,
can
that's
get
okay.
more information
Thank you
about
for
the
telling
family.
me.
She won't approve any
Thank
medication
you.
for
Always
Collin.
tell me, y'all. Always breaking news.
And
Always
then
tell me.
she hires a lawyer
to get him released from the facility against all advice.
So you're blaming mama.
When they were getting ready to release him to Kathy, he says, "Do not send me home with my mom. I am scared. She threatened me. If she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself." So they put him back in the Baker Act facility. By the way, they find out she does have a gun. She owns the gun. Collin tells DCF, "I would rather go into foster care than go back with my mom."
That says a lot, guys. When a
Because he didn't
child
feel
says
safe.
that, that's serious. I know my mic is not as close as it should be.
Eventually,
When a child says that, that's very serious.
after you heard about the special unit from Charlotte County Sheriff's Office that got involved with the family.
They
This is
need to
when they
be
get involved.
listening.
And you'll hear about either Corporal or Detective Rentis.
But doesn't negate
He's a
the fact of
male.
what he did.
And Detective Lacey Zanoniani. A lot of times she's referred to as Lacey or Detective Z. But they start getting involved with the family. They're making suggestions to Kathy about how to handle the situation, and she is fighting against them
Could be lies
any way
too.
she can.
Could be exaggerations. I'm not
She-
saying it's not.
Eventually
I'm just saying.
Kathy tells Detective Zanoniani that Collin is
saying.
going to this place called Sandy Pines, and he's going to be there from between 60 and 90 days. They're going to work on a treatment plan for
Who comes
trauma
up
he
with
has
that name?
suffered, for
Sandy
the statements he's
Pines.
made. But after 3 days,
Sounds like East Texas to me.
Kathy checks him out of Sandy Pines against medical advice.
There could be some codependency there.
There's a family meeting where Kathy admits to pulling a gun on Collin.
But did he threaten her life?
But everybody in the family says, nope, Collin's going home with mom because mom was insisting on it.
Did
Threw away the
Collin
highway.
threaten her life? Is that why she pulled the gun? She's not here to defend herself. I'm just
That happened
saying.
in September of 2023.
She's not here.
Next you'll hear is about the November 2023 incident where Collin ended up getting arrested.
He's already unalived
What you're
somebody
here
else. So
is, once again, diverging
fault was
stories
that,
about what
them?
happened. On November 12th of 2023, Collin called the sheriff's office. He may have even called Corporal Rentis. Okay, so he is reaching out. He is being forthcoming. He says, my mom and I had a verbal argument. I left the house because I'm scared. She told me that I should just pack my bags and go. Then you'll hear this happens over and over. It's a theme. She will kick him out, but then she'll claim he's a runaway and he must come back.
that can happen.
Inconsistent.
I've seen that happen.
So he called Rentis and says, I don't feel safe at home because my mom still has her gun and because she's threatened me before, and now we're fighting or arguing. That night, on November 12th, the deputies decide that it's best if Collin go with Susan, his grandmother.
Beeswax.
He's separate from his mom, which I think you'll hear from the sheriff's deputies is kind of what they think would be best for everyone.
Run your thread
is to
through
just
it.
Not have Collin and his mom living together. But Kathy is insistent.
Keeps
he continue to live with
keeps
her.
it strong and
Um,
keeps it from fraying.
Despite her knowing what he has said. And remember, he has said, if she attacks me, I will defend myself. If she threatens me, I'm afraid of what might happen.
If she did, but she didn't.
Susan
Apparently, he
Picks
attacked
Collin up
her.
on November 12th. She brings him to Auburndale, which is she teaches, and her in-person teaching job is here in Polk County. So that is her main residence, is Polk County. But that's a 55 and older community. You're not supposed to have kids there for very long. You've got Kathy yelling, demanding that Susan bring her son back. You can't steal him from me, even though this is a resolution to the argument that Collin and Kathy had, and that Collin is saying he doesn't feel safe with his mom. At any rate, next day, Susan, who is a trooper, brings Collin back to his mom. Best decision? Probably not, but I don't think you can ever know what other people are going through when you're not going through it yourself.
Well, and Grandma
So she
doesn't
brings
have any
him
right.
back to
Legally, she's obligated to
Kathy.
return him
And they're all together in the home.
unless she's got
And Susan will
custodial
tell you
rights.
quite honestly that she doesn't remember if it was this day or another day, because there were many days like this where she took Collin and then Kathy insisted she bring him back. And then Kathy would go on a tirade against Collin when he came back. It may have happened this day, it may have happened another day, but Susan will tell you that Kathy punished Collin. Because even though sheriff's deputies had mediated this, Susan's going to take him for the night, let everybody cool down, that when Kathy started insisting that Collin come back to her, and he's 16, doesn't have a driver's license, doesn't have a car at this point, and he's with his grandmother. And apparently grandmother, Susan, didn't bring him back quickly enough to Kathy's liking, but Kathy punishes Collin.
Well, that's lovely.
Susan will tell you she saw Kathy make him do a whole bunch of push-ups and holding weights above his head. And then she whipped him with a belt in front of Susan.
Oh, okay.
And Susan said, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's going too far. And Kathy says, no, it's not, because Corporal Rentis said I can discipline him any way I want. Which isn't true, by the way. But so Susan, the walking on eggshells that she has done for years with Kathy, you know, can't do much about it, she feels. Later that same day as they're eating, Kathy is, these are Susan's word, reading Collin the Riot Act about this is how it's going to be. This is what you're going to do. You have to listen to everything I say because Corporal Rentis says it's okay. Susan thought she was being way too harsh. And I realize parents differ in how they treat kids. That's fine. And Collin did stand up and say, let's just do this. Now, Collin told the police, because they did get involved, and this is when he got arrested, that his mom kept telling him to shut up, and he wouldn't shut up. And you'll see some examples of that on the Ring video. Collin would talk back. Best decision? Obviously not. But he says that when he wouldn't shut up, his mom hit him in the face, punched him in the face. So he grabbed her and did a wrestling move where he basically flung her to the ground. He fully admits that. He says that while he was doing that, he kneed her in the stomach. Okay? He never denied doing that. At any rate, Susan says when he stood up and said, let's do this, she went to get her phone to call Rentis to try and mediate. And next thing she knew, they were both on the ground. She didn't see Kathy punch him, but she also said it's entirely possible it happened based on her knowledge of her daughter and how she behaves. So after
He
she's
had
on the
no
ground,
right
they're both
to
on the ground,
stab her
Collin
to
gets up and
death.
leaves the house.
Yeah, definitely some
Calls
dysfunction
police.
going on.
That's how the police get involved. Collin called them. And you'll see some of the Ring video, or not Ring video, body worn camera footage from that night with Collin talking to the officers, being very forthcoming. The officer spent a lot of time talking to all three people. Collin ends up getting arrested for domestic violence battery. Kathy denies she ever put her hands on him. He is put in jail that night. And the next morning, when he's getting ready to be released from the juvenile detention center, they say, okay, get in the car with your mom. Because mom's there to pick him up. And Collin says,
Where's
don't make me
Dad
get
in
the
all
car with her.
If
If she attacks me, I'm afraid of what will happen.
Where's-
if she comes
where's-
at me again, I'm going to defend myself.
Where is Dad?
The law enforcement officer at the juvenile
Do
jail
we not
basically
have a
says, I like
dad?
your attitude, get in the car with your mom. So Collin gets in the car with his mom, goes home, and she immediately starts
Oh
making
my
him
God,
do
thank you,
standing
Rachel.
marches with weights above his head. And you'll see that on body worn camera footage, because while the personnel at the jail forced Collin to get in the car with his mom, even though he said he didn't feel safe with her, they did
Oh
call
my
the sheriff's
God,
office and
so he
say, by
killed
the way,
his
I had a kid that
father?
said he might kill his mom, which is not what happened. Well, I wasn't concerned enough about it to not let him get in the car with his mom, but I'm calling you. Can you guys go check? So all these
How did
sheriff's
I do
deputies
that?
troop up to the house. Kathy opens the door, come in, and you see Collin doing this with weights above his head. And the officers separate them and speak with each one. Kathy's saying, he beat the shit out of me last night. This is his form of discipline. He's been doing it since he got home from the jail. Collin is outside talking to the detectives, once again, being very forthcoming. He says, my mom thinks I'm going to hurt her, that I want to hurt her. I don't want to hurt her. But if she comes at me, I'm going to defend myself. Guess what happened that day? Collin gets Baker acted again. So Collin's back in a psychiatric facility for the statements that he made about, I don't feel safe with my mom. If she comes at me, I'm afraid I'll do her harm. Meanwhile, Kathy is calling Corporal Rentis and Detective Zanoniani, all upset that Collin got taken away from her. And then she starts making suicidal statements to them.
Oh
So
my
they send
gosh.
other deputies to the
Seriously,
house,
y'all.
And Kathy gets Baker acted for threatening suicide. So all is not well. At
Hi,
home,
Jojo.
clearly.
Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? You're
After
telling
Collin
me
was
that
arrested for domestic violence
that
battery,
he shot his
Susan, his grandmother,
father?
hired him a lawyer named Jeff Ratkin down in Charlotte County to represent him in those criminal charges. Kathy,
Back in my generation, y'all. Now, my generation, okay? I got to get my camera down a little more. My generation, we got spanked. We had corporal punishment in school. Hell, our teachers would whack us. Sensei, you are not where I need you to be, my dog. It was not uncommon for us to get corporal punishment. So I'm not surprised by what she did in the sense of that was what we were done. Back in our day, a honey boo, a parent whooping out their belt and popping their child on the butt 4 or 5 times was all but expected. And if you were a military family like I was, it was just part of everyday life. You got in trouble, daddy came home, that military belt came off, and it went on your butt. Oh, yeah, they did that too, Lotus. My brother, they made him do a lot of exercises. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we were abused. Well, by today's standards, we were. By today's standards, we were definitely since they come on, get. I can't. My dog gets underneath here, and she's a small lab, but she gets underneath my desk, and then I can't move, and I get claustrophobic. Okay, I'm trying to get comfortable because I've been in this chair since 10 a.m. I'm just saying we used to do that squats. Hell, I even knelt on oatmeal on bare knees. My grandmother did that to me, and I'm just saying. I mean, I held books straight out on my arms in school. I mean, it was a different time. There was no timeout. It was whooping. An air's whooping. Oh, what hurts more than anything is when they make you go outside to the weeping willow tree, Us Southern folks. I'm getting that accent. We had a weeping willow tree, and they go out there and say, "Pick your switch, honey, and skin it." So you'd pick a one of the little weeping willow tree branches where we're super thin at the end, and then you would strip the bark off of it, which took some time. And then you bring it in, and you think the thinner one would be better because it would break. Oh, no, no, child. If they didn't like it, you got to go pick another one and do it all over again. Then you go to school with whelps on the back of your leg. But you're right, she wolf. There was respect. I would never say the things to my mom that kids do today. Even now, with my mom being 80 years old and I as an adult, there are things I'd love to just unleash sometimes, but there's a respect. You just don't do it. I get you. I'm not saying it's right. It's just a different time.
He is back and forth about what she wants to happen. Sometimes she wants the charges dropped. Sometimes she wants Collin to get diversion. Sometimes she wants him to, get the books thrown at him. Jeff Ratkin realizes that this is not a good situation. So he crafted what's called a 751 agreement. And this is an agreement between Kathy and Susan that allows for concurrent custody of Collin. And you'll see the legal paperwork. It was signed and notarized by Kathy and Susan and Mr. Ratkin. It was filed with the courts. The court ordered this concurrent custody agreement, meaning that Collin could be with either Susan or Kathy. Each one of them could make medical decisions for him. Each one of them could enroll him in school, that they had equal authority over Collin.
Yep, Grandma got
and the idea
partial
was to kind of
equal custody.
give everybody a break and respite. Kathy sometimes misinterprets that concurrent custody agreement. You'll see in some of her text messages or hear her on Ring video leaving messages for other people or talking to them. The agreement says that you can only have him if I'm mentally incapable of taking care of him or if I'm physically incapacitated, which is not true. You'll see the paperwork. At any rate, she has this very ambivalent, is a very tame term.
She had her own ideas of the understanding.
Very ambivalent feelings about whether Collin should be with her or not with her. And over the next few months, so December 2023 into the first few months of 2024, there is a lot of back and forth, meaning Collin goes between Susan and his mom. Meanwhile, he's still going to school and everything and keeping up his grades. You'll hear from Susan that Kathy would alternately kick him out again, say, get out of here, I don't want you here anymore, and then demand that he come back, even when he didn't want to.
But did
Several
Mom admit
calls
to
over the
pulling a
months
pew
from a
pew?
variety
Is
of
there
people,
evidence to that fact?
from
We'll find
Susan,
out.
from other family members, from Jeff Ratkin, saying that Kathy is suicidal. She has a gun in the house. She's threatened to kill herself. She actually does overdose a time or two. So that's what's going on in those months.
Is Mom bipolar? Not being
In
judgmental,
February,
just asking.
and it's going to be unclear exactly how all this occurs, but DCF gets involved again.
I'm used to it saying
Collin repeats
CPS.
that he doesn't feel safe at home with his mother. This is, after the suicide attempts and Baker acts for Kathy.
Dial phones with long cord lines were the
tells them,
days.
I'd rather be in DCF custody. I'd rather be in
Playing
foster
in the
care. I'd rather
backyard,
be
front
anywhere
yard,
but
yep.
at home with Mom. I'm scared.
Those were the
DCF wants him to live
days.
full time with Susan. Kathy will not have it. Detective
And if you don't know
Zinnerliani
what
is
that
saying,
was, go
all these
Google
people
it.
have intervened and tried to come up
Damn
with a
it.
solution.
Poke number
Kathy will not
12.
have it. Somehow, Collin ends up back with Mom, but because he doesn't feel safe, he runs away again, telling everybody, I don't feel safe. Law enforcement gets involved again. They find a gun in the home, which Kathy had lied to them about and said, oh no, I gave it to somebody else for safekeeping. Oh no, there's a gun there. She also claims that Collin attacked her again to law enforcement. She said he was trying to run away and he battered me. So the sheriff's deputies look at her Ring video and they're like, there was no battery. She tried to step in front of him and block him from leaving, escaping the situation, and may have brushed by her. That's what she was calling a battery and trying to get him arrested. But then she would have probably demanded that he come back home with her. Needless to say, much chaos. In March, in what I hope is a little bit of positive news in all of this, Collin gets his driver's license and he gets a job at Domino's. And
I just
did
called.
get a car.
I'm getting Domino's delivery.
Kathy didn't buy him the car like she wants everybody to believe. It came from a trust that existed separate from Kathy.
I ordered Domino's tonight.
He's still going back and forth between Susan and Kathy, managing to accomplish things as a 17-year-old, 16 and 17-year-old. And then we get to the end of August, beginning of September of 2024. And you'll see a text from Kathy in the end of August saying to her mom and to other people, I'm going into that dark place again. My therapist thinks I should go to a facility for at least a few days, but she doesn't. September 7th, you heard about the whole bookshelf thing. There was, in fact, an argument over whether Collin would help her put up a bookshelf. And he is not being entirely respectful to her when he says, it'll take too long, I have to go to work. Also, there aren't studs on that wall. If we put it up there, it's going to fall and it's probably going to hurt someone. So did he help her put up the bookshelf? Absolutely not. Should he have? Maybe, but he didn't. And this is Kathy's reaction, and you will hear her words and see her.
Pizza Hut is good. We
Get
just
out.
won't have a good one here.
And don't come back. Even if you're bawling your eyes out. And give me the keys to the house. So Collin's gathering things. He goes out the door. You may or may not see her opening the door and then closing it and locking it with his keys to the locked house inside. So Collin, being kicked out again, calls Susan, who is a concurrent guardian. By the way, Collin had been put on probation for the domestic violence battery, and his probation officer's name was Monique. You'll hear about her. And the court had said that even though most of the time you're not allowed to go out of the county when you're on probation, unless you're with a parent, it's okay for Collin to go visit his grandmother in another county. Just got to let Monique know. Okay. So Collin emails Monique, says, I'm going to my grandmother's. Called his grandmother, said, Mom kicked me out. Can I go to your house? She said, sure. She says, I'm in the Keys right now, but I'll be there tomorrow. Okay. So it wasn't like he was secretly going to this place where he can have a rager. This is something that has happened multiple times. So he drives to Polk County, and you'll hear from the neighbors that his car got there on Saturday and did not move. So meanwhile, Kathy is getting worked up, to say the least, angry. I think one detective may describe her as manic.
And she may be.
She starts in the early morning hours of Sunday the 8th, making repeated calls to Susan and to Collin, and will beg, plead, yell, cuss, call people names. She calls her mom a fucking moron. She is all over the place.
Whoa. Okay, there
insisting that
goes my
Collin come back home.
monetization.
But at the same time, she'd say, I reported the car stolen because the car is not in your name. It's in both our names, and you're not allowed to drive that car. But you better get in that car and come right back home. But wait, I took money out of your bank account, so you can't even afford to put gas in it, but you better come back home. Get in that car and come back home. I'm going to sell the car. I sold the car. I'm already up in Auburndale. I found a buyer whose aunt lives in that community and who gave me the gate code so I could come into the neighborhood in Auburndale, and I couldn't see the car at Susan's house. You're in big trouble because I already sold that car. She was nowhere near Auburndale. You'll see the ring video. She was at her home. But she made up this elaborate story about having gone to Auburndale, gotten the gate code from the buyer's aunt, and going in and not seeing the car when the neighbors were like, the car never left.
This is sick.
She is doing everything she can to get Collin to come home. She calls law enforcement, Detective Zanoniani and Corporal Rentis. There's no secret that Collin is in Auburndale and that his grandmother has okayed it. It's okay with his probation officer. Everybody tells Kathy, let him stay in Auburndale. Let him stay in Auburndale. Let him stay in Auburndale. Kathy claims on one of her phone calls that the police gave her.
I'm still stuck on how in the hell did he unalive his father? Why?
Until she was going to get in trouble for him.
I'm sure we'll find out.
No.
All right. Well, I'll have my hand on the beeper. I'll just won't monetize it.
Listen to her messages. Despite everyone telling her, let Collin stay in Auburndale.
I got to go unlock the door. I'll be right back.
She was the one who was angry. You'll hear Collin's voice when she says, are you coming home or not? No. Which is what law enforcement, Susan, everybody recommended, is that he don't go home. She went to him. She went to where he was safe. And neighbors that you heard about will tell you that she came in hot and angry, that she sped into this quiet 55 and older community, whipped her car into the driveway, whipped it back out, pulled in front of the house, got out, slammed the door, and marched up to the carport door. Collin was never in the yard where her earbud was. She went up to the house and went in the house angry. Within a few minutes, Kathy comes back out of the house, unlocks Collin's car, and starts throwing all of his stuff into it. And then after she's done throwing his stuff into it, you'll hear the neighbors say that she was yelling and shaking her fist, and it looked like she was the one who was being aggressive, and that Collin was standing in the doorway. So there's a door that goes into the living room and out to the carport, and that he was standing in the doorway. And when she comes up and you'll hear varying terms. You'll hear that he put his hand on her shoulder by where her ponytail was and kind of brought her inside. I don't know that you'll hear a neighbor say that he dragged her from the yard by her ponytail, by her hair. They will say that they heard her yelling. You can evaluate whether you think Collin was doing anything at that point to harm her. That's going to be part of your decision. Or if you think he was trying to avoid her making a scene in the community where teenagers aren't supposed to be living, you'll hear from the neighbors that they had seen Collin there before. He was never a problem. He would visit Susan because, like I said, he went back and forth, but they had never seen Kathy there before, ever. So Kathy and Collin go back into the house, and it's about an hour later that Collin calls 911, crying, upset, saying, "We got in a long fight. My mother's bleeding out. Please send someone right away." The 911 operator explains how to do CPR, tells him to move her, to lay her on her back to be able to do CPR. You'll hear him doing CPR on her while counting with the 911 operator. And intermittently, he'll say, "Just send someone. She's not bleeding anymore." And when first responders get there, she was already dead. What you're going to have to decide at the end of all this, and by the way, Collin has wounds too,
I got mac
is
and
whether the
cheese.
state has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that what they claim happened, that Collin somehow planned this. He's been plotting it for months. If he murdered and
Why
dragged his mom
not,
into the
Penny?
house
Hello.
she went to, where he
Why? I have a question. Why will he not allow them to know it was his father? It would prejudice them. I get that. But everyone's going to want to know, where's the father? They may figure it out. You could agree that arguing she was trespassing. Yep. If you love someone, set them free. If they come back, it was meant to be. Oh, I remember that poem. That was one of the first poems I ever memorized.
was safe to kill her, or whether what Collin had been saying he was afraid would happen and that had happened in the past actually was what occurred. That his mom came to him, went into the house where he was safe, and attacked him, and he had to defend of his mother.
Remember not to.
What the heck happened? I'm not touching anything.
Step this way. Stand right here, raise your right hand. All truth.
I don't know what that was. Come on. Okay. Glitchy today. I know it will prejudice them, but still.
Step this way. Stand right here, raise your right hand for the business word.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir.
So just start filling out some material. Good morning.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Will you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is Laura Ellis, Loraellis.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
Tell the jury about your education and training and experience.
I have 800 hours of on-the-job training with Polk County Sheriff's Office, and our education is ongoing. So they offer us education as the year goes on with classes through the agency.
And what is your job title at the Sheriff's Office?
Forensic investigator.
What does that mean?
We respond to multiple calls for service. We obtain digital photographs, collect evidence, and process scenes as needed.
Have you been to a number of homicide scenes during your career?
Yes, sir.
Have you also responded to other types of crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
Now, this particular case, I want to direct your attention to September 8th of last year. Do you recall how you became involved with the case?
We received a call from our dispatch center requesting us to respond to the address.
And where did you respond to?
77 Hewlett Drive in Auburndale.
And is that in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you have any basic information en route to the scene?
We were just informed that we needed to respond and call in reference to a death investigation.
My
When
God,
you get
she's
there,
so
what do
young
you see
looking.
first, or who do you see first?
I made contact with Detective Peters and forensic investigator Bange.
Is Detective Peters, Detective Danny Peters with the homicide division?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And did he end up being the lead detective in this case?
Yes, sir.
Without telling us anything he might have said, did he kind of give you a little briefing of what was going on?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
We waited for a search warrant to be obtained for the property.
And after the search warrant was obtained, did that give you legal authority to then do whatever you wanted to do to process the scene effectively?
Within the bounds of the warrant.
About what time were you there that evening?
What time did I arrive on scene?
Yes.
At approximately 19:09 hours.
All right. That's 7:09 p.m.
Yes.
Now, what was your first order of business once the search warrant was approved and you took the next step?
We started obtaining digital photographs of the scene as observed.
Were you able to see both inside the house and outside the house?
Yes.
And what type of community was it in general?
More like a senior living community. It was multiple like mobile homes.
Were the homes did they appear to be well taken care of?
Yes, sir.
Like nicely manicured lawns?
Yes.
The houses were in order?
Yes.
Now, outside the residence, did you get an opportunity to see a couple of cars that were there at the scene?
I did.
What color and what make of cars were those?
One was a white Volkswagen Jetta, and one was a black Volkswagen Jetta.
Where was the black Jetta?
It was underneath the carport on the south side of the residence.
And how about the white car?
It was in the roadway west of the residence.
Was it parked?
Yes.
Now, have you had an opportunity previously to see states exhibits 1 through 99? That also includes 77A and 77B.
Yes, sir.
And are those photographs that you took that document the scene and some things that you saw and impounded at the scene?
Yes, sir.
Did they fairly accurately depict everything?
Yes, sir.
At this time, the state removes states 1 through 99, which also includes 77A and 77B in evidence.
Any objection?
No, sir.
They are received.
Now, in addition to that, at some later date, were you able to take some aerial photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you do that?
We respond to the PCSO hangar in Bartow, and then they take us via helicopter, and we fly over the area and obtain digital photographs from the helicopter.
And are those depicted in state exhibits?
I sure could do that.
167 through 169, in addition to
I've done
Google Map
helicopter
overhead?
photography
Yes,
at
sir.
school.
You're on at this time, the state removes states 167.
Come get the
to
mac and cheese
169
if you want
evidence.
it.
Objection.
No objection.
They are received.
Now, I want to talk a little bit about before we publish the photographs, the overhead aerial photographs. Do those show like how the neighbors' houses are situated across the street?
Yes, sir.
So kind of give a vantage point of what people might see from different locations, depending on where they lived in relationship to the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
Now, in general, when you go to a crime scene, besides what you physically do, what are your objectives in terms of the integrity of the scene?
We do everything possible to protect the scene and any evidence that may be in it. So we pretty much limit who is in and out. It's mostly our homicide detectives as well as our forensic investigators that come in and out of the scene.
Now, the homicide detectives that are there, are they all doing like different things and have different responsibilities?
Yes.
Did anybody tell you what to do, or do you know what you need to do?
So we have a crime scene detective that typically will stay with us throughout the entire time that we're on the crime scene. And they tell us what they want us to collect, or what they want specific photographs of while we're on scene.
All right, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish the photographs. Thank you. I may have some questions for you on a lot of these photographs, some perhaps not, but not surprisingly, we're going to start with.
It may get graphic. I'm going to do my best
Can
to
you see it
kind
on
of
the screen as well?
monitor
Yes,
that,
sir.
but it may
Can
happen.
you jurors as well see it? Okay. Tell the jury about what information that provides.
So this puts the date that we arrived, the date that the time that I'm going to start taking my photographs, our case number that's provided by the agency, what kind of investigation or call that I've responded to, the address, the city, who the victim is, and who my detective for the case is.
And what time where did you start taking the photographs?
21:54.
What does that mean?
That's the military time. It was 9:54, I believe.
All right. As
No.
we continue on, state exhibit number 2. This,
That is the outside of the residence.
and it's the black car and the white car, the Volkswagens, are they visible there?
Yes.
State exhibit 3. State
Yeah,
exhibit
that
4.
would be 9.
Now, in state exhibit 4, is there an entryway, like a doorway into the house
There is. It's along the north side of that carport.
to the left of the black car?
Correct.
And I noticed in the bottom left corner, there appears to be some mulch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 5, is that the doorway you spoke of?
Correct. Yes, sir.
State exhibit 6. You noticed something in the mulch.
Come
That caught your
on.
attention when you were documenting the scene.
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 7. Is that a close-up of what you noticed?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
It's a white AirPod.
State exhibit 8. State exhibit 9.
Oh.
On the trunk of the black Volkswagen appears to be something. What is that?
It is a set of keys.
Going back to state exhibit 9, did that appear to include also a car key?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 10, outside and out. State exhibit 11. The first interior shot in this sequence. To kind of situate the jury to what they're looking at.
So that's the living room of the residence?
The door that's visible kind of in the upper left-hand corner, is that the door we saw from the outside?
Yes.
So if somebody drags somebody in through near the carport, would that be the entranceway?
Objection.
Oh,
Calls for speculation.
I ate too much too
If
fast.
somebody
I'm
drags
hurting.
somebody in through right next to the carport, would that be the door that they would enter through?
Yes.
It appears that there's something white on the wood floor. Is that correct?
Yes.
State exhibit 12. Now, how would you describe the interior of the house? Not the actual where Kathy laid, but the rest of the house. How was it?
Very well maintained, very clean, very organized.
Grandma's house.
State exhibit number 13. What is that?
It is another white AirPod.
Did it appear to be the matching one or a similar one to the one found in the mulch?
Yes.
Oh,
State exhibit 14. You know what that is?
It is the case for the earbuds.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but so the AirPod outside, the AirPod inside, and the case for the AirPods, once you get inside, does that start going back towards where you ended up finding Kathy on the floor?
Yes.
State exhibit 15. What do you see kind of in the background there? Where does that pathway lead to? If you go all the way back, does that enter the kitchen?
It does. Yes.
Now, in your route to the kitchen, did anything look like it was knocked over or messed up, or did everything look pretty clean and in place?
It looks pretty clean and in place.
State exhibit 16. Is this a picture of the kitchen?
Yes.
Now, the island, the bar, the island there, is the victim on the other side of that.
Yes.
That's a sliding door there. Is that a sliding glass door?
Yes, sir.
State exhibit 17. That's an entryway and an exitway.
Yes.
All right, now state exhibit 18. To the left of that sliding glass door, are there a washing machine and dryer maybe?
Yes.
Did you see a knife at the scene?
Yes.
And is that knife visible in that photograph?
Yes.
This is state exhibit 19. Is that a closer up of what appears to be a bloody knife?
Yes.
State exhibit 20. State exhibit 21. Is this a close up of that same bloody knife?
Yes.
Now, the jurors may see for the first time a yellow marker with the number 10 on it. What does that mean?
It's how we show where evidence is in our photos, so it gives a better layout of where everything is in reference to each other.
Did you impound that knife?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to take a look at State Exhibit 199?
Yes.
And is that the knife, the bloody knife from the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state removes State Exhibit 199 into evidence.
Any objection? It is received.
Now, does the knife, and in a moment you'll have an opportunity to show the jury the knife, but does the knife look different today as opposed to when it's in the picture there?
Yes.
And why is that?
May I refer to my report?
Yes, ma'am.
On Wednesday, January 22nd, Detective Peters placed the knife into a temporary evidence locker in the Forensic Investigations Office for me to process for possible latent prints.
And when you process an item for latent prints, describe to the jury what's the process and what does that mean?
So in this case in particular, I took a chemical agent called Sudan Black, which helps us see latent prints that may possibly be in blood.
And what are latent prints?
Latent prints are fingerprints that are left behind from the oils on your hands.
So hypothetically, if somebody puts their thumbprint on something, you might be able to visibly see some prints?
Possibly.
Or perhaps doing what you were doing, you might be able to lift some prints that might not quite be visible to the human eye?
Yes.
Now, before that knife got to you for that work request, had it previously gone to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
And at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, did they process evidentiary items for the presence of DNA and or fingerprints, depending on what the request is?
Yes.
And without saying anything about any results or anything, but did FDLE do their analysis on the knife for DNA before you did your fingerprint analysis?
Yes.
Now, do the detectives under a crime scene have to kind of think about which one to do first, or if both are feasible?
It's up to the lead detective on the case, if they want us to process it first or if they would like it to go to FDLE first.
And is that a calculated decision that the detective could speak about?
Yes.
Now, so tell the jury about what did you actually do? I know you described it a little bit. What's that process like?
So it is a chemical agent that is black in color, and we cover whatever the area is that's covered in apparent blood. We cover it in that chemical, we let it sit for a minute, and then we wash it off. And we can also repeat it to try and darken any possible latent prints on the item.
Where do you do that?
I did it at the Forensic Investigations Office in Winter Haven.
And that's a secure, clean place?
Yes.
After you did all that, what were your results?
I was met with negative results.
Does that mean there were no latent prints that you were able to see or lift that could be compared to anything?
Yes.
And did you have an opinion about, is it difficult to get latent prints after an item's already been processed for DNA?
I don't particularly have an opinion on that.
Okay. So at the end of your results, in essence, you couldn't decide that there was anybody's fingerprints on that knife, correct?
Correct.
And are there certain reasons why somebody may leave a fingerprint or not leave a fingerprint?
Yes.
And fingerprints are not always left on an item, correct? Even if somebody handles it?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Your Honor, could forensic investigator Ellis get off the witness stand to show the jury the knife? Thank you. For the record, the State Exhibit 199 will be shown to the jury by Investigator Ellis.
This is a very clean trial.
And ladies and gentlemen, I do want to advise you that any item that's received in evidence will go back with you to the jury room during deliberations. So you'll have plenty of time to examine anything that's received. But from time to time, the parties may wish to publish evidence here in open court.
Okay, make sure all the jurors can see it, and then you can have a seat.
Please would be nice coming out of your mouth.
Thank you, Ms.
Yes.
At least there was a thank you.
All right, we'll continue on with the photographs. State Exhibit number 22. Now, what is approximately the total length of that knife, blade and handle?
12 inches or 1 foot.
And then in terms of the actual knife blade, approximately how many inches is the knife blade?
It's approximately 7.
You said 7 inches?
Yes, sir.
Now, State Exhibit 23, could you situate us to, if you continue to the left on that photograph, where are you headed towards?
Back towards that living room area.
The living room and then eventually the door that we saw earlier?
Yes.
And does that give a view of what you were describing in 24?
Yes.
25. What begins to be visible in State Exhibit 25?
The victim.
Now, on the left side of the photograph, is that some of the sliding glass door blinds?
Yes.
So is it a fair statement her head seems to be fairly close to that area?
Yes.
Above her head on the floor, what is that pictured?
It's a brown purse backpack.
All right, State Exhibit 26. Is that who you would later find out to be Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
The blood that you noticed at this scene, is that one of the first pictures of the blood and how high it went?
Yes.
Is it a fair statement that the blood didn't go super high up on the walls or the cabinets, but seemed more down low?
Yes.
27. Now in 27, what's the white thing and the gray thing by her head?
So the white thing is a towel, and the gray thing is a shirt.
Is the neck or the stab wound visible a little bit there?
Yes.
It's on the right side of her neck, is that correct?
Yes.
28. As we get closer to the purse/backpack you described, was blood clearly visible all over it?
Yes.
And that surface area, is that kind of what, if somebody put it on their back, that would be touching their back?
Yes.
29. I want to ask you about in this upper corner here, your upper right-hand corner, there appears to be coagulated blood. Is that correct?
Yes.
What does coagulated mean?
It's when blood has been sitting for quite a bit of time, it starts to gather together.
Did you document also the blood inside and outside the purse?
Yes.
Is that blood between the deputy's wrists there?
Yes.
Is that blood all in the interior of the purse as well?
Yes.
For the record, that's State Exhibit 31. State Exhibit 32. State Exhibit 33. What's that pink zipper pouch?
It was a makeup bag that she had within the brown purse backpack.
Did it appear there was blood on that as well?
Yes.
34. Does that show a wallet?
Yes.
35. Is there blood on that wallet?
Yes.
36. Whose driver's license and whose picture is that?
That's the victim's driver's license.
Were you able to determine, obviously, that the purse and the contents were Kathy's?
Yes.
37.
Y'all,
Was Kathy wearing
sometimes it just
basically a
goes
black
crazy.
t-shirt and some jean shorts?
Yes.
Was she also at one point wearing some Under Armour flip-flops?
I do not know if she was wearing Under Armour flip-flops at one point.
Did you see some Under Armour flip-flops close to her body?
Yes.
But how they got there, you're unaware?
Correct.
She is
Now, it
doing
appears that
great
her-
at
Her
testifying,
arm from
y'all.
approximately her upper forearm/elbow area is obstructed. Was her arm under something?
Yes.
What
Her
was-
arm was under the kitchen island.
38.
She
that
is
the neck
doing a
wound?
good job with
Yes.
her testimony. She's not hypothesizing. She's this
40,
excuse me.
41. Tell the jury about why do you put a ruler up next to the neck wound?
It shows length and width of the injuries on the victim's body.
And is that wound basically wide open?
Yes.
All right, 42. Is that the dishwasher?
Yes.
What's the red thing, the red stuff?
It's apparent blood.
And is that to the left of that same dishwasher?
Yes.
Now going back to 42 for a second. In front of the dishwasher, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
And Kathy's on basically like the other side of it, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how the blood got all the way over there?
I do not.
Continuing on to 44. In the forefront or front of the photograph there, is that same kitchen island?
Yes.
Now, is the knife block from which the knife came from visible in this photograph?
Yes.
Going back for a moment. Where in this photograph is it visible?
It's to the left of the stove.
Is it kind of like a wooden block there?
Yes.
And were there a number of knives still in the block?
Yes.
And then, of course, an empty space for the knife you located?
Yes.
45. Now, is this obviously of Kathy's legs and feet?
Yes.
And by her feet, what were the 4 items that you found on the floor there?
There was a left flip flop, a right flip flop, 2 phone charging cords, and a set of keys.
Is that blood on the cupboard in the upper left of the photograph?
Yes.
48. Are those the items you mentioned?
Yes.
And it appears that there's an Under Armour logo on one of the flip flops. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does that appear to be apparent blood in State Exhibit 49 on the bottom of Kathy's flip flop?
Yes.
In State Exhibit 50, does there appear to be some apparent blood on the other flip flop?
Yes.
And those are a matching pair, is that correct? Both Under Armour? In State Exhibit number 51, does there appear to be blood underneath the chargers?
Yes.
52, 53, 54. Did you see various marks and bruises and or scrapes on Kathy's legs and feet, or Kathy's legs?
Yes.
Continuing on with 55 and 56. All right, going to 57. Does that show what you were describing, her right arm being under the kitchen island?
Yes.
Going back to 57, the bottom of the island, does there appear to be a lot of blood near her arm, extending to the left and the right?
Yes.
And on that single door by the shelves, is that blood?
Yes.
$59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66. Is the knife lock much more apparent in this photograph?
Yes.
You mentioned to the left of the stove on the countertop.
Yes, sir.
67, 68, 69. Now in 69, is there something on the island that caught your attention?
Yes, sir.
And what was that?
The victim's cell phone.
And it appears that the countertop of that kitchen island is pristine and nothing knocked over, no problems.
Yes, sir.
In 71, is that a close-up of Kathy's cell phone?
Yes, sir.
And the time at that point was 11:09 on Sunday, September 8th, as you're taking photographs?
Yes, sir.
Now, on the screen, there appears to be some pictures or icons. Were you able to kind of take a close-up and figure out what those were? Can you see on your screen?
Yes, sir. They were notifications on her phone.
And who did she get notifications from? Can you read the print?
She had a missed call from Susan Deathman, and it appears a text message from a Detective Lacey.
And are you able to see a little bit of the content of that text message from the detective?
Yes, sir.
What does it say?
I tried to call you.
In 73, there appears to be some yellow tape and rulers. What's the purpose of that?
That is for us to do bloodstain documentation.
I also noticed that the island appears to no longer be there in the kitchen, exposing Kathy's right arm and hand and watch. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How did you move the island?
We had about 3 or 4 of the homicide detectives move the island.
And was that in order to document what was underneath the island?
It was in an effort to preserve any blood, apparent blood that may be on the floor underneath and around the victim.
And does 74 show some additional blood that would have been under the island by the victim's right hand?
Yes.
75. Is that the white towel and the gray shirt you mentioned earlier?
Yes.
Now, from 75 to 76, did you take off the gray shirt to investigate further?
Yes.
What does 76 show?
It's an apparent slit in the gray t-shirt.
And are you aware of how that got there?
I am not.
Are you aware when that got there?
No.
Are you aware of who did that?
No.
77. What's that show?
It's a small hole in the shirt.
Where on the shirt is that? Like front or back? Do you remember?
It's the back left shoulder of the shirt.
Do you know what caused that?
No,
Do you know how it got there?
no,
When it got there?
no,
Who did that to that shirt?
no,
Whether it was purposeful or accidental?
No.
All right, as we move on to 77A, is that same shirt?
yes.
And where do you take that photograph of the shirt?
I was at the forensic investigations office.
And is that like a gray camo shirt?
Yes.
77B appears to be a close-up. What was the purpose of the close-up? What does it show?
It's showing apparent blood
Where on that shirt is the apparent blood?
underneath the collar of the shirt.
And I believe you might be able to point to something on the screen with a mouse.
Mouse up there on the-
This
If you could, for for everybody's benefit, kind of show where the apparent blood is.
it is about right here on the shirt.
Okay. All right, moving on to 78. Is that Kathy's feet,
Yes.
foot? Excuse me. And there's apparent blood all over her foot.
Yes.
Karen was 79 and 80, 81, 82. Were you able to see bruises on different parts of her arms and legs?
Yes.
83. Now in 84, I take it at this point, Kathy had been taken away. Is that correct?
Yes.
Does this show what would have been underneath Kathy's body,
Yes.
including the coagulated blood at the top of the photograph you mentioned?
Yes.
Okay, for the record, that was 85. Now we go outside. 86, is that black Volkswagen that was right by the door, by the carport?
Yes.
The interior of the car in 87, did you find a cell phone in that car
Yes.
and a computer,
Yes.
laptop? 88, is that the black cell phone?
Yes.
And were you able to determine this was the defendant's car and the white car was Kathy's car?
I wasn't made aware of which car was which on scene.
Did you find it out later?
Yes.
Excuse me. The next photograph, which is 89. What does that say on that paperwork?
It says the R. Fred Lewis 2021 Florida High School mock trial competition.
And then 90, is that a continuation of that paperwork?
Yes.
And what's the subject matter of that? If you could read what you're able to make out.
Would you like me to read what I can from
Yes.
this? The victim, a Caucasian male, approximately 5'11" in height and weighing approximately 235 pounds. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the back of the head, caused by a smooth, rounded object, cylindrical in shape, consistent with a tire iron. The blow to the head lacerated the skin, causing substantial bleeding and crushed the skull, causing bone fragments to become embedded in the brain. The time of death is estimated to have been between 10 and 11:30 p.m. on January 3rd, 2020. The defendant's criminal record includes convictions for the misdemeanors of battery, disorderly intoxication, trespass, and vandalism, and the felony offense of cultivation of marijuana.
And for the record, this has nothing to do with the defendant, correct?
Correct.
Okay, continue.
The first two convictions were in 2011 and grew out of a barroom fight. The trespass and vandalism charges relate to a protest by the defendant and several others at the Pinnacle Paper Company on Thanksgiving Day 2019, during which windows and doors were spray painted with red paint and a load of manure was dumped at the entrance of the administrative building. The drug conviction was in 2004. Of the registered vehicles in Canton County, there are 414 Ford F-150.
And where was this paperwork found?
It was in the black Jetta.
91, is that a wallet?
Yes.
92, when you open the wallet, whose ID did you find?
Collin Griffith.
93, is this the back seat?
Yes.
And on the rear left floorboard, was there a uniform of some type?
Yes.
And did you find out upon closer inspection it was a Domino's work uniform?
Yes.
95, going to the car parked on the street, is that what you would later find out to be Kathy's white Volkswagen?
Yes.
96, was it clean inside?
Yes.
And did you find any objects of note in the front seat?
No.
Did you find any objects of note in the back seat?
No.
Were any firearms or weapons found in her car?
No, sir.
Going to 98, pop the trunk open. What did you see in the trunk?
An organizer and just some mix and match bags.
And then finally 99, did there appear to be some like roaster bags maybe?
Yes.
All right, now we're going to segue briefly to 167 to 169. Going to the aerial overheads. Thank you. All right, 167. Could you please point to the jury? Point for the jury with the red arrow again, where the crime scene house is located. All right, so that's the carport, the driveway, the mulch you can kind of see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the two houses that seem to be most directly across the street, could you put the arrow on those two houses? All right, thank you. And then 168, could you point to the crime scene house? All right. And the houses across the street. And then finally, the last photograph. That's the crime scene house there. And all right, thank you. Now, describe to the jury in a general sense, when you see evidence or things that might be evidence, how do you impound it, or what do you do with it?
So we first talk to our detective on scene, whoever our homicide detective is, or any general detective, depending on the type of call that it is, and we confirm with them that they want it collected as an item of evidence. We take brown paper bags with us into scenes, and we will write the time that we've collected it, what the item is, and where we've collected it from. And then we put them all together, and we will take them back with us to the office to put in a temporary evidence locker.
Did you take fingernail swabbings and or clippings from the victim?
Yes.
Describe to the jury what that means and how you did that.
So we first got permission from the medical examiner to be able to do that on scene, but for swabbings, we take a wet cotton swab that we wet with water, and then we take a dry cotton swab and we rub underneath the fingernails of the victim. And then we will also take fingernail clippers and clip the victim's fingernails and place them in a small manila envelope that has a glassine envelope in it as well.
And can your end product then be sent to FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, for them to do any analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
Such as DNA comparisons or things of that nature?
Yes.
Now, between the victim's right hand, between her index finger and her thumb, and like the webbing there, did you notice an injury?
Yes.
Did you describe it as a laceration?
Yes.
Now, when a victim is taken to the medical examiner's office, do they take photographs that document the body, the injuries, the external and the internal?
Yes.
All right, Investigator Ellis, I don't have any further questions for you.
Investigator Ellis, I just have a few questions for you. When you took the pictures that have been shown to the jury today, that was many hours after Kathy Griffith died, correct?
I am not sure of the exact time of death for her.
Well, you responded at about 7,
Yes.
right? And you didn't take pictures until after 9.
Yes.
So at least those 2 hours, if not longer.
Correct.
And during those 2 hours, you don't know who all was in that kitchen, do you?
No.
And before you even arrived on scene at about 7, you don't know who was in that kitchen?
No.
Are you aware that first responders or emergency medical technicians did respond to the scene to perform life-saving functions on Kathy Griffith?
Yes.
And you're aware of that partly because she had some of the stickers that they use on her body, right?
Yes.
The area where Kathy Griffith was laying is a fairly tight area, right?
Yes.
So have you been on scenes before when emergency medical technicians are trying to revive someone or save their lives?
I have not been present while they are performing life-saving measures. I've been present after the fact.
Okay, so you're not aware of how frantic it is and how many people have to get close to the body?
Correct.
Okay, but it's at least possible that first responders or emergency medical technicians may have altered the kitchen in some way, not on purpose, but in their efforts to save Kathy Griffith.
Yes.
May have stepped on things, right? Like blood.
This is true.
Yes.
But
And they may
usually
have
they
moved items that got in their way.
we notify.
right?
If we know we
Like the bag that we saw in the picture.
Yes.
if I go on a place and I'm the first to arrive and and I need to perform CPR, for example, and I have to overstep a knife, for example, or a sharp object or a lead shooter or whatever, I will notate later. This thing's driving me nuts. I will let them know after the situation is in a place that I can do so. I will let them know, hey, FYI, I moved this item from this position.
The
Driving me
Are you
mad.
also aware that Collin Griffith actually performed CPR for quite some time on Kathy Griffith before anybody else responded to the scene?
I did not know anything pertaining to him prior to my arrival.
Have you been trained in how to do CPR on somebody?
Yes.
And one of the first
All of
things
them would have.
anyone is instructed to do is to lay the person flat on their back, right?
Yes.
And that's enabling the person who's performing CPR to get a good surface upon which to do the chest compressions, right?
Yes.
So you have no idea what position Kathy Griffith was in either when she suffered the wound to her neck or shortly after she suffered the wound to her neck.
Correct.
Are you aware at all of the mechanics of how wounds work?
I
Yes.
do not have any experience with wounds.
Okay.
No.
I'll save that for somebody else then. The flip-flops that you spoke about, they were actually reversed, right? Like the left one was on the right and the right one was on the left in the picture.
Yes.
Trying to
And
get it
one
out
was
of
turned
face.
upside down.
Yes.
So it wasn't like somebody just fell back out of their shoes, right?
She
It
wouldn't
could be
know.
possible, yes.
And then they flipped and one turned over.
Yes.
The island, you mentioned it took 3 to 4 detectives to lift it and move it. So it wasn't like you could just touch it or bump against it and it would move like this on wheels.
Correct. It was pretty heavy.
Pretty
The
substantial.
shirt that you talked about in the photos, was it actually determined that that shirt belonged to Collin Griffith?
I was never informed if it actually belonged to him. It just had Collin Griffith's name written on the inside of the shirt.
And that shirt was recovered from around Kathy Griffith's neck,
Above her head.
above her head.
Yes,
Okay.
on the floor above her head.
So like it had been possibly taken off and used to either support her head or try and stop the wound from bleeding.
Possibly.
It was
Possibly
right near
the
towels that
strangulation.
were possibly serving that purpose as well.
Could have
right?
strangled her.
And did you take pictures of Collin ever?
I did not. I never made contact with Collin.
All right. The slit that you mentioned on the shirt, where was it on the shirt?
It was on the lower, more midsection left side of the shirt.
So like the torso area?
About right here. Yes.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to stand up and show the jury because they can't see.
It's about right here.
Right here?
Yes.
Okay, so front left side of his stomach area.
Yes.
And you said you never made contact with Collin, so you never took the photographs of him.
I did not. That was forensic investigator.
June or July.
So before September 8th of 2024.
What happened?
So, and you were fired by them? Yes. Okay, so you have no idea what they're doing on this case in Oklahoma, do you?
The purse as well.
Yes.
For the record, that's State Exhibit 31,
I don't know what happened, guys.
State Exhibit 32, State Exhibit 33. What's that pink zipper pouch?
It was a makeup bag that she.
In 73, there appears to be some yellow.
Hours after Kathy Griffith died, correct?
I am not sure of the exact time of death for her.
Well, you responded at about 7. So front left
There we
side
go.
of his stomach area.
All right,
Yes.
guys.
And you said you never made contact with Collin, so you never took the photographs of him.
I did not. That was forensic investigator Bange.
The keys that were seen on the trunk of the black Jetta,
Yes.
that key ring contained several keys on it, right?
Yes.
And although that key ring with keys was on top of the black Jetta, it actually contained the keys to the white Jetta that was parked in the street, right?
I'm not sure.
So you didn't.
I did not unlock the vehicles. The detectives unlocked the vehicles.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way: the keys that were in the kitchen,
Yes.
it was on a round key ring, right? with just a car key.
Yes.
Okay. So did you test that to see that it actually belongs to the black Jetta?
I did not do anything as far as unlocking or locking vehicles.
And when you log evidence, you don't mention like key ring because there are 2 Jettas here, specifying which one the keys go to.
I specified what was on the key rings, but I didn't know what car key in particular went to each car.
The key ring that had just one car key on it, it had no other keys, right?
Correct.
No house keys.
Correct.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
She's done good. She's a good witness.
Stand by for later.
I really like
Free to
her
go
way of
today if you're needed
testifying.
back
She's
to
a good witness. She's a clean witness.
Would you approach off the record briefly?
Straight answers. This is how you want to be a witness. Straight question, straight answer. Don't expand. Don't guess. Don't try to fill in blanks where you weren't there. You don't know. You don't know. Your job, not your job. I really appreciate her testimony. I thought, young girl, because you young, but you did good. You did real good. As some people would say, you done good. You done real good. Getting renewed energy now that I got heat on my back.
Our witness is downstairs. So
All right.
call down for him.
Folks, I think we're going to try to take up one more witness before lunch who should not be very lengthy. The witness is downstairs, however, and I do need to speak with the lawyers about a matter before that witness testifies. So I'm going to ask that you step into the jury room for a few minutes.
All right, please.
Ruh-roh. We got a problem, y'all. Who wants to guess? Okay, now that they're going to do that, why did he unalive his father? Can anybody tell me that? I'm dying to know. Come on, y'all. I know it's night and you're all listening, and I'm very grateful for y'all watching because I wouldn't do it otherwise. But why did he unalive his father? And I know why they're not sharing it with the jury, but I gotta know.
Would you like to suggest exactly what limiting instruction or warning I should give the witness?
I think it should be limited to we conducted an investigation as part of whatever law enforcement agency belonged to then into a shooting death. I don't think it should say at home because Collin being 15 at the time, I think this jury could jump to some conclusions that might be believe it was a family member. So just a shooting death, an investigation. There were 2 shots, and that Collin was a suspect and was arrested, but that he was never charged, up to say.
Uh-oh, now we're coming into the daddy situation that they're not allowed to know who it
I
is.
would propose in
Okay.
conformance with the court's ruling a week or 2 ago that the officer will testify that he was one of the first responders to the scene of a shooting. I don't have a problem saying, not saying that it was a house.
You don't, Lucy, you don't know? You don't know case one? I don't either.
Shot 2 times.
The
Your
people
Honor,
that know probably gone to bed.
asked the question about, or the answer would be acceptable to be shot 2 times, once in the chest, 1 in the head. That it was not in dispute that the defendant was the person that shot and killed the individual. That the defendant was investigated and arrested for the killing. And as of today's date, he has not been indicted for any crimes, and the case remains under investigation.
Remaining under investigation, I don't think that that's appropriate.
We've discussed this previously, and I think, if I remember correctly, it's not something I said. I know I at least thought it, that the time that's relevant as to whether it was pending, the investigation was pending, would have been at the time of the alleged murder, because that goes hand in hand with motive potentially, but that anything.
So he
beyond
has
that,
unalived both of his
you know,
parents. Oh my
at this point,
gosh.
I could see how it might become relevant, but at this point is not relevant. So if the witness knows if at the time of this case or this incident, it was still an open matter.
We could have him say that the state attorney or district attorney of Oklahoma reviewed everything and opted not to file charges, period. I mean, they were
Oh.
in September of 2024.
Well, we all know.
Do you know how many of us military brats
Investigations
were
reopened all the
raised
time,
under
but,
military style?
So
And we didn't unalive our fathers,
you
even though
anticipate he's gonna
sometimes
say
some
about
may
the
wish
time?
they
If
could.
you're saying that would be confined to when she sent the text on that date, September 8th of 2024.
So they are
My
not going to,
understanding is
so
that
he
the
is
officer
off
would say yes,
the
the
hook
case
for
was
that
still
one.
Open and under investigation.
that's not your understanding of
No,
what he
not
was saying.
at all.
Right, well, he's on his way up. You can take a short break for you two to go talk to him in the hallway.
Oh, she ain't happy.
Yeah. Why do we have to say anything about whether the investigation is still open or not?
Well, you aren't.
Or was at the time or wasn't at the time?
It sounds like the defense wants the jury to know that he was in charge and the prosecutor's office reviewed it in Oklahoma and chose not to charge it, which is in essence endorsing the defense position that it wasn't a crime and that it's done and over with and that it was justified self-defense, which I think would be unfair to the state.
This Thornhill's point about open or not open is.
How old was he
Some
when he
taken, but
did
As I
this?
just said, you
Penny,
and
looks
I
like
both
you
know
know.
closed
How old was he?
investigations Are reopened all the time based on new evidence when there's no. I don't know for sure what the statute
That
of
is
limitations
true.
is in Oklahoma,
This
but I
case
imagine,
could possibly
like Florida,
reopen
there is
that.
none for a murder, first degree murder. So that's really the important point: is that while even if it had been closed, it could be reopened. But I don't know that you can get that out of this witness. I also understand the state's perspective that leaving that we decided not to charge him with some determination affirmatively that he acted in self-defense or that he was for some other reason not criminally responsible.
I am not insinuating, nor would I want to ask that was the final word forever. But where we are right now and where we were on September 8th of 2024 is that they had done an investigation. The state attorney's office had
I got
reviewed it, they
12
opted not to charge him.
I got 12 hours sleep last night.
So us speculating what might or might not
Once
happen
in a
the
year
future,
thing.
to either side, I think it would be unfair. If they indicate that the investigation's open.
And I don't
doesn't
have
sound
to be
like
here
he's about
till
to be
10
charged
tomorrow
with murder.
morning.
I agree with that. Whatever's going on today or after the incident is not coming in and is not relevant. What was relevant and what I think a jury, if they need to know anything else, what they need to know is that a closed case doesn't necessarily mean closed forever. A decision not to prosecute
Yes.
is not binding forever.
How about if we
That
say
is
there was a
true.
decision not to file
No, but
charges
how
at that
old
point?
was he when he unalived
Mr. Whitney?
the father?
Well, that's a true statement. I would ask them to go a little bit further. If I understood Your Honor correctly, you were saying what was the status of the investigation, the homicide investigation in Oklahoma on September 8th, 2024, which would be the relevant date of your inquiry.
And my understanding from Ms. Thornhill is that the decision had been made not to prosecute at that point.
In May of 2023.
What I was going to say is regardless.
So
of
this
the fact,
happened in
there were two
23,
things,
a year prior.
What the witness understanding is would give the court some.
I'd be terrified of my
final-
son if he
final
killed his
guidance on how you
father.
should rule. But if he says on September 8th, 2024, it was still an open investigation, then I would ask to be able to elicit that. It's gonna kind of.
I would be petrified
Was not charged.
if I had a child that unalived their father.
September 8th, which is the relevant date of 2024. If this witness knows that the
I don't
case
know,
is
yo.
still under investigation, but he hadn't been charged, and I would argue that's relevant and should be admissible.
But then that could imply that he's charged with it now.
I think I said in my opening statement, if I remember correctly, that he hasn't been indicted.
Here's what we're going to do so we can have a better than what if discussion about this is let you find out from the witness now what he would say in response to your question before I make a decision about it. I thought we had addressed this earlier, but perhaps that's all it was a thought, and we didn't.
It's probably outside, so the defense and I can step out and get that resolved.
All right.
Penny, I had a friend in the American Red Cross by the name of Penny.
If you could,
Just
if you
shout
could
a
get
giggles and
Officer
grin. You're not
Christopher
that Penny, are you? I like that girl.
Sir, you can just stand at the podium right there.
Raise your right hand. Sworn to oath.
He was 14.
Mr. Levine.
Thank you. Officer Hyde, very narrow, specific question. On the date of September 8th, 2024, when Kathy sent a text message to her son, Collin Griffith, regarding exposing some evidence regarding the Oklahoma murder, to your understanding on that date of September 8th of 2024, was the homicide case still under investigation?
Yes.
And at that time, is it a true statement the defendant had not been charged or indicted on any official charges by Oklahoma as it pertained to the shooting? Is that correct?
That is correct.
So he was still under investigation.
Officer Hyde, when did you leave the sheriff's office that investigated this case?
In 2024.
When in 2024?
June or July.
So before September 8th of 2024.
Oh, shoot. The fire trucks are going.
Were fired by them?
Yes.
Okay, so you have no idea what they're doing on this case in Oklahoma, do you?
I have spoken with the district attorney's office there.
Okay, and what has the district attorney's office told you specifically?
That the case is still pending investigation.
Oh,
Who told you that?
District Attorney Thompson. I believe is her last name.
When did they tell you this? After September 8th of 2024?
That is correct.
So on September 8th of 2024, you have no idea what the state attorney's office position was other than they had not charged Collin Griffith?
On that date in particular?
Yes.
That is correct. I
Okay.
do not know on that date.
And then after Kathy Griffith died, you contacted the state attorney's office in Oklahoma and said, by the way, we have this text message. There might be some ring videos of him admitting to planning the death of his father. So I think, that was the basis of them pending an investigation, right?
I have no knowledge of a text message.
Okay. So what happened after September 8th, 2024, that you were in contact with the district attorney's office in Oklahoma about Collin Griffith at all?
I was able to read the entirety of the OSBI's report, and I don't believe that they were able to read the entirety of it.
Who wasn't?
The district attorney's office. I don't believe that they received the entirety of it
Why would you have received it if you were no longer with the sheriff's office?
because I requested it
Why did you request it?
to be able to see if it needed to be reopened.
Right, based on this.
I had not previously seen it.
The timing,
You're not consultants. I'm not going to be answering.
the timing. February of 2023, Collin Griffith is arrested for the death of his father.
Correct.
By May of 2023, the district attorney's office in Oklahoma said, we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
I believe that is correct, that time frame.
So that's another thing I was worried about. I believe that's correct. Okay.
Just a question.
So
You can argue it outside his presence.
So Collin, his bond is discharged in Oklahoma, right?
I'm unsure of that.
So the district attorney's office says, despite this investigation,
You
the sheriff's
guys!
office, and I don't remember the county.
this is so simple. Nope. This is so simple. Get on the dang phone call and call them up and find out the status of the investigation as of today. That's all you've got to do, honey boo. I'm hearing, all right, am I hearing something conflicting? I'm hearing 1 minute that there's no investigation no more anymore. He's not being charged. They didn't have enough probable cause, yada, 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 yada. That's what I'm hearing. But then I'm turning around and hearing that the investigation is not necessarily closed. Which is it? Is it open or is it closed?
Lincoln County, and despite the investigation by OSBI, we are not filing charges against Collin Griffith in the death of his father, correct?
That's my understanding.
Okay, and then you heard nothing about Collin Griffith again until September 8th of 2024, or around that time.
I don't believe so.
So it was after Kathy Griffith died that this whole investigation into Collin Griffith and the death of his father came back up. So far as you know.
To my knowledge, yes.
Any additional questions for purposes of the proper?
No, Your Honor.
Would you step outside, please?
Yes, sir.
Oy vey. If you want to know what they are doing right this minute, you are with the DA's office.
Officer Hyde has
You can
established that
pick
on
up the
September
damn
8th,
phone and make a
2024,
phone call,
there
and
was
I
an ongoing
can't see.
investigation into the death of Collin's father. So it's irrelevant that they're now investigating again.
I agree with that they're now investigating him again. But Mr. Levine,
Your Honor, I'm not going to ask about the status of the investigation on September 8th, 2024, which is what Your Honor said would be relevant. So I don't intend on asking after hearing the officer's answers. But I believe that he didn't know what the status of it was September 8th, 2024, which is kind of neither here nor there, because I'm not going to ask about it. But it didn't sound like he knew what the status was.
It should be reopened, in my
So I'm not
humble
gonna ask about the
opinion.
status of it.
So that raises another concern that I brought up, when Your Honor issued the ruling on the motion to eliminate.
I hate it when you
That
have
was
to
that
take your thread
with
out.
the witness, I was willing
So
to
strange that
stipulate
Oklahoma
to all
dropped
of this
bail,
information
kinda.
being presented to the jury without having a witness.
Well, part of the thing
Obviously,
is he was a
Mr. Levine tried to
minor.
use the way he wants to, and he said he wanted to call law enforcement officer from Oklahoma. And then I said something to the effect of, are they going to be able to testify that Collin was not charged? And we all said, well, they've got to know that he wasn't charged. And now him saying, so far as I know, I mean,
I thought he said, as of May, whatever it was.
he said, so
23.
far as I know, but I don't know the timing. He was very, he seemed a little wishy-washy on it,
About what issue?
about whether Collin was charged.
I mean, I can't speak for the officer, but the officer knows he wasn't charged. If Ms. Thornhill's concerned about him having a qualified answer to the best of my, if he says to the best of my knowledge or whatnot, I'm fine if it's acceptable for him to understand through the court that he is allowed and permitted to just give a honest, short answer, which is no, the defendant wasn't charged.
Well, I'm not going to tell the witness what the truth is. So if the witness doesn't know for sure, that's his answer. I mean, I don't remember him specifically, what he specifically said about that particular question. I was listening more for the September 8th. That's where I thought I heard the, to my knowledge, or to, best of my belief. But
Well, I just want to make sure, like, in fairness to the defense, I agree with the proposition that the evidence is and should show.
My
for the
son's having
benefit
too
of the
much
jury,
fun in over there.
Obviously, honesty and clarity that the defendant was not charged pertaining to the killing in Oklahoma.
so, Ms. Thornhill, let me ask you this question. If the witness testifies and afterwards, I agree with you that he was wishy-washy, if he indeed is wishy-washy on that, is there a problem, assuming the state agrees, to simply instructing the jury, members of the jury, the decision in Oklahoma not to charge Mr. Griffith was made on whatever date it was by the district attorney, something to that effect.
That is great. I've been trying
Mr.
to
Levine?
have that be the
But,
result.
I mean, if the witness gives forthright testimony that he was not, that the district attorney did not, made the decision not to charge him, then there's no need for that instruction. So, Mr. Levine, what's your
I'm
position?
fine with that.
All right, and then
No, I'm not gonna say anything about the bond. No talk about bond.
I'm just trying to.
I was just trying to.
And sitting here thinking about it, do you both agree that this issue of whether it's open or closed at the time of this incident? That you really don't need to go
Miss
into that? I mean,
Diane,
isn't it sort of
out and about
inherent
with
to
Diane?
even
Yes,
just a layperson
that could be
that
possible.
cases can be reopened. Homicides can be reopened. So even, and it does appear to be the case that at the time of this incident, that case was closed, done, over in the filing cabinet, and that the only reason it might be open now is because of this incident, but that a jury would understand that the threat of exposure still carries the same weight in the mind of the person who's threatened. Yeah, they said it was self-defense back then, or said they couldn't disprove self-defense back then. This is going to cause a problem, and they're going to reopen it, and especially if there's Ring doorbell evidence of me saying it was a murder and not self-defense. Isn't that? Do you agree that the average juror would understand that to be the case, Mr. Levine?
If I followed you correctly, I think that would be reasonable.
So without having to have testimony about whether it was open or closed at the time of at the specific time of this incident.
Yes, and I think that's reasonable. I think it's fair to both sides because neither side is able to advance that it wouldn't be filed or it's going to be filed or it's not going to be filed. It's really irrelevant the way your court.
Hello, Joyce. Welcome aboard.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, Judge, I just
The
want to make a record.
I know, I know.
I think simple, short. He was a first responder. There was a death of a person, 2 gunshot wounds, one to the head, one to the chest. Collin was arrested. He was never charged, period.
And it was not disputed that the defendant shot and killed the person.
That's fine.
All right. I think that was my rule.
Yeah, exactly, but I anticipated and believed, I think with good reason, that it might go beyond that.
Do we have
So we have like 30 seconds. I need to confer with the defense about one big thing.
The love boat will be making
Can we have that
another
the witness again?
run. It is sad all over. It is. It's horrible. And Rachel,
Thanks for you're about to be called to the stand by.
I just
city,
really
and
feel
both
bad for
parties have
everybody.
agreed that I should instruct you on the limits of your testimony. You're going to be asked some questions, and you may testify regarding the following facts: that you were a first responder to the killing in Oklahoma. Not to say
Unaliving.
anything that it was a house or that the deceased person was his father or related to him in some fashion. You are permitted to testify that the deceased person was shot in the chest and shot in the head, once in the chest, once in the head. It's not in dispute that it was Mr. Griffith over there who inflicted those injuries, and that he was never charged in that incident. Have I left anything out, counsel?
No, you're.
Ms. Thornhill.
I will ask the officer if he can identify the defendant.
That's fine.
All right. So do you have any questions about the limits of your testimony?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Thank you. If you just step outside. We're ready.
Y'all, this is getting a little in the weeds in a good way. Oh, this heating pad feels like heaven. I'm in heaven. I don't know where it is. Trying to fix this. I don't like the way this stream looks. We're trying to fix it. Oh, I have really been struggling. Shoot. With dry, itchy eyes today. I really have. Let's see if that does it. I'm trying to make some adjustments that I need to do. Oh, we can zoom. That's right.
Yourself from the courtroom during publication of your lunch. Do we need to take care of this issue regarding your client's presence during publication of the 911?
We have discussed it again, and his desire is once again to be outside of the courtroom
All
when
right.
it's published, place for the jury. Putting him back in the holding cell is acceptable.
Mr. Levine, is that going to be directly after lunch?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Griffith, you're still under oath. We had previously been talking about your decision to absent yourself from the courtroom during publication of that exhibit. You asked for some additional time with Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry. Have you had enough additional time?
I have not.
And have you discussed the pros and cons of being in here or waiving your appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have they answered all your questions and addressed any concerns you have about that particular issue?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Now, are you under the influence of anything right now, drugs, alcohol, or medication that's prescribed you at the jail?
No, Your Honor.
And has anyone promised you anything or threatened you to get you to absent yourself from the courtroom for a portion of this trial?
No, Your Honor.
I've heard about some mental health history on your behalf. Are you currently under a diagnosis at the jail?
No, Your Honor, I have no diagnosis.
So you're you're not supposed to be taking any medication that helps you think more clearly or make good decisions.
I am under no prescription.
All right. And Ms. Thornhill, Mr. Hendry, has there been any reason today to believe that your client is not competent to make important decisions such as this?
Not at all.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And are you satisfied with the advice and counsel that Ms. Thornhill and Mr. Hendry have given you about this particular issue?
Yes.
Do you have any questions of me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else you want on the record, Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Hendry?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I find that your choice to waive your appearance during that portion of the trial is freely, knowingly, and intelligently made, and that it's made upon the advice of competent counsel. Now, if you change your mind, just tap your lawyer on the shoulder. But Ms. Thornhill, I need to tell the jury something. So what do you suggest I tell? I've never had this occur.
And
Oh!
I'm going to sit down. You may sit.
Okay. I mean, I think simple and straightforward that Collin Griffith has elected not to be present in the courtroom while this particular piece of evidence is published to you. He will be removed from the courtroom, and then they can watch and walk back.
Mr. Lee?
No objection.
All right. So
And
Your Honor, if I
And
may,
it shall not,
I would prefer that,
and it shall not be used against him.
Mull this over over lunch. As far as like the exact wording that we would like, I don't have any objection to what she's just suggested, but we hadn't actually discussed how that instruction would look. And frankly, I thought that it was something that you would have to do, but yeah, we'll, if we could, like, before the jury comes back, have
it would be
something.
very helpful if you would write it down and email it to me and copy Mr. Levine.
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
no, sir.
All right. Then after.
okay. It looks like Grandma is next on the stand. The warning signs are all over your face. Yeah. No, he doesn't want to see or hear it. I think he should be made to sit there. But in all honesty, he already has. Okay, that's a neighbor. Thanks, Case One. Hi, 80s. Out and about with Diane. Oh, I liked it. It's moving better. I think the other case, when we get to the boyfriend testifying, I want to see that. But this one is moving well. The courtroom is run well. It's moving. I mean, come on. We were done after the first day. It took the assistant district attorney, the ADA, a day and a half for opening statements. I was all like, what? There's no reason for that. So I think the case is going to be interesting,
Okay, Ms.
and I
Thornhill,
will
just for the
continue
record,
to
you
watch.
provided me with an instruction regarding your client's absence that reads,
But
Collin Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during publication of this particular piece of evidence.
Because they didn't have downstairs the evidence.
It's 165.
But that's all you want me to say. Mr. Levine, any objection to that?
No objection.
I would add to it,
You said
this is not,
165?
Yes.
I would add to it that this should not be used or held against him. Same with somebody not wanting to testify, in my humble opinion. That good enough for you? Oh, we're going to have plenty of warning signs. When they start playing certain things, I'm going to have to. No more Sarah Boone. But I will be doing. Is that too loud? I can't change the
Welcome back. I hope
volume
you
of that,
enjoyed
I
your
don't
lunch.
think.
Mr. Levine?
Nope, can't change the volume.
Call Sally back.
But I'll tell you, that other case is going to get good once it gets get going. But not the Karen Reed will keep you. The Karen Reed trial will keep you captivated. This one puts you to sleep. And more than half the time, they have the camera on the defendant that's like this. Boring as hell.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, poor
Ms.
lady.
Bell, good afternoon. I know you're soft-spoken, but if you could please speak up nice and loudly so the jurors can hear you. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Sally K. Bell.
And could you please spell
My
your
name is
first
Sarah
and middle
K.
name for the
First name
record?
is Sallie. Middle name is Kate.
Tell the
Kate.
jury about what's the name of the community where you live?
Hamptons, the Hamptons.
And what type of community is that?
It's a mobile home.
And does it have? Do you have to be a certain age to live there?
Yes.
And what age is that?
I think it's 65. I'm not sure.
Now, is it a pretty quiet
I'm
and nice
almost there,
neighborhood?
y'all.
Very much so.
Do you live across the street from a location where there was a stabbing?
Yes.
And I want to talk about that. If I could direct your attention to that Sunday on September 8th of 2024, the person that lives at that house, do you know her? Susan Detman is her name.
No, I've seen her, but I don't know her.
Were you aware that she had a grandson?
No.
Now let's talk specifically about that Sunday. Tell the jury, what were you doing on that day?
Well, I was preparing to go to church. It was about 4:45, and I was putting my purse and everything in the coffee table, and I looked up and I saw the black car parked.
So that means she's either Church of Christ, Baptist, or who else goes to church Sunday night? Don't worry, I'm not knocking any religion. I'm just saying, typically Church of Christ, Baptist, some Methodists have evening services on Sunday.
Parked in the driveway, and a white car was in the road.
All right.
I
Judge,
am
can
a
you hear?
pastor.
Okay. Now
I'm
you mentioned that
Catholic,
the
right,
time
Catholic.
was about
You're right,
4:45.
Catholic.
Tell the jury how you remember that time.
Well, we go to
You're
church
right.
at 5:30, so we were getting up on the north side of Florida Avenue, and so we always leave a little early to get there.
All right. So around 4:45, which of the cars did you say was parked
She's
in front of the
Baptist.
carport?
The black car.
Nailed
All right.
it.
Did you see the white car arrive?
I didn't see it arrive. No.
All right. When you looked out your window and noticed the black car was in the carport
Mhm.
and the white car was on the street, what did you see? What happened?
Oh, they're coming out of the house and all.
Yeah. What did you see? What were people doing?
Oh, okay. I saw a lady come out, and she had clothes in her hand, and she went around to the passenger side of the car, and she put the clothes in the car. The young man was standing on the driver's side.
And when you refer to the car, you're speaking of the
The
black
black
car?
car. Yes, I'm sorry.
No problem. And that black car, then that was under the carport, is that correct?
Yes.
Had you ever seen the guy before?
Yes, I've seen him once before.
And when was that? Do you recall?
That was about a year ago or something before this.
And so the time when you saw him on Sunday would have been the second time you saw
The
him?
second time, yes.
And do you see him in court today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him, Ms. Bell?
The young man in the middle.
All right, for the record, Ms. Bell has identified the defendant. Now, when you saw the lady, she was loading the clothes up in the black car, is that right?
Yes.
What was the defendant and the lady doing? What were they doing like in conjunction with each other?
Well, he was standing on the driver's side. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there. And she went around and she put the clothes on the passenger side, and then she was talking and her hands were going. I couldn't hear what she was saying. And she went around the back of the car up close to him, and she was swinging her arms again, and he reached and she says, I heard her say, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
When she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me, was she doing anything violent to
She
him?
was swinging her arms and talking to him. And she was right up in his face, was talking to him. And then he reached out and to grab her hair. She said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me. And he reached up and opened the door, and they went inside, pulled her inside.
Okay, so let me ask you a few specific questions. When she and the defendant were talking, did it look like it was an animated or a heated conversation?
Arguing from one side. I didn't see him say anything. I just heard her.
Okay, and you kind of did a hand motion. Was she trying to hit him or trying to punch him or
She
anything?
was waving her hands like this.
Okay.
And then she said, let go of my hair, you're hurting me.
And when you say waving your hands like that, is that like as
She was
she's being-
talking.
talking to him?
Same
Okay.
way she was talking on the other side of the car.
Okay, I got you. When the defendant grabbed her hair, what did she say?
She said, "Let go of my hair. You're hurting me."
And were you inside or outside?
I was inside my living room.
So it must have been loud enough, obviously, for you to
I
be able
could
to hear that.
Yes.
And what did the defendant do to her?
Why
next?
didn't you
Then
call
he just
the
reached in and got her
Why?
to her, and he opened the door and pulled her.
Why
in.
didn't you call the
Was that the
police?
last you ever
That's
saw
the
of her?
last I saw.
Don't want to get involved.
Now, did you end up going to church that evening?
I did.
And did you return to your house later that evening?
I did.
About what time did you get back, Miss Bell?
About 6:30 or 7:15.
And when you did return, was anything
That's
out of the ordinary going on?
We couldn't turn into unit.
That is a very quick service. You left at 5:30 and you're back in an hour and a half. Man, I want to know who your pastor is. I got hair everywhere. I'm itching. I want to know who your pastor is. I don't know any pastors that are that good. Yeah, right? Did you say a prayer for her? God, I hope so.
The drive where we live. So we had to go all the way around the back and come in from the other way. And when we got there, there was a policeman saying that we couldn't come through that way. So we said, "Well, our house is right there." He said, "Okay." So he moved the police car and we pulled in our driveway.
Miss Bell, I don't have any other questions for you.
Thank you. Cross exam,
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hendry.
How are you doing, Ms. Bell?
I'm fine. How are you?
Got a few questions for you.
Okay.
You said that you could see the woman moving her arms, and you kind of gestured.
Yes.
I mean, was she moving her arms in a direction, or was it just generally up above her head?
She was facing him over the car. She could see him, and she was talking and waving her hand.
So, I mean,
I couldn't understand exactly what she was saying to him.
Did it look like she was dancing, or did it look like she was doing something else?
She was talking and using her hands. Like,
And so animated,
right.
directed at the person that
At
was
the
standing
person.
on the other side. Is that
Correct.
how you would say it?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that he was just standing there.
He was just standing there looking at her.
Okay. Was he inside?
He was outside,
so
next to the
he's-
car.
The car's in the carport,
Yes.
roughly near the door.
Near
did you
the
say?
door.
Okay.
On the driver's side.
And she walked over to him.
She walked around the car to him.
Okay. Now, can you hear any noise at this point?
Not then, no.
Okay.
I just saw her walking.
And about how long is this going on?
I guess maybe about 10 minutes, maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay. You're watching it,
I'm watching it.
and you said that you and your husband were getting ready for church,
Yeah,
right?
he was in the back room getting dressed.
So he's not up there watching it
No,
with you.
no.
Okay. And then, so when the woman gets close to the man, she's still moving her hands.
Still moving her hands.
Okay. And how far apart were they? at
They
this
were
point?
standing close. They were
Okay.
standing close.
And was she moving her hands? He's close enough to touch her at some
He's
point.
close enough to touch her,
Okay.
yes.
And he reaches out and touches her. Either by, you hear her say,
Apparently by the hair, because she said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me."
but could you see that?
I saw his arm come up and around, and then she grabbed her hair.
Okay. So you see her hand on her hair?
Yes.
And was she moving
Which
her
is
hands when she's that close
a
to him?
natural
Yes, she was
reflex.
talking, waving her hands like the one on the other side. And then she went around the back. and
Yeah,
she was
but that's
waving-
still quick.
waving her hands.
And until
And you are permitted
Oh,
to go about
shoot.
your personal affairs during.
All right, I'll get it. But guys, I want to
Close to
say
you.
this.
Steps are there, and it's like 2 steps.
And you kind of did a hand motion. Was she?
I was trying to pause it. Okay, y'all. Takes 15-ish minutes to get there. You got to go in and say your highs and howdy-doos, as we used to say. Go do your howdy-doos. You have your service, and you're walking out, and you're saying your goodbyes. It's quick. That was a quick turnaround. Very quick turnaround for a service. I'll say that.
Was she trying to hit him or trying to punch him or
She was
anything?
waving her hands like this.
Could have been a
And then
Bible
she
study.
said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me."
And when you say waving your hands like that, is that like as
She was
she's being-
talking.
talking to
The
him?
same
Okay.
way she was talking on the other side of the car.
Okay, I got you. When the defendant grabbed her hair, what did she say?
She said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me."
And were you inside or outside?
I was inside in my living room.
So it must have been loud enough, obviously, for you to
I
be able
could
to hear
hear
that.
that, yes.
I'm going to skim. 2 more reds.
How are you doing, Ms. Bell?
I'm fine. How are you?
Got a few questions for you.
Okay.
You said that her, either by, you hear her say,
Apparently by the hair, because she said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me."
but could you see that?
I saw his arm come up and around, and then she grabbed her hair.
Okay. So you see her hand on her hair?
Yes.
And I mean, was she moving her hands when she's that close to him?
Yes, she was talking, waving her hands like the one on the other side. And then she went around the back and she was still waving her hands.
And until you hear the exclamation, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," you haven't heard anything else?
No. I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Okay. And you didn't hear anything after that exclamation?
No.
There wasn't any, for example, no's or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And you said they went into the house
Went
together.
into the house, yes.
Okay. Were both of their feet moving? Were they both walking?
Yeah, as far as I could see. I couldn't actually see the steps, but when I went into the house.
And you watched them go into the
I watched
house?
them go into the house.
Okay. And you and your husband then presumably finished getting ready and went to church,
We went
right?
to church, yes.
Okay. And at this point, I mean, you didn't call 911, right? Okay.
No.
Did you and your husband, talk about this?
No, we talked about the white car because we had never seen that before. And he said we had to go around it in order to get to leave.
And so other than the fact that the white car was present, that you didn't know whose it was,
I didn't know who it was, no.
this was not something that was really piquing your interest at that time?
No.
And it wasn't until you can't get into your neighborhood that you start becoming worried that there might be something that happened
Something
there?
wrong. And I saw the yellow tape around. I said, "What is that?" And I asked my husband, and he told me, "It's what you see on television." I said, "Oh."
So would you describe what you saw as somebody being dragged into a house?
Well, see, the car was parked, and then the steps are there, and it's like two steps up. And so I couldn't actually see the feet going in, but I know he reached up and opened the door and pulled her in.
So I mean, if he's pulling her against her will, I mean, he's having to lift her up steps, right? You can't just go straight in.
She walked up the steps.
Okay, so she's moving her feet as far as you can tell up the steps.
Correct.
And other than the one other time you had seen the gentleman, no interactions with these people that you were aware of?
He was there by himself the first time I saw him.
Okay. And that black car, how long was it present across the street? Do you know?
It came in late that night because when I went to bed, there was nothing in the driveway. And when I got early that morning, I saw it in the driveway.
Okay, so the black car arrived the night before at some point while you were asleep?
Sometime, yeah.
Okay. And you were home that day?
Mhm.
And you never saw it move?
No.
Okay, you never saw anybody in and out of the house?
No.
When the two people, the man that you've identified as sitting here at the table with us, did you see him in the yard at all?
No.
Next to the house, in front of the house?
Just on the side of the
Okay.
car.
And did you ever see the woman in the yard?
I've never
in front
seen
of the
her
house?
before, no.
Okay, so she was only, as far as you, from what you could see, it was just around that black car.
Around the car.
There was nothing out in the yard.
No.
Okay, but if she had come from the white car, then presumably she would have had to walk up that way. Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Bell, when the defendant pulled the lady into the house by her hair, were you still in the same vantage point, looking out the window?
Yes.
And I want to show you one photograph that has been already moved into evidence previously, which is 167. Can you see that on your screen close by?
We can have it lower because some of the
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Bell, I'm going to point to what I believe is the house where the stabbing happened, but correct me if I'm wrong. Can you see where I'm pointing? Is that the house? Actually, I'll come to your screen too.
Yeah, because
Your Honor,
Is
may
that
I
the house?
that's
approach?
the house. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, I pointed. I know it's kind of far to see, but I pointed to this on your screen. So,
That's
all right, very good. Now, which is your house? Is your house this one?
no.
Is your house this one?
Yes.
Okay. So, and your window, I assume, is at the front of the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a pretty good view, angle wise. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, when the defendant and the lady were first having whatever discussion they were having, you mentioned you could not hear that, correct?
No.
Is it a fair statement that when the lady said, "Let go of my hair, you're hurting me," that she yelled it or shouted it loud enough for you to be able to hear it?
Yes, she did.
Okay. I have no further questions for you, ma'am.
Is Ms. Bell released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Mr. Hendry?
Yes, sure.
Thank you. Next witness.
The state calls Nancy Jones.
Nancy Jones.
That is, I have to say, it is very nerve wracking being a witness. Been there more than once in many different trials or cases. Many. Oh, well, anyway. It's very nerve wracking. It's very intense. She did a good job. Good girl. Do you see how she's like this? And it's above her head? It's like, yeah, that is 100%. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm scared to death. My fingers are open. If your hand's like this, you're going to tell the truth, but you're tight-lipped. Your hand's like this, you ain't going to be very honest. So the
All right.
body,
Good afternoon, Ms. Jones. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Nancy K. Jones.
And what community do you live in?
I live in the Hamptons.
Do you live across from a lady named Susan Detman?
Yes, I do.
And have you gotten to know her from living across from her for a while?
Yes, I have.
Are you aware that she has a grandson named Collin Griffith?
Yes, I am aware.
Have you seen him periodically coming and going over the time you lived there?
Yes, I have.
Now, I want to direct your attention specifically to
see, now it moves. Go
September
figure.
8th of 2024, which is a Sunday, when something out of the ordinary happened on your block. Do you remember, first of all, seeing the defendant at his grandmother's house at all that weekend, Saturday and or Sunday?
No, just the car.
All right. And the car being what color car?
It was a black.
And was it parked under the carport?
Yes, it was.
On a certain time on Sunday, did you happen to notice another car arrive at the house?
Yes, a white car.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
A white car pulled into the driveway, immediately sped out of the driveway, and then parked on the street.
Had you ever seen that white car before?
I believe I did last winter.
Did anyone get out of the white car?
Yes.
Up until this point, have you seen the Susan Detman's grandson outside or not?
Last winter I did.
Okay, but on Sunday you hadn't seen him at this
Never,
point?
no.
All right, continue on. What happened when the car ended up parking on the street? What happened next?
The lady, well, I was a young girl, got out of the car, slammed the door, slung her purse over her shoulder, and proceeded into the house.
Had you ever seen the young lady before?
Not personally one-on-one, but I've seen the car over there. I thought it was granddaughter. She looked very young.
And where did you say the young lady went?
She immediately went into the house.
Where were you when you saw this?
I was sitting on my lanai.
And where's that at? In the front? Or
Yes, in the front.
Oh my
All right,
God.
Did you think anything of it when that happened?
No.
What happened next?
What happened next?
Question. If you answer it right, I'll give you, without Googling, so you only got a few seconds. What is a lanai? Let's see. Who knows what a lanai is? You never hear that word in our generation. Well, mine, yes. Y'all's no. What is a lanai?
I went back into the house and started doing some dishes and stuff. And then I walked back outside and sat down on my lanai. And then I seen, do you want me to go into the details now?
Yes.
I seen the lady standing on the top step, and I just seen an arm come out and grab her by the shoulder, by her hair. And I just turned my head and immediately went back into the house.
Did you see who the person was that grabbed her by the shoulder and the hair?
No, never seen his face, never seen anything. All I seen was the shoulder and the hand come out.
And then what happened after the person grabbed her shoulder and hair?
I don't know. I went back into the house.
And then
why didn't you call 911?
Law enforcement had responded?
Yeah, about 40, maybe 45 minutes later, I was in my kitchen and I heard sirens and everything. I turned around and I seen cop cars in my yard and they were everywhere.
So besides the white car that pulled up, the only car that you had seen at the house was the black car. Is that right?
That was it.
And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you a picture. You can see it on the screen close to you. It's 167. And I wanted to know.
Yep.
Can you see?
I don't know which is which.
All right, no problem.
Lanai.
That was going to be my question.
Lanai is porch, veranda.
My car has
balcony.
written trucks.
You're right out and about with
This
Diane.
here, we've heard testimony, is Susan Detman's house.
Okay.
Which house is yours?
This is mine.
Okay, and for the record, I'm gonna walk back up to the big screen. Is this the house you're pointing to as being your house?
Yes.
Okay. And from your view, is it kind of tough to see inside the Miss Detman's doorway?
It's catacornered, yes.
All right. I have no further questions for you, man.
Ross, Mr. Hendry? Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I do have a few questions for you.
Thank you.
They're going to ring on the fact they can't identify the
Ms. Jones, you said that
defendant.
you knew Miss Detman, correct?
Very.
She's been your neighbor? Okay.
Yep.
How long?
I don't know how long she had been living there, and it was probably 6 months.
Okay. And you had previously seen her grandson at the house?
Last February, I believe it was.
Okay. How many times had you seen him before?
I've seen him about 3 times. I think he was there like 3 weeks, maybe, and he was out running. I just seen him running. I'm assuming it was a family member.
You're assuming he was a family member?
Yeah.
Okay. So you never spoken with him?
Never spoken
You
with him.
didn't actually know the relationship?
No.
Okay.
None.
And the woman you saw, you had never seen her before?
No. I'd seen her. She drove up in the car, but I'd never personally met her or anything.
And when you said drive up in the car, are you talking previously? Like you had seen
Last
that?
winter.
Okay.
I'd seen the car over there.
Now, on September 8th, when you see that white car arrive, you described that you saw it speeding out of the driveway.
Yeah.
But is that like tires screeching in reverse?
She was, yeah, kind of. She was angry.
Okay. And you said that she slammed her door and threw her purse off.
She
So-
slung her purse up on her shoulder and immediately went up to the house.
Okay. So from your perspective, she looked like she was upset.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said the next time you saw her was she was standing on the porch steps.
Yes, on the porch steps.
So you didn't see her outside at all in between those 2 periods of time?
Before she was standing up on the steps, she was throwing clothes in the car.
Okay. So you saw her at which car?
She was throwing clothes into Collin's car. The door was open and she was throwing clothes into the car.
And that would be the black car that was parked in the carport.
Yes.
And you're calling that Collin's car because you saw the other person get out of the white car, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you hadn't actually seen the black car arrive.
No, but I knew that was Collin's car because I'd gotten a phone call because I was house sitting for Susan.
So you were aware that Collin was coming?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I knew Collin was there the Saturday before the accident happened.
Okay. And so you see a woman
Accident.
go into the house angry, and then she comes out with clothes and starts putting them in the black car. Did it look like she had calmed down?
I just didn't really pay that much attention to it, like she'd calmed down, but she was throwing the clothes, so I'm assuming she was still upset. I don't know.
Now, when
I'm
you say,
still across the street, so I don't know.
when you say throwing clothes, are we talking like into
Yeah.
the car? Okay. So
The
not
door was
placing.
open, so like throwing them in there.
And did you see her open the door?
I never seen her open the door.
Okay. So you weren't sitting and watching this whole incident.
Oh, no. I was busy in the kitchen and stuff.
All right. Now, you said that you saw a hand come out and touch a shoulder on the steps. Did you hear anything?
I never heard nothing. I turned my head and went back into the house and got busy again.
And from your perspective, did it look like the person was getting dragged into the house?
No. I just, like I said, when I seen the hand come out and grab her by the shoulder, I turned and went back into the house. And I said, they'll probably work it out. I thought it was his sister or Susan's granddaughter. And I said, they're probably having a little spat and they'll work it out.
But you didn't call 911?
No, I never called 911.
Now, would you say that this type of thing is something that is typical in your neighborhood?
No.
This is a unique
I lived in
instance.
Chicago for 30 years and I seen a lot in Chicago. So in Chicago, we see something, we usually turn the head the other way. And I know cops say, if you see something, hear something, you're supposed to report. I didn't think anything more about it.
So this wasn't something that was so dangerous to you, you felt the need to report it?
I did not feel good.
And I mean, now the incident with a woman's going in, mad. Do people often, spin their tires in your neighborhood, anything like that?
No.
So the whole incident was pretty unique.
Yes.
Okay. Now, after law enforcement arrived, was that the end of your night, or did you have?
Oh, there was so many cops and stuff. No, I sit out on my lanai and they just kept coming and coming. And then all the neighbors were out in the yard. We had no idea what went on.
Okay. Now, you're friends with Susan, correct?
Yes, I am.
Did you contact her?
I contacted her, yes, when I seen all the cop cars. I immediately called her.
Okay. And did you make any
It
efforts
was
to
the
contact Collin?
show of the
Oh, no.
year.
Did you see him after the instance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Where was he?
He was in the driveway.
How did he look?
And his arms were red and the cops were all around him. And I was on the phone talking to Susan, and Susan told me to go over and tell him that she would be there in a couple hours or wherever she was at. She was in the Keys. And so I walked outside and I waved at Collin and I said, Susan's on her way.
From your perspective, did he look upset?
He looked very emotional. Yes. He'd been crying. I could see him crying in the driveway.
So you could tell his face was red? Or
oh, yeah. He was an emotional wreck. But I didn't know. Still, I did not know what happened.
And we've seen the aerial photo. This is not a very wide roadway that you're from across the street, correct? Like from your house to her house, it's close.
2 cars passing.
So you were able to get a good eye view on Collin at that moment.
From my lanai, yes.
And I'm talking when you walked out there, you're close enough that you could see him.
Well, his arms were red. I didn't know. I thought they were like you had been in a scuffle with somebody. Somebody grabs your arm and they turn red. That's when I looked like it was a scuffle.
So he's got red arms. His face is red. It looks like he's been crying too.
He looked like he'd been crying.
Okay. And this was what time did you say?
4:40, 50, or somewhere around there. Whenever the cops got there.
So this is after the cops have arrived, and they have him outside.
They have him outside.
And prior to that, you had not seen him.
I had not seen him.
No further questions. Thank you.
No, thank you. Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Henry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
She's like, get me the hell out of here.
Next witness, Mr. Levine.
Your Honor, this time the state claim stated exhibits.
Oh,
165.
snap.
Has it been received yet?
No, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, 165 is the, oh, yes.
Are you offering states 165?
Yes, sir.
For the record, what is it?
165 is a 911 call.
Is there any objection?
No objection, but
It is
Lost my
received. Ladies and
needle.
gentlemen, Mr. Griffith has elected to waive his presence in the courtroom during the publication of States 165. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Levine, you may publish.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. All right.
September 8th, 2024. 911, what's the address of the emergency? Hampton in Florida. I don't know the fucking, I don't know the secret address. My mom is talking to you again right now. She's bleeding out. Please help. Your mom is doing what? My mom's bleeding out. She's bleeding out. Okay, what's the address or where do you think you are? What road are you off of? Where crosses that road? The Hampton in Florida. You go through the gates and you take the first right and it's a house with a black cat out front. I'm trying to get into Hampton Inn? Hampton Inn, yes ma'am. What city is it in? It's Otterdale. I can get it to you. I can't get her up. Okay, how do I lift someone? I need to get her to the hospital. How do I lift someone? Okay, they say you called 911, so we're going to send an ambulance. She doesn't have time. She's leaking it. She's fucking failed. She doesn't have time. She needs to go now. Okay, and I'm using the address I see you at. Is that right? Is that where you are? Yes, ma'am. Okay. Well, what can I do? I have your price up here. What do I do? Help is being sent. Stay on the line so I get more information for the responders. I don't know. Okay, help is being sent. Okay, medical help is being sent. She's bleeding out. Where is she bleeding from, sir? She's bleeding from the neck, ma'am. She's her mother. Are you with the patient now? I'm with her now. How old is the patient? She's 39 years old. She has a heart condition. She has a is she awake? No, she's unconscious. She's not okay. Is she breathing? No, she's not. I don't think she's alive. Okay, where is it? And you said Nick. Okay. All right, listen to me. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay, listen to me. Are you right by her now? I am by her, yes. Okay, listen carefully. Lay her flat on her back on the floor and remove anything under her head. Okay, she's good. I did it right now. Okay.
I love when they do CPR when CPR is not going to help. But anyway, graphic material coming up. Warning live. It's on the screen. Y'all be sensitive to yourself. If this triggers you in any way, you have my blessings to leave and come back in. But be forewarned, it's going to get a little difficult.
Okay. Listen carefully, and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions. Make sure she is flat on her back on the ground. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Let's take off the shirt. Just make sure she is flat on her back on the floor. Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone in the center of the chest, right between the nipples. Put your other hand on top of that hand. Okay. All right, pump the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second and 2 inches deep. Let the
I've
chest
heard
come
this.
all the way up between pumps. We're going to do this until help can take over. Count out loud so I can count with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. One moment. Okay, just keep going, okay?
Oh, speech tag.
So listen, what caused the bleeding? Listen, what caused the bleeding?
I stabbed her. Oh, gee.
Where's the knife right now? And who did she get in a fight with? Where is the knife? I just put it across the floor with you. It's bleeding controlled. He stopped bleeding. No more blood coming out. He lost it. Where did you throw the knife? You threw it to your right? It was totally away from you. Away from me. Where's your mother? I'm over here. I'm trying to save her. Where are you? With her? Where are you? Out in the kitchen. In the house. And the door is unlocked. Okay, you're with your mother, correct? Okay, listen to me. Listen to me, please. Stop, okay? Listen to me. I'm going to tell you how to control the bleeding. Okay? Okay. All right, hold on. There's no more blood coming out of the wound. He's lost it all. Okay, listen, okay? We're going to do this, okay? Okay, listen to me. Get a clean dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it. My son is down low. Okay. Is the blood spurting or pouring out? No. Okay. No. Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next. Okay. Okay, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right. Get a clean dry cloth or towel and tell me when you have it. Now place it right on the wound and press down firmly. Don't lift it up to look. Without lifting the cloth up, please tell me if the bleeding is under control now. Yes, there's no blood. Keep lost all the blood. Okay, reassure her that help is on the way from now on. Don't let them have anything to eat or drink. It might make her sick or cause further problems. Don't move her unless it's absolutely necessary. Just tell her to be still and wait for help to arrive. Okay, listen to me, okay? Okay, we're gonna continue with CPR. Listen to me. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Listen, I need you to keep doing this. Listen, okay? I need you to keep doing this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. See?
All right,
Doing it.
Miss
1,
Sarah
2,
Boone,
3,
this
4.
is what
1,
active
2, 3,
CPR
4.
sounds like.
1, 2,
As
3, 4.
long as she's
1,
counting,
2,
I'm not
3,
gonna,
4.
you don't
1,
have to
2,
listen to
3,
that.
4.
But
Are they here? 1, 2,
compare this
3,
to the
4.
Sarah Boone
1, 2,
time
3, 4.
audio.
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they inside?
By the way, some departments have a red or light that blinks to help them keep that. But if you ever have to perform CPR, just on. Stay in a life. That's the rhythm of yours.
Mr. Griffith has returned. Mr. Levine.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. State Calls Deputy Alexander Walker.
No one else. No, you're hearing Be Blazy. Hello, welcome. You're actually hearing other 911 callers in the room.
Good afternoon.
You're hearing other 911 communications.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Deputy Walker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, my name is Deputy Alexander Walker in the Sheriff's Office for about a year now.
Tell the
Oh
jury
my
about
God,
your
love the
education and
voice
training
out
and
of that
experience in
boy.
law enforcement.
So I graduated from Florida State with my bachelor's with a minor in psychology. I finished
The
my
voice
training
doesn't match your
the
physique, but
winter
that's
of
okay, honey bun. You'll
2023. I've
grow
been in the Sheriff's
into
Office
it.
for about a year, only about a half a year by the time of this incident.
All right, Deputy Walker, what shift did you work at that time?
I worked on the Delta night shift.
Now, specifically,
Boy, that
direct your
voice.
attention to Sunday, September 8th of 2024. Did you respond to a crime scene in Polk County?
Yes, sir.
And describe to the jury what kind of call you got and what you did.
The call I got was a assist EMS, what we
Bet
call
your
as
mama
a
was
50 Alpha
shocked
for
on
an
that
AED
voice
assist,
change.
a major medical assist.
Approximately how long did it take you to get to the scene from where you responded from?
Approximately 5 minutes from where we were at.
When you arrived on scene, what did you do first?
First thing I did when I entered the scene was I announced myself as Polk County Sheriff's Office, wanted the subjects inside to make themselves known to our presence so that if there was any harm, weapons, anything like that, they would be put away from harm's reach.
Did you go in by yourself?
No, sir.
Who did you go in with?
I went in with Deputy Sheriff Pimmernick.
And when you announce your presence, do you do that loudly? Do you shout it?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yes.
So anybody within the household that's alive would be able to hear it?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you enter, did you enter the door by the carport?
Yes, sir.
And when you entered, what did you notice about the first room that you entered?
First room that I entered, I noticed a pair, or at least a single AirPod, as well as the AirPod case on the ground.
Besides that being on the ground, did the house look like it was in order and nicely
Yes.
put together?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go from the living room area?
From there, I heard a male subject inside the house shouting, "I'm inside the kitchen."
What did you do next?
I then proceeded to the kitchen, and while walking to the kitchen, I saw a knife, a blood-covered knife, over in front of the washer and dryer to my left. I saw the subject in the kitchen.
Where was the subject positioned in relationship to the deceased lady?
The subject was positioned over the deceased's head.
Did you find that odd at all?
Yes.
Why?
For doing normal CPR and everything, assuming everybody's been taught and seen videos on doing CPR from beside the person, never over top their head, possibly blocking airways.
So when you saw the defendant above her head, what did you do
He
next?
wouldn't have known.
At that point, I told Deputy Sheriff Pimmernick to stay with the subject as I went outside to confirm for EMS that it was clear for them to come inside.
Do you see that person in the house? Excuse me, not in the house, but in the courtroom today that you saw in the house?
Yes, sir. He's right there.
For the record, you're pointing over to the defense table. What is the defendant wearing for purposes of our record?
Wearing a plaid button-up shirt, a gray jacket, and glasses.
For the record, Deputy Walker has identified the defendant. Do you recall, Deputy, was the defendant wearing a shirt at that time?
No, sir.
So no shirt?
No shirt.
And did he have on a black pair of shorts and black shoes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
Did you notice any
he's
blood on his
testifying.
Not on his
What did
torso
he have
and not
on?
on his upper
Don't
arms.
tell him.
It was only on his hands and forearms.
What happened next?
At that point, I began to secure the scene by putting crime scene tape around it. And after I was done with that, I was just waiting with Pimmernick and waiting for supervision as well.
Did you see anybody wash the blood off
He's
the defendant
testifying
outside?
as a lawyer.
Outside or anywhere?
EMS rinsed off his arms.
And at whose request was that?
I do not recall.
Did you think that was a little out of the ordinary?
Yes.
If it were up to you, would a individual standing over a dead body be preserved in the manner in which you? Deputy Walker, as I was saying, if it were up to you and your duties and responsibilities, and you come into contact with somebody who's over the top of a dead person, would you try to keep them in the same state in terms of not letting them wash their hands or not letting them destroy evidence or get rid of anything?
Yes.
Now, did Deputy Pimmernick then take the defendant outside?
Yes.
When you saw the defendant, describe his demeanor.
At first, he was in a somewhat manic state, but again, once he went outside, he was more calm and collected.
What happened when he was outside then?
Outside, he spontaneously uttered to me and Deputy Sheriff Pimmernick that there was blood everywhere, and then it stopped bleeding, and then she was dead.
What were your responsibilities from that point on?
From that point on, the subject was then taken into custody and placed in the rear of my marked vehicle.
What was your opinion of the crime scene? That you,
Well, the question is unclear. Would you rephrase the question?
yes, Your Honor. While you were inside at the crime scene, did you have an opportunity to observe the rooms that you thought were relevant? You understand that one?
Not really, no.
All right, you described the living room.
Mhm.
You described where you saw the defendant. Did you actually then go into the kitchen and
Yeah.
see the scene in the kitchen?
Yes.
What did you see?
In the kitchen, I saw a large pool of blood around the subject's head and neck area, as well as blood spatter going up the side of the cabinet.
Did you move anything?
Didn't move anything, no.
And is that common to purposely not move things so that the integrity of the scene can be maintained?
Yes, sir.
Now, when the defendant was in the back seat of your car, what were you doing?
While he was in the back seat, I was in the front seat of my car, working on this report.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like when he was in your car?
Demeanor was still calm and collected.
Did he seem to have any concern or worry?
No.
Did he speak about anything to you?
Nothing genuinely. We were talking about, or I tried to spark up this normal conversation, asking about video games he played.
And did he respond and talk about video games?
Yeah, he said he enjoyed strategic games.
Did his demeanor change at all when you interacted with him?
Little seemed more cheerful at the time, but still calm.
Was he
Hi,
then eventually
nosy
taken to
Rosie.
wherever you took him?
About some odd hours later, yes.
All right, Deputy Walker.
We'll
I
be
don't have
on
any further
tomorrow
questions for you.
and Sunday. And I got a special guest for my Sunday Night Live. Y'all got
Deputy
to join
Walker,
us.
Miss Griffith was lying on the floor in between a kitchen island and a kitchen cabinet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Not a very wide space, was
No.
it? So
Thank
really
y'all
not any
for
room for someone
joining.
to be on the side of her to perform CPR, right?
Yes.
When you were talking to Collin, when he was in your car, you brought up video games, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that to try and distract him from what he had just seen and been through, right?
No, ma'am.
What were you doing talking to him about video games then?
Just trying to have a normal conversation.
A normal conversation with a child whose mom just died in front of him.
That
a
would
yes?
be
Yes,
a normal teenage.
Had you read him his Miranda warnings?
No, ma'am.
Any reason why not?
No, ma'am.
He was in your custody, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Handcuffed,
Yes, ma'am.
inside a car that he could not get out of,
Yes, ma'am.
and you started talking to him.
Yes, ma'am.
You know
It's a detained. He wasn't interviewing him or investigating at that point. He was just detained.
from your training that if you are going to talk to somebody who is under arrest, that you are required to read them their Miranda warnings.
And he's a
right?
minor.
Yes, ma'am.
That includes you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney, correct? And
Yes,
it
ma'am.
goes on from there. But you did not read those to him,
Yes, ma'am.
even though you were talking to him and asking him questions after you'd handcuffed him and put him in your car.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get in trouble for violating your procedures?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever met Collin Griffith before this?
No, ma'am.
So you have no idea how he acts normally.
No, ma'am.
Have you
All right, I got to stop her there. He is not interrogating him. He has detained him. There is an unalived person. He is not officially been arrested and he's not being interviewed. Therefore, for the safety of the person and the police officers until they ascertain what's going on, it is not unusual to be loved by anyone. Sorry. I must be neurodivergent. So anyway, it is not unusual for them to do what he did. There's no reason for him to get in trouble. Nice
You ever
try.
had a parent die in front of you?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know how you would react
No.
when something like that happened, would you?
No, ma'am.
He's
Have
just
you listened to the
answering the
911
question.
call
He
in
ain't
this
judging,
case?
boo boo.
ma'am.
Okay. Well, what's your opinion of Collin's demeanor then? He wasn't calm and collected, was he?
At the beginning, it sounded as if he was calm, and then towards whenever deputies arrived on scene, then he was more frantic.
Okay, so the 9 or so minutes between the beginning and the end, do you think he was normal?
At the beginning, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Redirect.
Just brief.
Yeah, he's going to hit on that not reading him his rights.
So, Deputy, as it pertains to Miranda warnings, is it
Yeah, I
fair
nailed
statement
it.
you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, from that standpoint, did you feel any reason to read him Miranda warnings when you weren't interrogating him or asking him anything about the case?
No, sir.
Is talking about video games with someone, is that some devious plan of yours, or was it just conversation?
Just conversation.
All right, I have no further questions.
Is there a question?
Was there an objection? The answer was no.
Sometimes, in my personal experience with what I've seen, and sometimes do, is sometimes we talk about non-important things in a time of a disaster to try to keep someone calm and keep their mind off of what's happening. What do you mean I'm rubbing off on you? Ah! So I'm not, you know, it's not, I'm not surprised by that, but he wasn't interrogating him. Oh, Dawn, oh my gosh, thank you, babe. Oh my gosh, honey boo. You better have said I like because I'm doing all the drawings tonight. So she just earned 10 entries to tonight's giveaway. We're giving away a $50 gift card. Read the banner. Follow it. Sorry. Not sorry.
Unless there is a legal objection. Save it for argument.
Yes, sir.
Is the witness released?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Never thought that voice would come out of that young man. Oh my
It's about
God.
2:30. We'll take our mid-afternoon recess of 15 minutes.
All rise, please.
Oh my gosh, y'all. I was like, that voice coming out of that boy. I hope he's singing barbershop. Because let me tell you, he'd make a good bass, baby. Ooh, dude. I know you're never going to see this, but become a barbershopper. You're going to do
I
well.
understand, but save the outrage for the appropriate phase of the trial, no matter how outrageous it may sound. Anything we need to take out, Mr. Levine?
Ooh, she got
We'll be in
in
15 minute recess.
trouble. You like it. Remember from Sandra Bullock? And what's that movie where she was beauty queen? She goes, you know you like it. You love it. You guys, I've been doing this for 12 hours.
Please be seated.
And I don't have to be in work at 6:37 in the morning, 8 in the morning tomorrow.
Your Honor, State College Deputy Anthony Pibernick.
So until my son tells me it's time to go home, we gonna scream. Ooh, I got, oh, Dr. Bull Butter, thank you. Hi, DL Blazy. Thank you, Blade. Thank you, Bull Butter. Love yous. Love yous. Y'all, I got to start paying the internet bill. And let me tell you,
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have the
Hi there,
highest
Deputy. May you please
speed,
introduce
so I
yourself
can
to the
bring
jury and
this
spell
to
your
you,
name for the
and it's
record?
expensive.
Yes, I'm Deputy Pibernick with the Polk County Sheriff's Office, and you spell my last name as Pibernik.
And tell the jury a little bit about your education, work experience, and training.
They're so young.
So actually, right when I graduated high school, I signed up to join the academy to become a Polk County Sheriff. Then I attended Polk State College, and then graduated from Polk State College and got sworn in as a deputy.
Do you work the road now?
Yes, I do.
And what shift do you work?
I'm currently TDY to BSI, but at that time, I was on Southwest Delta.
And tell the jury about what BSI is.
BSI is an unmarked unit, so we do anything as far as finding someone who's narcotics and all those other types of corporate operations that we work on.
You the
All right, Deputy,
sneaky
I want to direct your
one.
attention to September 8th of
I'm getting
2024,
old.
Sunday
That's
evening.
what it is. Young
Did you get a
look.
call to respond to a location in Auburndale, reference a stabbing
Oh,
victim?
Bull Butter.
Tell the jury what you did.
Thank you. I know
So
it's
I
a
received a call,
sacrifice.
which is a
Thank
signal
you.
50 from EMS, which means we have to go make sure the scene's
I
clear
don't
before we can
take
enter.
anything for
At this
granted.
time, me and my partner, Deputy
Greatly
Walker, were
appreciated.
arriving on scene. We entered the scene, and at that point is when we saw Collin Griffith over his mother trying to attempt to do CPR.
Now, do you see the person that you referenced as Collin Griffith in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point to him and say something that he's wearing for our record?
Yes. He's wearing a gray jacket.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the deputy has identified the defendant. Now, when you came into contact with the defendant, what did you do?
I then walked him outside underneath the carport area right behind his vehicle.
And were you and Deputy Walker the first two law enforcement responders?
Yes.
And did you both go in the house together?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you first entered the house, what did you notice about the house, if anything, inside?
As I walked into the house, I immediately began to clear the house as my partner walked up to Collin Griffith. And then after clearing the house is when I walked back into the living room area. made it known that it was clear, and that is when my partner advised me to take Collin Griffith outside.
Did you notice the ear pod on the ground in the family room?
At that point, I did not.
Did you notice at any point?
After, yes.
Now, when you were outside with the defendant or interacting with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
When I first walked him outside, he was a little bit frantic. Seemed like something was definitely going on. And then as he began to explain what happened is when he became very calm. His demeanor completely changed.
Was that okay? Now, when he was talking to you, where did that take place?
He almost
Outside
he
in the
knew
carport
better.
next to his vehicle.
Now, did he explain to you or try to explain to you what happened?
At one point, he did.
Did you write a report in this case?
Yes.
Explain to the jury how you document what the defendant said in this case.
At the time on scene, I was documenting what he was saying by writing it on my notepad that I carry on me all the time.
So in this particular case, is it a fair statement you did not take like a tape statement? Is that correct?
I did not.
Now, is it important to you to get the words that he was saying accurate to then generate a report?
Yes.
And what was it that the defendant told you?
May I refer to my report?
You may. If it's of a length that you believe the most accurate way to state what he said is to read it, that would be acceptable under these circumstances.
Yes, sir.
I knew that was going to be a problem. I knew she was going to go sidebar. Where's my
Sidebar. Sidebar.
All right, third time's a charm.
Sidebar.
Thank you. That's one of our fabulous, fabulous people who gave me that clip. Sidebar. We are making fun of a certain group of people. Yes, we know it. It's from the Karen Reed trial. That is who we's making fun of. Thank you guys so much for the supers. I don't get many of them, and they do go directly to the bill. I use my son's office, and I had to up his internet for the stream because I needed to have the fastest speed. And so I need to pay for that. So thank you very much. Oh, somebody asked what I'm doing. This thread that I'm using for this is a nylon thread. Oh, sorry. And because it's a nylon thread, I have to it's don't have to, but I prefer to let me pop this chats out on this. Pop out chat. Get rid of that. Make that big. There we go. What was I saying? Internet. Oh. So, the thread. I use a very thin fishing wire. Plastic, nylon, whatever you want to call it, thread. And I use black when I'm using black as a background. If this was going to be all white in the background, I would have used She-Wolf. Thank you. Oh my gosh, you guys. You are so freaking amazing. Thank you so much. We are a very new channel. We have some of you on here who've never been here before. And I want to thank you for spending your evening with us. I am a Native American bead artist. I am Irish on the outside, Cherokee Creek on the inside. And I've got to make 10 of these. So anyway, that's what I'm doing. But we are a very new channel. We've didn't plan on doing this. Uh-oh. Are we back? Did I mute? Nope. We're still muted. I fell into this accidentally, but I'm loving it. And so it's time for me, I had to kind of help my son out because I'm blessed to have a room in his business to do that. Well, of course, I'm going to love your super chat. Do people not? Do people not? If I just learned that you could do that. That's how new I am. I don't get very many of these, so I'm learning. But for those of you who don't know, let me show you my setup. Hey, it's kind of cut off. I have the Rodecaster Pro. I have the Stream Deck. I have an ATM Mini Switcher Extreme, which allows me to do changes. I have the 4 monitors. Upper monitor is my switcher, so I know what's loading, how my mic is, where my chats are. This is the live feed that we're watching, the main live. I have my comments here. I have my Discord, and often have comments over here. So, and of course, camera and camera. That is my setup. Yeah, baby. Oh, iPad and phone. I use those too. So technically, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 monitors, and I could use another. So back to me, and then my background. So I am very blessed. I do wish and hope by the end of this year, I am self-supportive with this. One of the things I do that some of you may not be realized is that I am deaf without my hearing aids. And I grew up hearing, so that's why my speech is so good. And I do speech therapy via apps and programs that were given to me by a speechologist. I have special hearing aids in my ears. I also have these kind like Emily D. Baker. However, I've had these since 2015. Had them a long time because I interpret concerts. If anybody knows who Sandy Patty is, I've interpreted her. I'm hoping to interpret CeCe Winan when she comes into San Antonio in March. We're working on it. So we often have interpreting when I have an interpreter available, or I interpret. But I have to be honest, this is not a day for me to interpreting. If I know that there is a deaf or hard of hearing person who is watching alive, I will automatically start interpreting. I have a few of them that connect with me through Discord. Say, hey, I'm going to hop on. Can you interpret? They give me about 5 minutes to set up, and there you go. So if you ever see me throw my hands up or I'm here on screen, then all of a sudden I'm off and then I come back and it's all black. Yeah, I've interpreted for her several times. Oh yeah, she's good. Shared a backstage dressing room with her. Now, during COVID, she came and did a concert here where I live. She's done several here. But so I gave her a special cup. Reminds me, I got some water. I'll have to show you the pictures later. They're on another device.
Now, Deputy, did you interact with the defendant at all inside of the squad car, or were you just interacting with the defendant outside?
I interacted with him outside, and then once I sat with him in the vehicle, yes, there was an interaction.
And was that Deputy Walker's car?
Yes.
If I may have a brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you.
So, yes. And so was
Did the
CeCe
defendant
Winan.
give to you 2 different statements to you?
Yes.
She's wonderful gospel.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
She and Whitney Houston were best friends. They were spiritual sisters. Sisters.
have any recording devices either on your person with all the gear you have or in your car as you're on patrol?
No, ma'am, other than just a telephone.
So a cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
But that can record things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you carry your cell phone on you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you could record anything that you experience at a scene, right? If you weren't, say, clearing it and making sure people.
What? You are telling me in this day and age, you're telling me in this day and age, you don't have a recording device or recording camera? Y'all, this is a small PD.
People were safe.
Yes.
Or
So for
SO.
instance, in an interaction with Collin, you could have recorded that,
Yes, ma'am.
but you didn't.
I did not.
Redirect.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
He is, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all. An SO not having a recording
Next
device?
witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Captain James Parker.
By the way, I'm also, for the new people, I'm also an emergency services volunteer, firefighter, first responder, and chaplain. So I do have some insight. And I used to work at a forensically insane, incompetent to withstand trial state hospital. I did a lot of weird stuff. You'd be amazed at what all I've done. Amazes me.
All right. Good afternoon, Captain Parker. May you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Captain James Parker. I work for Polk County Fire Rescue.
Being a captain at PCFR, what are your responsibilities?
I oversee the daily operations and duties of Station 39, which is off of East Main Street for Polk County Fire Rescue, meaning the engine into rescue companies that run medical calls and fires. In that area.
Tell the jury about your education and training and
I'm a
experience.
volunteer firefighter.
General high school education, and then you proceed on to a fire academy, in which you are completed from that with fire standards.
Oh.
Then proceed on to first responder EMT, which are semester-long programs, a year of paramedic, and then subsequent classes in driver engineer school, as well as fire officer 1, which is another 5 or 6 courses to which you can then test and get certified to be a captain.
To attain the rank of captain, did you have to come up through the ranks and work the different positions?
Yes, sir,
you work your
And how
ears
many years have you
off.
been on the job?
That's
Polk County Fire Rescue, this will be
responsibility I
year
don't
11 for
want.
me.
All right. Now, Captain Parker, during your time in your position, not necessarily just as a captain, but just in your career, have you had the opportunity to respond to many different scenes where somebody has been injured?
Yes, sir. On average, about 2,000 calls a year.
During those many, many calls, have you ever seen a victim that has been stabbed, that had a stab wound?
There's been quite a few. I'm not sure as to how many.
All right. I want to direct your attention to this case particularly.
A large
What was your
proportion of
responsibility
them.
as it pertains to September 8th of 2024?
My crew and myself were dispatched to a call. It was dispatched as an assault call, which is a generic code out for something that was put in through dispatch. We were responding per our policy. We stage at a short distance away until law enforcement's able to arrive on scene and make sure the scene is secured and safe. At which time we then proceed on scene and provide any medical need or necessity of the victim / patients.
Did you enter the residence to see the victim?
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury what you saw.
We entered through the front door, went through the living room area, back into the kitchen, at which point they were escorting the accused out of the residence. The victim herself was laying on the kitchen floor, supine, and with a pool of blood.
Supine meaning face
on her
up.
back.
Now, did she have any signs of life whatsoever?
No, sir.
The pale color, what is that indicative of?
Typically of blood loss or poor circulation.
A lot of
Did she
blood
check for her
loss.
pulse and her vitals and whatnot?
Yes, sir. Per usual, we arrive on scene, check the patient's responsiveness. She was not responsive, to which I could then tell she was not breathing. A pulse was checked for and not obtained, as she did not currently have one. CPR was initiated for a brief few seconds until further extended injuries could be checked, and then it was determined among the crew and myself that the injuries were not sustainable.
So based upon the severity of the stab wounds, was there anything you could further do for her?
No, sir.
Nope. Well,
Now,
I
what can you
like
tell the
you,
jury
she
about
will.
what you
Like your
saw
name.
pertaining to the stab wound?
The native in me
The
really
stab wound
wants.
itself did not seem to be very wide. was kind of narrow in size. Upon further inspection after starting the CPR, it was obvious that every time I did a compression, there was air that was coming through the wound itself. So it was obviously pretty deep.
Utile.
It looked like a lot of the vasculature and the stuff inside of the wound itself was very obvious and could be seen. And that it had cut major areas such as arteries.
Okay. What was the terminology you used? The vascular?
Vasculature, yes, sir.
What does that mean?
Meaning the tissue and stuff surrounding.
So the inside of her neck was apparent. You could actually see what was inside?
Yes, sir.
That's a no bueno. That's a no
What
no
was the
life.
defendant's demeanor like?
Not gonna live through that.
From my personal experience, it was a little odd in nature. He didn't seem very distraught or upset. He seemed kind of calm upon my entering the residence. And then upon exiting the residence, he seemed to almost have a, not a full argument, but somewhat argumentative with the deputies that were trying to assist him out of the residence.
Now, during the 11 years when you've interacted with different people at a scene similar to this, I mean, is there any one way to act, or do you see it all?
No, it's different for each person.
Okay. Was the way that you described the defendant's demeanor, did that stand out? Did that stand out compared to the other scenes you've been to?
Yeah, that's not. I mean, like I said, I've seen several, and to be distraught, to be upset, or to be in tears or even hysterical is pretty common. I would say that's what I see most of the time. And he didn't seem to be any of those.
Okay, as a first responder, I've been there. Sometimes they can also be catatonic, just shut down, just so much in shock that they shut down. So you cannot gauge somebody's innocence or guilt by the way they are in the first few minutes. However, this kid it doesn't sound right, but I can't put as much weight in it as they're trying to. I can't. I've seen it all. Here's one for you. Went to notify a woman that her husband deceased. He had a heart attack while driving and died. And he crashed his car right in front of the funeral home. I kid you not. I saw the wreck after everything was all said and done. I was asked to go with the sheriff to do notification and next of kin. We get there. It's myself, the sheriff, and EMS is pulling up. You never know what's going to happen. So this lady meets us wearing her bathrobe, and we knock. She opens up, and I said, we introduced ourselves. We asked to come in. And the first thing she said was, "Is he dead?" And I said, "Ma'am, I am so sorry to have to inform you that your husband had a heart attack and wrecked his car in front of the funeral home and has been declared deceased." And she goes, "Hold on a minute." And we looked at each other like, what the heck? Turned around, comes back with 3 glasses of champagne glasses, because she didn't see the EMS people, and a bottle of champagne. Said, "Thank God my hell is over. Good riddance. Throw it out with the trash." She didn't go see him. She didn't have a funeral. The kids took care of everything, and she was gone.
All right, Captain Parker, I don't have any further questions for you.
True story. Yeah.
Captain Parker, do you have any psychological training?
No, ma'am, I do not.
You did say that there is no one right way for somebody to act after they've been through either a fight or a traumatic experience, right?
I did say that.
So you cannot say what was going on inside of Collin's mind or heart when you saw him, can you?
No, ma'am, I didn't say what was going on inside of him.
And you have no idea what he's been through in his life and what coping mechanisms he has devised or that he has had to come up with to survive those things, do you?
No, ma'am, I've never met him before this.
And you have no idea what happened in that kitchen before you
That
arrived,
was
do
a
you?
true story.
No, ma'am, I cannot speculate as to that.
Thank you.
I was fairly new.
Captain Parker, was the
in my
stab wound that you
first
saw
response
consistent with
when
the
that
victim being
happened.
stabbed by somebody?
Hi,
I
baby
would think so.
kitty.
No further questions, Aaron.
Is the witness released?
No objection, Aaron.
Started. Thank you, sir.
We do have a shop cat.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
We got in the car and laughed. I mean, we were like,
Next witness.
ma'am, we're not allowed to drink. I appreciate the sentiment, but if you're not needing us, I would say if you're not needing us, we need to be on our way. Is there anybody we can call for you? Anything we can do? Nope. I'm going to go celebrate. Bye. Oh, hello. My cat is not the most lovingly kitties, but she is rubbing all over my feet right now. Oh. Want to set up a pet cam.
All right. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Owen Mullen. OWEN.
Oh my God. Owen Moen.
Firefighter, paramedic, Polk County Fire Rescue.
Tell the jury about your training and experience.
I'm sorry, Owen.
So I started in New York State in about 2017, 2018 as a firefighter EMT. I became a paramedic in 2021. Moved here in 2022. Or actually, 2023. I worked at Polk County Fire Rescue since I moved here.
And in your current position, what are your responsibilities?
So on my career, I'm the lead paramedic. I work on the ambulance. So I make patient care decisions.
And was that what you were working September 8th of last year?
Yes.
Tell the jury about how you responded to the crime scene in this case.
We were dispatched to, I believe, an assault call. While we were responding to there, we got information on our dispatch that the patient had gotten an injury to her neck. She was bleeding. She was not conscious. And the dispatch was giving the caller life-saving instructions. And then we were going to stage in the area for a police to secure the scene.
Did you have an opportunity to actually go inside the house?
Yeah, once the deputies cleared the scene, we went in and I found the patient in the kitchen.
What did you notice about the patient?
That was a full-blown
She was lying face up.
fight.
She had a wound in her neck. It was narrow and very deep, and she was no longer bleeding. She was not conscious.
And from the very deep wound, did you have any
just
further thoughts about
fine.
the nature of the wound?
Little shit.
You could see all the way back to her neck very easily. You could see her vasculature, her muscle tissue were obviously visible, and that type of injury is incompatible with life.
Did you have an opportunity to observe the defendant's demeanor on scene?
I did not directly interact with him, but when I did notice him, he was outside talking with the deputies. He did not appear upset, and he was almost kind of annoyed with their questioning of him.
Oh, we can.
Have you been to other scenes where somebody's family member, spouse, or close friend has been killed?
Yes, very frequently.
All right. And what do you typically see there?
Typically, they'd be very upset
Hysterical.
and hysterical, although it is different for every person.
Did the defendant's demeanor seem out of the ordinary to you?
Yes.
Yes.
Were you the one that eventually declared the victim officially deceased?
Yes.
And at what time was that?
I believe at 18:27.
That being 6:27 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, is that? I understand that's the official time you write down, but is it a fair statement that she could have been dead, obviously before that time? That's just when you declared it.
Oh,
dead?
yes.
Yes, that time is when we called on the radio. I declared her deceased.
What happens
but
if
her actual time of death could have been before that.
Okay, gotcha. Do you declare a time of death if you arrive to a scene like a day or two after somebody's been dead?
No.
Yes, because we are normally the first medical provider that sees that person, and usually when we declare that's the time of death, the state.
Okay, let me explain this a little bit because people get confused. They can declare what time of death it was for that report and time. However, the coroner, if they can give a time of death, I just said death. If they can give a time of death, they can get like a certain time frame, then that will supersede his time. But I will be honest to say, not every county operates the way this county does. I've seen it both ways because my I've just messed that up. Gotta see if I can fix it. I just made a heart when I didn't need to. Let me just get that undone. So, just because he gives the time of death that he's calling it does not mean that it's going to remain that time of death. And if you disagree with me, that's fine. Different counties, different places do it differently. But I will say one thing that concerns me is that they had no body camera, and they stated that they started CPR on her. In some jurisdictions, if you start CPR on somebody, you must continue it until you get to a hospital where a physician can declare the time of death. Just saying. No, I wouldn't do a monkey cam. I'll explain it later.
Stays with the patient unless under some other circumstances.
Okay, so as you said earlier, though, the patient could have died in a general sense, minutes, hours, days before. Not in this particular case, but just in general sense.
Correct.
All right, I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross-exam.
Mr. Mullen, how many Polk County Fire Rescue personnel entered the kitchen?
We had a crew of 5 on my crew. I had a partner on the ambulance, and we had 3
Here we
on
go
the
on the
engine. So I
evidence.
believe all 5 of us had entered. So I believe 5.
5 people entered the actual kitchen.
Correct.
And how many people laid hands on or got close enough to apply like the little stickers we see on Miss Griffith's body?
Myself, my captain who just testified, and then one of my firefighter EMTs had placed those stickers on. Those are not 3 I know. I don't believe anyone else actually had touched her directly.
The area where she was laying was quite confined, right?
Yes.
And the scene was messy when you arrived, as
Yes.
far as blood?
Yes.
Very much so.
Today, while you were waiting to testify, did you talk about your testimony with any of the other witnesses, say your partner or the captain or the deputies who also responded and cleared the scene for you?
Not exactly. You're just making conversation.
Didn't talk about this case at all?
We talked about the case, but not what we were going to say.
Okay. Thanks.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Thornhill?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
They always debrief. This case was probably.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making up for your late day yesterday.
Just FYI, there's always a debriefing. At the end of the day, they go over the cases. Some departments, not everybody. So that's what he meant by that. That's a very difficult question sometimes to answer because they said, well, do you talk about the case? Yeah, we have. Okay, did you talk about your testimony? No. Then why are you talking about the case if you're not going to talk about your testimony? Because we do a debriefing, make sure that we did everything we were supposed to do. It's good for training, etc. Also emotional. Gosh, y'all. Emotionally, this can be very tough on them. All right, we're going to go into day 2 in a minute.
Today, it's almost 3:30. Please remember you're not to even begin thinking about how you might decide this case or form any opinions about the case. Of course, don't talk to anyone about it or look anything up. Please enjoy your evening. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
All right, please.
What state is this in? I forgot. Florida? Oh, God, that means Monday. I got to be here at 6:30. Is it Florida? What time is it in Florida right now? I have 10:50, 11. What time is it? 11:06. What is it in Florida? Depends on where in Florida. Depends on what time zone. Gotta go. That's fine. Dr. Bullbetter, are you in the Florida time zone? What time is it for you?
I will see you tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Oh my gosh, y'all. I'm going from a California case where I can be here at 9, go live at 11. Okay, so it's an hour. Good night, beloved. Mwah. I'm gonna draw. Are y'all ready? I'm gonna draw, and then what we'll do what we'll do is we'll go for day 2. But right now, I'm going to move all this aside, close all that up. I got to pull up some things. Okay. So I have to draw from this morning. And I'm drawing from this morning. So we got 3, 4 of these. The 4th one is going to be the final one. Oh my gosh. ADHD. You got it. Awesome. The next one. Tash. Woohoo! I can share it. It's hard to do it when it glitches if I do it while it's drawing. So Tash, you're in. You got an extra entry. Hold on, y'all. Now the last one is for the bang. All these people are to be in the drawing. Oh my gosh, Tash, you just won again. All right. Let me show this one while it's doing its little confetti. Tash just won again. All right. Now, everybody's entered. Okay. This is for the $50 winner. And the winner is Dawn. Dawn, you won the $50 gift card, baby. Hallelujah. Oh, congratulations, Dawn. I am so happy for you. Congratulations. You won the $50 gift card. Everybody, thank you for participating all month. Boy, this month has flown by quite quickly. I will have another giveaway in the end of February. Don't know what it is yet, but I will have another giveaway. She Wolf, oh, thank you. Yay. So the winner for the $50 gift card, it could be either a Starbucks. Well, I didn't say do that. It can be for Starbucks or it could be anywhere else. I can do it online digitally. So I purchase it and send it to you digitally. Dawn, get a hold of me in Super Chat. I mean, not in Super Chat. In Discord. I don't think Dawn is on. Hey, Dawn. Dawn, let me see if I can get her over here. Where is she? Come on, Dawn. Where are you, Dawn? Okay. I can't find you in Discord. You may be under another name. So, Dawn, get a hold of me in Discord. You won the $50 gift card. Okay, guys. So, are some of y'all wanting to keep going? My son's still playing his game, so I'm stuck here. As I drive him home, his car has a dead battery. There you are. Hey, Dawn, get a hold of me in Discord and we'll talk. Okay? For some reason, I think you come up under another name, possibly. All right. So, I have day 2 geared up. Now, we're not going to watch all of day 2, but we can watch some of it. Yeah. I like you. Half asleep. That's okay. Did that wake you up? Yeah. Well, get a hold of me and private message me in Discord. Okay, love? Because I need to know where you want your gift card to, and I need to do it online and have it digitally sent. Yes, I do. Yep. Congratulations, babe. And I want to thank everybody. We will start again tomorrow with a whole new thing. It'll probably be a Valentine's Day thing or St. Patty's, maybe a little both. I'm going to have fun with St. Patty's Day today, this year. See you tomorrow, Dr. Bull Butter. Love you. Good night. Sweet. Well, darling. Oh, wait.
Sweet dreams. Hope you have a rocking night.
Y'all missed that guy. Oh, I'll do it. I want you to see this man. I got to find a nighttime one, though. He does a lot of mornings. This is for you, Dr. Bull Butter.
Good night, gorgeous. I hope you enjoyed the fuck out your day. Sweet dreams.
That one is the newest one. That's all he does, night and morning. By the way, the necklace he was wearing was Odinism. Just in case you want to know. He's an Odin. But anyway, not hard to look at. Not a bad thing to sing the last part of your night. If that's your thing. But the voice, oh. Okay. Day 2. Oh, crap. I got to do this again. There we go. Day 2.
Reported statements to a third party have been deemed admissible only in 3 general categories.
Probably lost everybody because of that.
From the possible prejudice. These categories are 1.
Sweet
the
dreams,
defendant claims
darling.
self-defense, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he feared the defendant, which that's right on point with what we have here. Or number 2, the defendant
Don't
claims
care
the
what
victim
they look
committed
like.
suicide, which can be
Just
rebutted
how
by
they
statements
sound.
of the victim that are inconsistent with suicide, which would be
I'm
relevant
deaf.
as well here.
That doesn't make sense.
Number 3, which is the third possibility, the defendant claims the victim's death was accidental, which can be rebutted by the victim's statements that he, or of course she, feared whatever the instrument of death proved to be. So I would say there's an argument for all 3 of them in this case, but if one is appropriate, then I would submit that it's supported by the case law and by 8033, the state of mind exception to the hearsay rule. So what do we hear? We've heard in opening statements and as part of the evidence in the defense of self-defense / accident / she was suicidal, all 3 of those things. So because of that, Your Honor, this is admissible evidence.
And Judge, there's plenty of evidence coming in about Kathy's statements to police about being fearful, about what he allegedly did to her on November 13th. I'm not objecting to any of that as hearsay. I think it does provide context, but this is different for 2 reasons. One, it's an officer asking her specific questions about past events. Remember, this is happening November of 2023, so 10 months before the incident at issue here. And he's asking about past events. That I think is very different on a checklist. It's not her state of mind. He's asking, has this ever happened in the past? So I don't think it meets the state of mind exception. The second reason it concerns me is the checklist that the officer is holding in full view of the camera has other questions and answers that I think are irrelevant. And finally, a 403 argument that these specific questions regarding past instances, when there's plenty of other admissible evidence about their interactions, her fear of Collin, that I'm not objecting to.
Your Honor, I would point out it's not just past incidents. One of the most telling things and the reason it would be admissible pursuant to the case law, the hearsay exception, is the deputy asked about the future, which is exactly what the case law and the state of mind exception is made for, not the past, but the future. And of course, in order to predict or think about the future, there has to be some discussion of the past or some reason to have that fear. And there's specific questions about, has he threatened to kill you, and do you think he has the ability to kill you or will kill you? And she says yes. So that goes to the future, which is why it should be admissible.
So Ms. Thornhill, as to those particular statements that talk about, and I agree with you that the statements about has this happened in the past, et cetera, that should be excluded. I also agree that the video portion that shows the checklist should be excluded. So I'm inclined to perhaps allow some of the audio. So what is your response to the questions that relate to her present state of mind? And
I don't have any further argument as to
Good night, Gina.
so I will grant your oral motion in limine in part.
May the dreamberries.
Levine, any statements that relate to present or future state of mind will be admissible only by audio. Any questions and answers related to past occurred events are excluded. So
Girl
I don't know
Scout
if
cookies.
you'll be able to
Yum.
get that editing done before you have the witness call, but if you need a moment to talk to your IT person, I can give that to you. But let's handle the other piece of evidence.
Well, Judge, I will say that because I don't think this was going to be admitted this morning, and the reason I brought it up now is so we could deal with it. I think that there's time for it to be edited. At least that's my understanding of the procedure we're following today.
What's the next piece?
Oh, the second one is the Kathy talking to the deputy.
Or that's going to be State Exhibit 194.
You done that.
They have everything on disc. There's not a lot of paper floating around like paper photos, which I appreciate. Makes it harder for people who shouldn't see them. Not see them.
What date is this exhibit from?
Your Honor, yeah, it's
I can't read it.
195.
This is one that I have no objection to.
Oh.
That one, the one that I was explaining, right?
Correct. That's the one where they go inside and
Here's 195. Your Honor, I said 194, but it's 195.
And what date was 195 from?
I can tell you that.
November 14th, 2023.
The judge's voice isn't bad either. Sensei, you better not. I love you, girl.
Because we want what's right for him.
I
We also
understand.
want, but we have an obligation to protect him and protect him. We have to protect both. Because even though he didn't threaten to harm himself, he threatened to harm his mom. And either way, that.
I know, he beat the shit out of us.
Yeah.
I know.
And with all due respect, you can't have them here last night where you were fearful, and then 4 hours later you're recording because recording's not helping you when he chokes you out. And what's the recording going to do? What's the recording? It's not bringing him back. He'll still be dead. You know, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's an easy task, man, because I'm sure it's a tough thing to do. But I struggle with a kid that's being released from jail and saying, if you bring me back there, she's gonna die.
If we don't do something,
Shame on us.
yeah,
Shame on us that
and
we
we fail.
failed you. And I'm not failing you. Nor am I gonna fail your son.
I've seen that video.
Your
That's
Honor,
on
same arguments
YouTube.
as it pertains to the state of mind exception, as well as excited utterance. You can clearly tell that she's emotional. She's under the stress of the situation. It's right on the heels of, granted, it's the next morning after the domestic violence battery, but it was pretty much an all-night affair in terms of the investigation and then the body cam footage and the in-car footage going through to the early hours of the morning. So I would argue under the state of mind exception with her responses to what the deputies are saying, as well as her visible emotions and her excited utterance regarding that the defendant beat the shit out of her or something to that effect. And her agreeing with the deputies.
Oh, he's not doing it solo.
Concerned and is concerned about the future.
Maybe right now he is, but in general, I thought he had somebody there with him.
Judge, Judge, this was many, many, many hours after the domestic violence battery incident. Collin had gone to the jail, as I indicated in opening. He had been released from the jail. This was after his mom brought him home, and deputies were called by jail personnel to go check. So excited utterance regarding the domestic violence battery situation, I think, is a little bit of a stretch since it was hours later. But additionally, I mean, an excited utterance about her son being Baker-acted because he threatened her. I don't know that's what's established here. The second thing is that most of this is the deputy offering her opinions about what might happen, which I understand Kathy Griffith saying, I know, I get it, but it's testimony from an officer that is improper.
Anything additional, Mr. Levine?
I would say it's not testimony from an officer, and it's in the context of Kathy's responses, both physically, emotionally, crying, putting her hands over her face like an acknowledgement.
But he is alone right now. Yeah,
So that's
that is
critical to her
weird.
statements making sense in the context of what precedes them with what the deputies say. She can either agree, when I say she, Kathy can either agree, disagree, or whatnot, but you can tell what her response is as it pertains to in relationship to what the deputies are saying in her responses.
I'm going to grant your motion. 195 is excluded.
So they can't
Any
play
other
that
evidentiary
video.
issues we need to take up right now?
That was huge loss for the prosecution.
We're ready.
Huge loss.
Yes.
That was huge. Great. Oh, please. A good win for the defense. Huge loss for the prosecution. So now they're going to bring in the jury. This is the police officer. I'm going to see if this will.
Good morning.
If everything's good.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Investigator Bange. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your names for the record?
It's Brandy Bange, BRANDI BANGE,
And where are you employed?
at the Polk County Sheriff's Office.
What a
What's
name.
your position?
I am a forensic investigator.
Tell the jury about what that means.
We respond to different types of calls for service, and we generally just document the scene, collect evidence, and write reports.
How many years have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
11 years.
And tell the jury about your education and training experience.
I have a bachelor's degree from USF. I have a certificate in crime scene from Hillsborough Community College. And then we have 800 hours of on-the-job training, as well as continuing education.
Do you have any estimation about how many scenes you've been to during
A
your career?
lot of on-the-hour training.
No,
Is it in the hundreds
probably yes.
or 100 or more?
Yes, yes,
Now, during your career, have you responded to countless homicide scenes
yes,
and scenes of violent crimes?
yes.
All right, now, Investigator Bange, directing your attention to Sunday, September 8th, 2024, around 7:22 in the evening. Did you respond to the crime scene in this case?
I did.
And tell the jury about when you got there, what was your focus on?
So when we first get to a crime scene, we want to document it the way it is when we get there. So we generally take video and photographs at that time.
Are you one of the more senior forensic investigators that responded to the scene?
Yes.
Earlier, the jury heard from Investigator Ellis. Was she also there performing multiple things along with you?
Yes, she was.
Now, did you have an opportunity to see the outside of the scene as well as the inside of the scene?
Yes.
And what caught your attention about as you proceeded into the house and made it back to the kitchen? What caught your attention at the crime scene that was of note?
So on the outside of the house, there was an AirPod that was on the ground, like in the mulch area in front of the house. And then there was some blood on one of the steps. And then going into the house, there was another AirPod or earbud, I should say, on the floor. And then an AirPod case and then a knife. So it kind of was in a line from outside to inside.
As if something started outside and continued inside?
Yes.
Now, did you have an opportunity to walk further into the kitchen and see the victim?
Yes.
And were you able to see firsthand the wound that she suffered?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you saw and what that meant to you.
She had an apparent stab wound on her neck. It was a very deep wound.
Have you been to multiple scenes where people have been stabbed?
Yes.
And the injury that you saw and the scene that you saw, was it consistent with somebody being attacked and stabbed?
Yes.
Now, as the scene was documented, and photographs are taken, of course, does somebody video record the scene as well?
Yes.
And it sounds pretty self-explanatory, but explain to the jury what you did to accomplish it.
So we just have a regular video camera, just like you would imagine. We go and do the outside of the house, and then we go inside the house and do the interior of the house.
And I take it you did that in this case?
I did.
Have you had an opportunity to previously see State's Exhibit 166, the crime scene video?
Yes.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the scene as you saw it on that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 166 into evidence.
Any objection? It is received.
Now, do you recall, when did you first see the defendant at the scene that night?
It was after 11 o'clock. I can give you the exact time if you need it.
Well, that's all right. But it was after 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Now, as to what the defendant was doing before that, do you know or do you not know?
I don't know.
Where did you first see the defendant?
We have a crime scene trailer there on scene that we usually bring on scene. So it was out in the roadway, parked out in the roadway. And he was brought on the trailer, and then I came onto the trailer.
Describe that crime scene trailer.
It's almost kind of like an RV, but it's made to be more specific to what we do.
And what can you accomplish inside of it?
We take photographs. We have we have processing, fuming processing for fingerprints. We have all different kinds of stuff, supplies. We have that kind of thing on the trailer.
So is it fairly common to bring a suspect into that in order to photograph them and accomplish those other tasks you mentioned?
Yes.
That's way cool. Not everybody has that.
Have you been to crime scenes where family members or spouses are present and their loved ones have been injured or killed?
Yes.
And how do they usually act? When you came into contact with the defendant, how would you describe his demeanor?
He was emotionless.
Emotionless?
Yes.
Did that change at all while you interacted with him?
No.
Did that
That
surprise
can
you?
be shock.
Now, describe to the jury, what was your interaction with the defendant like? What did you do?
So I photographed him, and I obtained some blood swabs that we had seen on him from apparent blood that he had on him. Sorry. So
If you could answer that question again, please.
yes, so I obtained some blood swabs that were on him. He had some blood on him. I obtained fingernail swabbings from him, and I obtained buccal swabs from him.
Starting with, where were the visible
Buccal
parts
swab.
of his body under clothing that you saw blood?
So he had blood on his ear, on the right ear, on the right arm of his glasses, like right here. He had blood on his fingernails. He had blood on his shoes, and some apparent blood on his shorts.
Were you
Now remember, they had washed his
present
arm
when
off.
somebody from Polk County Fire Rescue washed off blood off of his arms and hands?
No,
So your photographs would have been after that, is that correct?
I believe so, because I didn't see fire EMS, I don't think.
Okay. Do they usually leave the scene after they tend to a victim?
Yep.
Usually, yes.
And there was a description of that there was blood on from his like elbow to his forearm and on his hands, and that was washed off. Did you see blood on his forearms and his hands to a great extent?
No, I did not.
All right. You mentioned, what did you mention about the fingernails, the swabbings?
Yes.
Tell the jury about what you.
I have to be honest, that kind of bothers me. Unless poke myself. Unless they were rinsing him off to make sure that he didn't have any wounds, because sometimes the person who did the unliving can still be injured themselves. So they could have been trying to ascertain if he was injured and if that blood was his or hers. I mean, that has happened. Just saying.
You do to accomplish the swabbings.
So he had some apparent blood on his fingernails, and we take a cotton swab, and sometimes we moisten it with some distilled water to loosen it up, and then swab all around the areas of the fingernails.
Now his hands weren't bleeding, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, I kind of asked that question confusing. Were his hands bleeding?
No.
So it did appear that any blood on his hands would have been from his mother, correct?
Yes.
Now, in terms of the buckle swabs,
Sustained. You'll disregard the last answer, members of the jury.
in terms of the buckle swabs, if you could explain to the jury what buckle swabs are and how you accomplish those.
So we do that the same way. We use a cotton swab, and we just swab the inside of a person's cheek. We do the left cheek and the right cheek.
What's the purpose of that?
Usually it's for DNA purposes.
Is your agency then able to send those buccal swabs from the defendant or from somebody else or a DNA sample off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement lab for them to do any DNA comparison or analysis that they want to do?
Yes.
So when the defendant was in the crime scene truck, were you able to take photographs?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to see those photographs in the state attorney's office? Those are numbers 100 through 124.
Yes.
And do those appear to accurately depict the photographs that you took?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move 100 through 124 to evidence.
Any objection? No objection. They are received.
Did you also take some photographs of the defendant's clothing and shoes?
I did.
And what was the purpose of that?
Just to document anything that I found on the clothing and just to show how it was that day.
Sorry, my mouse got hung on my thread.
And did you have an opportunity to see state exhibits 156 through 169, indicating the pictures of some of the clothing and
Yes,
shoes?
I have seen the pictures, yes. I'm sorry. Yes, I have seen them.
Your Honor, the state would move 156 to 169, the pictures of the clothing and shoes and evidence.
Any objection?
No, but I have a question about the numbering. I have 156 to 164 are photos, and 165 is the 911 call.
Oh, you're correct.
is the-
I'm sorry, I couldn't read my own writing, Your Honor. It's 156 to 164.
Any objection to those?
No, sir.
All right, the others are not received beyond 164, but states 156 through 164 are received.
Thank you. Investigator Baines, in terms of
Yeah.
the defendant's shoes, was he wearing shoes?
Yes, he had on a pair of black tennis shoes.
I thought he did better the day before. He is by himself. Something may have happened. Maybe his partner got in a car wreck or something. I don't know. My nose is itchy. But that is a good observation.
And did you see blood on his shoes?
Yes, he did have a pair of blood on his shoes.
What about his shorts? Was he wearing black, like basketball shorts?
Yes.
And did he have any blood visible on his shorts?
I would be objecting, like, objection, leading. Objection, leading. Objection, leading. This guy leads so dang much. Why is my chair acting? What is it? Oh, that's what it is. He's leading a lot.
Yes, there was some apparent blood on the shorts.
Where was it? Do you recall, front or back?
It was on the front.
And then did he have a shirt on?
No, he was not wearing a shirt.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the state would publish the photographs of the defendant.
Amen.
Thank you. Number 100, that's the defendant.
Yes.
101.
That's a side profile of him.
And if you look on is it on your monitor too?
Yes.
And if you see where I'm pointed, is that what would appear to be some blood on his glasses?
Yes.
So you know that mouse allows you to point as well. If you
Okay.
Well, that would be good. If you could point out to the jury about the blood.
Right here and here.
Moving on to 102,
This is the back of his head.
103.
This is the front of his entire body.
Now, it's a fair statement. He's pretty tall, maybe 6'2" or so.
I'm not sure how tall he is, but he's taller than I am, yes.
104,
Yes, this is just a closer up of his top half of his body.
105,
A side profile of his whole body.
106.
This is the lower half of his body side profile.
I think that's 107, I'm sorry. 108,
This is the back of his whole body.
109,
This is another side profile of his whole body.
110,
This is a mid-range of his arm, his left arm.
111.
This is a picture of his shoe, his left shoe.
And going back to 110, were there some apparent marks on his arms?
Yes, there were.
And any idea how those marks got there?
I don't know.
or when they got there?
I don't know.
111? Does he mention the blood on the shoes?
Yes, this is the shoe with the apparent blood.
And could you, for the jury's benefit, point with that red arrow where you see blood?
Sure. So there's apparent blood in this area here, and then there's more apparent blood here, and then there's some here, and you can see a little bit here. It's light, but you can see it, and then it's on the bottom here.
Go.
112?
This is his left leg.
And tell us about that mark on his below his knee.
It's an apparent laceration.
113? It's at the back of his leg. What were you highlighting there?
Yes, it was like an apparent abrasion.
114?
That's a close-up of the apparent abrasion.
115?
This is his right forearm.
Were there marks on his right forearm too?
Yes.
Were there multiple marks on both of his arms?
Yes.
Did they look like super fresh, like they had just happened?
They looked fresh.
And when you say fresh, like how fresh?
In the last day.
Were you able to tell how those marks were caused?
No.
116?
This is his right forearm, and there's some apparent lacerations on the top of his forearm.
117?
That's his left forearm, and you can see the abrasion or the apparent lacerations.
Have you been at scenes where you've seen people that have cut themselves or marked themselves?
Objection.
118?
This is the palm of his hand.
I thought that was a good question.
Is it a fair statement he has no defensive wounds on his hands?
Objection is characterization.
Is it a fair statement that he has no wounds on his hands at all?
Right, I did not see any wounds on his hands.
Going back to 118. So that's 118 and 119.
Yes.
Besides just his hands having no marks on them, did you also get pictures? Well, I guess you did. Pictures of the back of his hands, 120?
Yes, the tops of his hands, yes.
And 121.
Yes, this is a close-up of his fingernails.
Going back to 120, did he have any knife cuts or wounds on the top of his hands?
No.
What about neither in 121? Is that correct?
No, I do not see any.
And then 123.
This is apparent blood that was on his ear.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go back to that.
Yeah.
I can't really see that.
It's
but
very
can you point
small, but it's right here. This is the area that I swabbed.
And then finally, 124.
This is a close-up of the apparent blood on the glasses, the right arm of the glasses. And you can see a little bit better now in this picture. There's apparent blood here, here, I think right here.
All right, now we're going to go to
I'll be right back.
156, please.
Uppers needs a comfort break.
All right, 156. Appears to be a close-up of something. Tell us what that is.
This is the short. Sorry, there's a little bit of a glare. I'm going to move in.
Is that
You can adjust that if
Okay.
you need to.
There we go. That's better. This is the shorts that he was wearing. This is a close-up photo of the front of his shorts. You can see some apparent blood in the picture. It's kind of hard to see. I can point to it if you need me to.
Please.
Okay. Sorry. So this area right here, and then there's a little more here.
All right, we'll move on to 158, the shoes, 159, 160, 161. Could you point to the blood in 161?
Yes, there's apparent blood here, apparent blood here, here, and then all down here on the bottoms of the shoes here and this whole area right here.
162. Is there any blood there?
Yes, right here, 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 and then this area here.
163.
There's apparent blood right here by the laces, this area.
And 164.
There's apparent blood right there.
Investigative Range, we're going to move on now. Approximately how many minutes do you think that you were with the defendant?
Probably about 20 to 30 minutes.
During those 20 to 30 minutes, did his demeanor change from being emotionless at all?
No, he remained the same.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to publish State Exhibit 166, the crime scene video. Thank you, Your Honor.
Has it been received?
It has, Your Honor.
Any objection to publication at this time?
No, sir.
You may.
What are they doing? I don't know what they're doing, but that irritates me. Communicate, people.
That Collin, at some point, you're aware, had blood on his forearms and hands.
Yes.
How did you become aware of that?
Just now in court.
Oh, okay. So you weren't aware before.
That he had blood on his arms prior? No. I did know about the fingernails. He had blood on his fingernails.
Right. I was talking about the arms and hands. And he could have dripped blood on his way out of the house when he was escorted by law enforcement, correct?
I don't know.
But it's possible.
It's possible, yes.
The blood that you pointed out on Collin's fingernails and his glasses and his right ear, you're aware that Collin did several things at the instruction of the 911 operator, correct?
I don't know. I do know that they sometimes give instructions, but I have not heard this call.
So let me ask you this. If the 911 operator had told Collin to get towels or something to absorb blood and place it on Kathy's neck, and he did that, he could have gotten blood on his fingernails that way, correct?
Yes, yeah. It's possible. Yes.
And there was, in fact, a bloody towel by her neck when you entered the scene.
Yes.
And you're aware that he also did, well, maybe not. If the 911 operator had instructed him to kneel and do CPR on Kathy, and he did that, that could explain how he got blood on various parts of his body, right?
It's possible, yes.
And if the 911 operator had instructed Collin to get the knife
Here,
far
what?
away from him,
Yeah, it is a
he
small
could have gotten
town.
blood on his hands that way as well.
Yes.
And the knife was, in fact, far away from where Kathy Griffith was laying, correct?
It was in the same room, but yes, it was not right near her.
You said that, oh, well, let me go back to the blood. You don't know if Collin, in his obeying the instructions of this 911 operator, came in contact with the blood that was everywhere as he's tending to his mother. Maybe at one point he had blood on his hands and adjusted his glasses.
I don't know.
It's possible, right?
It's possible.
Look, she's not there to ascertain as to how or why.
The blood on the
She's
bottom
there
of
to
the
sit
flip
there
flop.
and
He didn't
say,
really talk
"This
about
is
that.
what
He
I
talked mostly about the blood
collected."
on the shoes that were collected.
I
from
don't know
Paul.
how it got
But
there.
there was,
It's
in
not
fact,
my
blood on the
job.
bottom of one of the flip flops that was laying in the kitchen.
Yes, I believe there was.
And finally, you said that Collin was emotionless when you dealt with him. You're aware that people can go into shock sometimes from a traumatic event?
Sure.
So that's one possibility here too.
Of course, I'm not a doctor.
Thank you.
Redirect. Nothing, Your Honor.
It pisses me off on both of them. But with her, look, she's sitting there explaining, this is what I saw, this is what I did. As to the reason of who, what, when, where, why, or how, I don't give a crap. I did my job. I'm here to testify on doing my job, and that be it. Don't try to make me look like an idiot because I can't answer the question as to how it got there. I don't care how it got there. It's there. I'm photographing. I'm testing. I'm documenting. I'm swabbing, and I'm done. The rest is for you guys to figure out. Not my job. Not my circus. Not my elephant.
Thank you.
I don't use monkey because I got a monkey.
You may.
I'm really sorry. It's okay.
Yes, I own a monkey.
Photo of
Capuchin.
Collin from inside the trailer. There's a mark on
More?
his torso, about midway between chest and hip.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
That corresponds with a slit in his shirt, doesn't it?
There was a slit in the shirt.
In the torso area.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Redirect now, Mr. Levine.
Oh, that's setting it up for Mama trying to stab him.
Thank you.
Mama trying to stab him. That's where she's going. She's going to take that as Mama tried to stab him.
Your Honor, the state will call forensic investigator Michelle Peters.
Okay, guys, approximately midnight my time, Central Standard Time. So in about 10 to 15 minutes, we're going to have to call it. I technically have been on 12 hours. 10 to 10 is 12. 11. I've been on for 14 hours today, so I could keep going, but I'm not going to. But we will, wherever we stop, we'll pick up tomorrow about 10:30 in the morning, Central Standard Time. I need to have time to skew all this up. I'm not going to do it.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Peters, may you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Michelle Peters. I work with Polk County Sheriff's Office in the forensics unit.
How long have you been employed with the Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 20 years.
I was
Now,
going to
let's
say
talk about
forever.
specifically in this case, did you have an opportunity to go to the medical examiner's office?
I did.
And what takes place at the medical examiner's office as it pertains to the homicide cases?
A post-mortem examination of the body, which is actually called an autopsy for in layman's terms. And they
And
examine
she
the body,
observed
we
it.
take photographs and collect evidence.
Now, when you take photographs, does that give
hope
us
you'll
a
come back
frozen in time
tomorrow.
picture of what the victim looked like? Any injuries or markings, anything of that nature?
Yes, sir.
And what evidence do you collect from an autopsy?
Standard autopsies, we take head hair samples, we take ink impressions, which are fingerprint impressions, and we take a red top and a purple top blood tube. And then we take, depending on the case, we will take fingernail swabbings or clippings. We can take clothing, any weapons that may be present.
All right. Now, in this particular case, were you able to take blood samples from Kathy Griffith?
We did.
And is the purpose of that so that it could be sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for DNA analysis?
Further testing.
Now, in this particular case, did you have an opportunity to see a series of photographs
Thanks, you
dated
will.
to 125 through 155?
I did.
And are those autopsy photographs taken of Kathy Griffith?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what date it was that you actually went to the medical examiner's office?
I'd refer to my report.
Yes, ma'am.
Please do, madam.
It was September 9th of 2024.
So it's September 8th, 2024 was a Sunday. You went Monday morning, is that correct?
Yes, sir. I'll go by your word.
What was the time that you were there?
I arrived at the medical examiner's office at 7 in the morning.
And is that common for an autopsy to be performed the day after a homicide?
Yes, sir.
And be, yeah.
Did Assistant Medical Examiner Dr. Garavan perform the autopsy?
He did.
And were you present for that?
I was.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move state exhibits 125 to 155 in evidence.
Any objection? They're received.
Permission from the court. May I publish the photos? Thank you. All right, that talks about the time and the date and where you are. Moving on with the autopsy photographs. Is that Kathy Griffith as she's transported to the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir.
And the typical victims typically transported in a body bag of some type?
Yes, sir.
127.
I feel sorry for the jury looking at this, and they don't have a stomach
Some
for it.
identified information about Kathy Griffith. Does that say she was 39 years old?
It does, yes, sir.
She weighed 126 pounds.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an opportunity to personally see the stab wound?
I did.
I hate to be crude, but I kind of wish I could see this.
Is it a fair statement that it was a wide open gaping wound?
It's
Yes, sir.
the investigator in me.
Continuing on with 133. Were you able to see where the knife actually exited the other side of her neck?
Yes, sir.
134. Is that a close up of where the tip of the knife went through her neck and out the other side?
Yes, sir.
And that pointer, or the metal rod that's going in through the entry wound of the knife wound and transects through her neck and goes out the back left side of her neck, who put that there?
I can't believe he's sitting for
And is
this.
that able to show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
And they can do that for like a knife wound or a gunshot wound? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
One being the entry wound and one being the exit wound?
Yes, sir.
I'm surprised he's sitting through this.
Now, 137, as part of the autopsy, does the doctor sometimes remove parts of the
His
internal
lawyers are
organs
good.
that
They
he or she feels
desensitize
is
him.
important?
Yes, sir.
And does this photo, the metal pipe that goes through the esophagus and or trachea, was that done by the associate medical examiner, Dr. Garavan?
It was.
And does that also show the pathway of the wound?
Yes, sir.
Next, we have 138. Did you notice a wound on Kathy's right hand in the webbing of her fingers between her thumb and pointer finger?
I did.
138. 139. Is it a fair statement? That's not like a little paper cut or a little straight line, but it was
No, that's
an
probably
open
not.
wound.
Yes, sir.
I hope that's someone with a cold and not
140.
getting sick from looking at the photos.
Next, we move
That
to
has happened before, y'all.
141. Did Kathy have a number of scrapes and bruises on her limbs, her arms and legs?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
On what?
On her whole body, yes, sir.
141, does that show some of those on her left arm and elbow?
Yes, sir.
142, is that a close-up of some of the bruising and scrapes and whatnot?
Yes, sir.
143, does that show some prominent bruising on her left wrist?
Yes, sir.
So some marks or bruising on the inside of her forearm as well?
Yes, sir.
Now moving to her right arm, did there appear to be some bruising on her right arm?
Yes, sir.
And going to her hands, was there some bruising on her hands
Yes, sir.
and her fingers?
Yes, sir.
That's 148. Were there some marks or cuts or bruises on her legs?
Yes, sir.
149. Is that a close-up of one of those?
Yes, sir.
150. Some bruising apparent on her shin to the front of her legs as well.
Yes, sir.
$152, $153, $154, $155. All right, Investigator Peters, I don't have any other questions for you.
Investigator Peters, some of the bruises that the jury saw in those pictures were different colors.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you have no way of knowing when those bruises got on Miss Griffith's body, do you?
No, ma'am.
They could have been days old.
Could have been.
Do you know how much blood Kathy Griffith lost?
I do not.
And the weighing that resulted in 126 pounds, that was done after she had passed away and lost blood, correct?
Correct. That was at the examiner's office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, State College Sergeant Michael Schneider.
How many are they going to call? Uh-oh. No offense. Looks like we got Mr. Nerd.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Sergeant. May you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the record?
My name is
Be my
Sergeant
family
Michael
member.
Schneider, SCHNEIDER. I'm currently employed with the Florida Southwestern State College in Fort Myers.
And tell the jury a little bit about what that entails.
I am basically responsible for the security of the college, managing my crew, and a lot of it is community policing as well.
And how many fellow officers do you supervise?
Currently, I have a crew of 14.
Tell the jury about your education and training experience in law enforcement.
So I went to the academy. Backing up, I have an associate's degree in AS. I went to the academy in 2010. Worked for the Fort Myers Police Department from 2011 to January 22. I left there. I basically retired due to age. Took a small hiatus, and then I started out with the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office, and I left there in November the prior year. And I've been at the FSW Police Department since December of 23.
Approximately how many years in law enforcement do you have?
It was about 14 now.
And you mentioned your degree, and you said some initials. What does that stand for?
An associated science degree. It's in the automotive field. I used to be an auto mechanic a long time ago.
Okay. All right, Sergeant Snyder. So the time frame I want to ask you about is very specific, going back to the year 2023 in September of 2023. At that time, were you employed by the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what was your position at that time?
I was working as deputy in road patrol.
Now, when you're deputy on road patrol, does that mean you can see anything and everything and respond to countless different types of situations?
Yes, you're basically, you listen to the radio and see what's going on. If there's, another one of your fellow deputies has a call that you might need help. And we also have a screen on the laptop that shows what calls are basically in service currently and which ones are holding.
And is Port Charlotte, is that in Charlotte County as well?
Yes, it's on the north side of the Peace River.
All right. I want to direct your attention to approximately 6:30 p.m. Were you dispatched to a certain location in Punta Gorda, Florida?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to?
It is called CSU. It's a Crisis Stabilization Unit of Charlotte
Stop
Behavioral
after
Center.
this guy. I don't think he's going to be on too long.
This is usually where we bring critical Baker Acts.
Now, in this particular case, how was it that you responded to that location?
I was dispatched there. The call notes had said that I need to be there for a release of a potentially violent patient.
And did that end up being the defendant, Collin Griffith?
Oh, yes, it did.
Did you see the defendant back on the evening of September 19th of 2023?
I did.
Describe to the jury, when you pull up to the facility, where do you go? Do you stay in your car? Do you go inside? To tell them the process.
No, you don't go inside. You basically come in. It's kind of like a U-turn. You park under the portico. There's room for about 2 vehicles. I was on the left-hand side, and the entry doors are on the right, double doors. And when I got there was nobody there yet.
They bring them out.
Of you being there?
Basically providing a security escort. Somebody had a concern. I forgot who the initial complainant was on the call, but they had a concern that the patient that is to be released might has violent tendencies or might act out.
And if the release goes like smoothly and according to plan, what should have happened that evening?
Like when the defendant comes out, what's he supposed to do, or where's he supposed to go?
Basically, when he's released, or any patient gets released from the facility, they go with whoever picks them up and leaves.
Now, did that happen in this case?
No, they did not.
Describe to the jury when you first saw the defendant. What happened?
Oh, I was standing there, standing by my car on the left-hand side, and you can see into the facility, and people were starting to walk out. And when the doors opened, the young man came straight up to me and approached me and said I needed to be Baker acted.
Were you surprised to hear that?
Oh yeah, because that is usually people want to lead.
Now, how would you describe his demeanor when he said that?
He was focused. He had a goal for sure. He was somebody on a mission. He looked at me and said, "I need to be Baker acted."
Were you in a marked vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And take it you had your.
Or do you want to explain what that is?
Did you ask him why he said that?
Do y'all know
Yes,
what
I
that
did.
means?
It's unusual. He said, "I need to be Baker acted because I'm either going to go kill myself and he said his mother.
What did he say about his mother?
He said he was going to either kill himself or his mother. You know, he didn't name her by name, but he said it's either his mom or his mother.
When the defendant said he was either going to kill himself or his mom, were you surprised?
Yes, definitely.
Well, did you ask him any questions or respond in any way?
Usually when people do that, they have some sort of motive. And so I asked him, "So how are you going to do that?" And he stated, "I'll find a way. I'll find a way." He named numerous methods, but unfortunately I didn't write them down. And so I don't recollect that, but there were several ways he was going to do that. And it was significant what he said.
Now, when he named the different manners in which he could kill his mom, was it like direct things that he could do to kill a person?
Yes, I don't remember quite exactly specifically what it was, but each one of those methods that he mentioned would definitely lead to death for sure.
After he said these things, what did you do?
This is a long time ago.
We stood by the door with him, just kind of keeping an eye on him while other people were conferring what to do with him. I believe Deputy Welch was with me. They're from the Irish team. I believe that she took over the
Irish
secondary
team.
Baker
I
Act.
love it.
Certainly a
Well,
liability at this point. So
by the
At
way,
that point, when the
y'all,
defendant says the direct things that he's going to
I'm
do,
an
is he a
O'Neill
danger
lady.
to himself and to his mom and perhaps anyone else he wants to kill?
yes,
You mentioned Deputy Welch. Is that Deputy Kerry Welch, also with the Sheriff's
I believe-
Office?
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned the term, the Iris team.
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean?
They are called for critical care or anybody who's a mental crisis. They're specially trained. I don't know exactly what the Iris stands for anymore.
And was the defendant insistent that he needed to be Baker acted because he would hurt himself or his mom or kill himself or his mom?
Yeah, he did not want to go. He basically stated that so he wouldn't have to leave.
So after you were concerned about his own safety and his mom's safety, what was the end result with what happened to the defendant?
He was readmitted to the facility as a Baker Act.
Did that conclude your involvement with the defendant that evening?
Yes, sir.
All right, Sergeant Snyder, I don't have any further questions.
Sergeant Snyder, you weren't involved in the initial reason that Collin Baker was placed in Charlotte Behavioral Health, were you?
No, ma'am.
So you have no knowledge of what led to him being there?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And are you aware that Collin had been trying not to get released from that facility under his Baker Act before you were alerted and told to go there?
No, not until he told me.
Okay. And are you aware that his mother had done everything she could to get him released from that Baker Act?
No, I did not have any background information at that point. All I knew was potentially violent.
Are you aware now that his mother did everything she could to get him out of the Baker Act facility leading up to your interactions with Collin on September 19th, 2023?
I did not follow any of that, ma'am.
And are you aware that the staff at Charlotte Behavioral Health was insisting on releasing
has
him
nothing
to
to
his
do
mother
with
on September
him.
19th, 2023?
You were asking all the wrong
That I do
questions,
not
my dear.
recall. I know his grandmother was, I think his grandmother was there to get him.
And you don't know what Collin had said to any of the people who were trying to make him go home before.
All right, guys, this is what's frustrating me with this lady and how the prosecution is allowing her to do it pisses me off. She is allowed to lead. She's on cross. But leading is one thing. To me, in my own humble opinion. Feels like she is not leading, but more testifying and getting him to agree with her. And she's getting away with it. And it's pissing me off. She should not be, she's testifying and he's agreeing, in
Well,
my
you got
own
there,
humble
correct?
opinion.
No, ma'am.
And basically, Collin told you, I would rather go back into this facility than be sent home.
He didn't specifically say that. He said he wanted to be Baker acted. He
Did not want to go home.
Apparently, yes.
Did he ever tell you he didn't feel safe at home?
I don't recall that.
He might have said that, but you didn't write it down. Or you don't
I
remember?
don't know. What I remember is on the short notes.
Did you make those short notes?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's entirely possible Collin told you that I'm afraid my mom will do something to me and I will kill her.
Objection, Your Honor.
Remembered that.
But you're not sure.
No, ma'am.
And you have
can't
no idea if
assume-
he had said that
I can't do that.
one,
That
10,
would be an
1,000
objection,
times in
Your
the
Honor.
hours leading up to your interactions with him.
No, I wasn't there with him. I only had a short interaction during the time.
But you said he was focused on getting readmitted to the Baker Act facility.
That's what the end goal appeared to be.
Thank you.
Redirect. Nothing further.
I have a problem.
Yes.
I have a huge problem with the way she is, way both of these lawyers are getting
Say we'll call
testimony.
Deputy
And
Alexander Sharp.
I'm going to finish what I'm doing here before I stop. So I just got a few more minutes to finish what I'm doing here. I apologize. But I'm getting very frustrated with the way the question is going. And the fact they're getting away with it. If anybody wants to chime in on that, let me know.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Deputy Sharp. Maybe
Please
you can introduce
allowed to
yourself
lead.
to the
But
jury.
that was
Yes, sir.
a little more than
Ladies and
leading.
gentlemen, my name is Deputy Sharp. I work in the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office. Alexander, sir.
Tell the jury about your education, military experience, and
They're all
law enforcement
little and
experience.
young.
Okay, so education, I went to technical college for automotive. I graduated high school from the academy in Charlotte County. I have spent 4 years in the
Automotive.
United States Marine Corps as an infantryman. I've also spent 3 years in the Fort Army National Guard as an infantryman as well. And I've worked for the Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County for about 2.5 years.
Okay.
At the Sheriff's Office in Charlotte County,
not as
what's
young
your
as you
position and
look.
what are your responsibilities?
So I am currently a road patrol deputy assigned to District 1. Responsibilities are handling calls for service, traffic enforcement, and assisting other specialty units as needed.
Deputy, I want to direct your attention to November 13th of 2023. Did you respond to a house in Port Charlotte in your jurisdiction?
Yes, sir.
And what type of call was that you received?
I responded to a call for domestic violence between a mother and her son.
Do you recall the general neighborhood? Was it single family houses?
Yes, sir. It was a neighborhood of single-family houses in a residential zone of Port Charlotte.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
Well, when I first arrived, they made contact with the supervisor deputy, Corporal Moore, who had gotten on scene prior to myself, and the deputy who was my trainer at the time. During the time that this happened, I was still in PTO training as a deputy.
And who was your field training officer?
My field training officer was Deputy First Class Jankowski.
And you mentioned Corporal Moore. Is that Corporal Joella Moore?
Yes, sir, it is.
Was she aware of the defendant and his mom?
In what regard, sir?
Like, did she give, without telling us anything she might have said, did she give you any background of the family dynamics or the parties?
No, sir. I was just aware that this was a domestic incident between a mother and her son. There was no other context given.
So you had no prior opinions about any of the parties involved, is that correct?
Correct, sir. I had never met either one of them before, nor did I know anything about them or their any other history.
What did you do next, Deputy?
The next thing that I did is I went to go and make contact, I believe, with the individual and his mother to try and start gathering information, and his grandmother, who was there as well.
And what was the defendant's demeanor like?
I would say calm and collected.
And when you made contact with him, were you inside the house or outside the house?
I believe I was outside the house when I made contact with him, as he had left the residence initially when we had gotten there, and then ended up coming back.
Now, did you have an opportunity to talk?
Okay, we will start this again right here. I'm just going to leave this up on the taskbar. It is now midnight, 12:12 in my time. I've been doing this for 14 hours. It's time to go home. Good night.
Good night, sweetheart. It's time to go.
Okay, guys. She will Beal Blazy, all of y'all, Rachel KK, Swan, Ginger Snaps, Dr. Bull Butter. Oh my gosh, there's so many of you. ADHD Jelly Bean. All of those who gave me super chat. Well, that's not what I want. Thank you so much for loving on me today. I greatly appreciate it. And all of those of you who are just lurking and I don't know who you are, thank you so much for coming along on this ride. We will be back here tomorrow about 10:30-ish to 11-ish, no later than 11, but I'm hoping for 10:30. Depends on what time I get up. We will be up and live again. We will start right here where we're taking off. We're leaving. Again, congratulations to Don Burke for winning the $50 gift card. We will do another gift of some kind at the end of this month. So starting tomorrow, do it all over again. You may be the next lucky winner. I just want to thank everybody for your support over the last 8 months while I've been doing this officially. And I'm looking forward to a good February. January was not the best, wasn't the worst, wasn't the best month either. So with that, I bid you farewell. I pray you get some decent sleep tonight and you wake up refreshed and in good health tomorrow. And come and visit me then so I can bless you some more. All right, guys, my bed is calling. Good night. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.